Good morning.
Hello, hello. How are you
Hello.
doing?
So last night, I sat next to this dude and we talked about Lorcana for like 7 hours yesterday. And do you know what I want to do today? Do it again. Good morning, Michael. How are you?
Good. I slept well. Hello, Ben. How are you?
I'm doing very well, thank you. You are watching the Lorekeepers of Poznań. We are in day 2 of Quest Tour 4, top 32.
Yes.
114 players, whittled down to 32 across 7 rounds of Swiss. We now have, in theory, the creme de la creme. And anybody who plays something so weird, no one knew what to play against it. And that is also sometimes what happens. We're excited to have everyone here. It's a much nicer day today. Much cooler, much more... not as many players. Oh, yeah, we get rid of that. Top 32. Yep. It's not as many players. Which I think means the room is a little bit cooler, but actually I think it's just a cooler day. It was
I think so.
baking here in Poznań, so I'm not sweating like an absolute pig right now. We have one of our own, which he is on the right.
On the right.
Yep.
Yes.
We have one of our own, which is of course the
Steel song.
It is a steel song playing. So I need to find player 2, and that is Sense My Law. Great player, great competitive mindset. Doesn't just play Lorcana, but actually he does dancing competitions as well.
Yes.
So actually,
professionally dances.
He's been a great addition to our team in the sense of I actually think he's given the team a really healthy. I need to change the ankle on that, don't I? He's been a really healthy addition to the team in effectively just bringing here's how to take on a competitive mindset.
Yannick is playing
blue-red. Against Steel Song. Sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
Against.
But he has brought a really good, this is how I deal with competition mindset. And I think that's actually a really nice variable that the squad team hasn't necessarily got, which I think has been really nice. He is up against Jacob. Jacob is I'm going to have to double check how many, I know it's J4K, then it's how many U's, how many B's. And I think it's one
just
U.
double checking, sorry.
I think it's one U, 2 B's is my instinct.
1 U to B's, yes.
And the reason I know that is he is a friend of the channel. He has been here with us before.
He was featured a couple of times.
Yes, and was he in the online Lorcana League as well? I was trying to remember where he was in.
No, he was not.
No, okay.
But he is the winner of one of the CCF finals.
Yes.
Here in Poland.
Right. And we was the one we streamed. Was that the one we streamed as well? I think we've seen him on there as well.
When we were in Warsaw, and we were not in Warsaw.
And we're off.
And it is the Steel Song.
It is a standard Steel Song opening with the
Ariel Sonic Warrior into Ink.
Yep. I mean, that's expected. Ariel, I think something that a lot of players forget is these cards are great cards, right? That you may want that Ariel turn 4, turn 5, but you want to draw it turn 4, turn 5.
So Yannick opting not to play Popsicle, he opted to Ink Develop Your Brain and Play Develop to prepare for whatever is coming in. It's also probable that he's not playing Popsicle since he doesn't have any ramp options and he really tries to look for them. I think that's one of the main things that he can try to do is basically ramp up until the whole new world. Yeah. And then clear the board and control it from there.
That's the best matchup for Steel Song, and that to me is actually the most powerful questing generating card for Steel Song in reality. So any opportunities he has to effectively just go, if you can't sing and attack me, you're sort of limited in that sense. So I'm going to take the opportunity to sort of grow and develop. This is best of 3, so I do realize which we will obviously track that as we go. It is possible for players to actually only get. We might see 2 games today. Might see 3 games.
Yep.
It's going to be. I'm fascinated to see how it played yesterday. Very, very fast paced.
Yes.
Very fast.
Going really quickly.
We were seeing mirror matches between famously slow decks, wrapping up in 35 minutes.
Yep.
And we were talking about this last night. Is it because people just know these decks more? That's not 2 B preps in his hand. He's got a B prep, which in this matchup, huge.
That might be 2 B preps,
which isn't great. But in this matchup, huge. Yeah. Steel Song can't answer B prep.
Yeah. So he needs to ramp right now.
Yeah.
So he played the Sailiager at Sea, and the idea here is what to do next. He inks Magdak Manor, who could be good against this deck.
As long as Zeus is not in play.
Yeah, exactly. Since the Steel Songs have problems with like high damage output characters and like rounds, but in this situation he preferred to actually ink that manner to play a bit safer. He drew into Develop Your Brain, which is a great card to look through the deck. So there is a lot of possibilities.
A card I think players have forgotten about in Red Blue. I actually think it's been less. We've seen it slightly have a resurgence in the past few weeks, but actually was a core blue card for a long time.
Oh yeah.
But then I think was abandoned because of the Hiram power that Hiram had. You know.
And I think it was a bit too slow in some matchups.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can look through 5 cards, pick one that I want, but then it's like, yeah, my opponent is just winning the game and I'm just watching.
Exactly. But with Hiram going, the power to actually, I guess,
go through the deck, basically.
Go through the deck and go through that.
So
that's why we've seen things like Visions of the Future be played more often.
Yes, so because those blue-red decks are very versatile, and the idea is that you basically go through your whole deck with those Develop Your Brains, Visions, and so on, just to find the exact answer that you are looking for right now. So Jacob inking Lawrence and playing Gaston, so preparing those singers to do some shenanigans. I'm also thinking, because we did some experimentation with Krapek, and I'm unfortunately scared that there is a card from the new set, which is, I need to double check what's the name of it, because I don't want to butcher it. But there is a card from this set 8 that makes you can choose the target. It syncs together 7.
Yes, Beyond the Horizon, the Lilo and Stitch card. Yeah,
exactly. I would say, for me, that's the best card in this set.
Yeah, it's very powerful.
Yeah, that's I think a really good idea from our Yannick from Sense My Lore, is that okay? I'm just gonna ramp as fast as I can
in case that
if he discards my hand, I'll do something with it, like interact with it with a whole new word or something. I am in a good position that I already have ink to basically play whatever I want.
I can come on the counter attack. Now that Pirate's Life could possibly have some value
it's
here.
painful to ink it, to be honest, especially here where you are definitely starting on a back foot.
But it's best of 3. There's opportunity to come back here. There's the ink of the Visions of Future for him to then bring down some ruckus.
Yep.
That Beyond the Horizon is a great card, because actually I think it's an underrated staple for a lot of steel decks, because the reality of it being is all I can do right now is it's effectively either, if you've gone hard, like actually it's a sort of late game counter Diablo. My opponent has drawn a ton of cards. Great, Beyond the Horizon, you lose everything.
Yeah, exactly.
My opponent's playing purple. They have drawn a ton of cards. Great, Beyond the Horizon, you've lost everything. And being a sing together opposed to bend my will.
Yep.
More versatility. Yep. You, in theory, with a singer deck, or actually just some bonus cards, could in theory come down. There is the whole new.
Yep. So Super Goof goes into the discard. I think Yannick is in a great position right now. The problem was those B-preps, but now
he might have wanted those B. In a perfect world, he just discarded one and drew another one.
Yeah.
But in another, that's a healthy hand, and with 6 ink. It's a healthy counter response.
And also, Pete was played this round, so even if there is a B prep, he would not be able to play it right now. But I think he's still in a fairly okay position in this game. His opponent didn't really fall out and run with the game, so there are possibilities.
There's some great options still. I don't know if he's playing, because he's not far off. He has the power with this deck to come in with some extra ramp and hit with something like a Shifted Sisu. There is options that he has a lot.
The problem with Shifted Sisu is that she's gonna take out only 2 Cinderellas.
Is Gaston? What's Gaston?
I think it's 4-2.
Is it 4-2? I thought he was 2-4. Maybe I'm getting my wires crossed. There's no Gaston in steel. Yep. That's the issue. 3-3. Okay. Actually, that's a tasty little character that I'm surprised people don't play more.
Still survives.
Yeah. But then he still has a card that can do some significant damage output. This is a big turn for Sense My Lore, because he's got a lot of options, right? So he needs to play them in the right way.
So Develop Your Brain.
honest.
Okay, one in hand.
That was a quick decision.
Yep.
He did not. Need
I'm really wondering what it is. Oh. Okay.
Yes, we didn't catch it. Neither did they. That was unfortunate. They're going to have to run that back.
Oh, that's a really... No, they cannot.
No, as in the judges are going to now work out what we're going to do there. That's a really unfortunate mistake.
So the usual approach in this situation is that, unfortunately, you need to show... Yep.
And I'm guessing shuffle?
Yes, I think so. So the usual approach, what I would personally do in this situation is that because it's a hidden information problem,
Yep.
and we cannot guarantee.
And then
Well, we have a recording now to check that Janek didn't shuffle the card in his hand, but usually when the judge comes in, he cannot guarantee that the card is being told this is the card that I drew is actually the card.
I think the good thing was Yannick put it on top of his hand, his opponent pointed at it, and then Yannick did the
okay, nothing.
Hands up. No, I'm not moving.
Yeah.
I'll wait for the authorities to come in and deal with it. Like I'm not touching anything here. Okay, well that might be an easy ink. It's a genuine mistake. It happens sometimes.
Also, Jacob didn't catch it.
No,
immediately.
To be honest, I think Jacob's just gone. Okay, he chose Visions of the Future. Whatever was at the bottom of his deck, he didn't want right now, which means he wanted to mine. That's what Jacob's just seen, right? Jacob's just seen them. Which might give Jacob a bit of confidence of he doesn't have an answer right now, or is showing that he doesn't have an answer.
So Super Groove into play.
Cindy.
Or Smee. Just to prevent that law, and we know that technically Cindy can go off in the next turn. From the likes of Sisu Bipreps. So I think just trying to prevent that law from being gathered is a bit of a better idea here.
Why only the 1 damage?
Sorry.
They'll catch that. I'm correct. I'm sure.
Yeah. That's 3 damage on the goof. That's definitely 3 damage. From.
Oh no, Porsicle. He's just banished the Porsicle to heal it.
Where is? No, it's under his hand. Oh, okay. I
Porcicle's
thought it was under his hand.
No, he's discarded it. So yeah, that makes total sense. Sorry, it's a friend of mine's mother's birthday. Just got sent a photo of her enjoying her cake.
Oh, okay.
So I was like, oh, lovely. Lovely way to spend them on Sunday morning. There's a lot of ink in play. There's Jacob. Possibly, here's the issue. I'm going to say if he might have a Pete in hand, and he's actually maybe considering.
Okay, so bare necessities. Let's see what's in hand. There's that's
Sisu. Little bit of spice.
Enchanted, my friend.
Yes, I meant. Yeah, but that looks great on camera right
now.
Goddamn
plays Enchanted.
I hate him.
You know what? While we were doing some tests and checks now before the game, I pulled it and I was like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
Yeah, that's to be honest, that's a tough decision for Jacob. Because whatever you
choose, something else is going to be.
Something else is going to be.
Honestly, I think that was my least favorite option. I think Pirate's Life is an inconvenient card. How Far I'll Go is an incredibly powerful card that Super Goof can sing next turn unless he opts to banish him.
Maybe with like strength or no.
Let Storm Rage on.
Let the Storm Rage on to draw, and another one. Okay. Yep.
But I'd still, How Far I'll Go. It doesn't have to be played now, but it's a card that lets you effectively choose which of these 2 cards do I want and which one do I want to use as resource next turn. Yep. Develop Your Brain, I don't think was the ally there, if that makes sense.
I think also Jacob right now knows that probably next turn his characters are falling off.
There's that Rhino.
There is that Rhino, yep.
He's been a bit of an MVP this weekend. Anyone playing Steel Amber loves that Rhino. Yep. He's diverse.
4/3 with resist +2
until
when
damage.
there is no damage.
And quests for 2.
Quest for 2.
Shift for 2. Genuinely really unpleasant card to be around.
Feels so unbalanced.
It does, but I think the reality is that there's a lot of cards that we have.
Yeah,
now that
yeah, of
can,
course it is. But it
respond.
just like on the first approach to this card,
Yeah.
if you first see it, it really feels.
And at a 4 cost, so even though it's a shift 2, at a 4
there
cost.
is Grammatala, I think. Second from the top. That's not a great one right now. The problem is that you can play Sisu, but it's probably gonna be taken out by some kind of a Zeus.
Yeah.
Jacob knows that Sisu might be coming, so the problem for him right now is that he's probably prepared for that, and also discarding that develop your brain was a great idea since
He brings down the Sisu,
the
clears
Sisu
out.
comes down. There is no other option probably. The idea is that okay, my opponent is on 7 ink. He can play develop ink something and still play B prep that he takes from the top. So that still might be a possibility. Also, Jacob is out of 2 Letterstorm Regions.
Yeah.
I would not think that he has
A 4 set, maybe a 3 set.
that. Well, even if he's playing, I'm not. Don't think that he's got all 4.
No.
So
And
2 more in hand currently.
we haven't seen a Zeus. Have we seen a strength? We haven't, but he hasn't
No.
got. He needs to get more characters out to get that strength going. That Gaston, of course, being a singer 5,
Single 5. Yep.
is still an inconvenient truth.
Okay, Ariel digging. Ariel is digging, and our stream is still live. So let's go.
Withholding.
That's a Let the Storm. Okay. That's not the
End of the
worst.
world, as long as he has more. I mean, he might have a couple of songs, right? He
Yeah.
might, but
strength right now. Oh, there is strength. So I think now the idea is just in which order do I want to do this?
and who do I want this to do? In theory, it's Gaston, Pete. Just do both. I mean, you always do that the storm because of the draw mechanic, right? You want to see what the options are. Then come down with strength because you are going to use the Pete and Gaston. Oh no!
No,
hard
just
cast.
fourth place. Oh, okay. So the idea here is that okay, now I'm in a very commanding position
Mhm.
until the first B prep, and so I will just try to gather as much lore as I can, and then go through and just put the pressure.
Effectively, I'm anticipating a B prep at some point in my future. So what can I do?
So I just want to collect.
Do we know how many B preps Yannick's playing?
No. No, we don't
We know.
have.
We think 2. We think we saw 2.
I would say 3 at least.
There's the grammar.
Yeah, there's a Grammatala.
Is that a Maui shark?
That's a Maui. Yep, and Maui goes down. I
what
think
did
it
he
was. I think it was a B prep. The problem is that he still is so far behind right now that just questing that stand is 5. So his opponent goes to 16. It's not the end of the world, but it's still.
That was a 17.
Wait, what? That was already.
That 17-minute top 32 game just walked in.
Did you won? Nice, congrats. Oh my god, that was fuck.
No, he just won. His friend just walked in with a, yeah, you did. Do you mind just pushing that door slightly too, or is it quite quiet in the room? Mudda Mana, not a terrible. You haven't seen any. He has got the ink right now, right?
Yeah.
So to do much more. He knows his opponent. He hasn't seen any Zeuses, and actually may want to lightning rod those. If your opponent's going to start bringing down Zeuses onto the mucked up mana, they're not coming down on your other characters. Yeah, you're forcing them to address that mucked up mana potentially.
Yep.
And yeah, lightning rod is what I call it. You're deliberately choosing that card so people will along came Zeus.
Oh yeah.
I do this in my Robin Hood tribal
Basically, baiting.
deck. There are cards I play in my Robin Hood deck and my new blue-green deck, which I'm playing knowing full well that against Steel Song, they're going to hit it with a lightning rod as quickly as they can. They're going to go, right, Zeus, done. It's like, yeah, please do that. Please, I want you to do that.
Sorry, what was that?
Strength into
Oh yeah,
Grammatala.
strength. Yeah, into Tama.
And then there's the first lightning rod. And a whole new world.
And there's the B prep.
Great snipe. We're going to find out how many he's running. Well done, mate. Huh? I'm okay right now, thanks.
Okay. So those Magdak Manors are great, but I think they are a bit.
Great Pete.
Oh, that
Great
Pete.
Pete.
Yeah, taking out that Manor. I don't think there are any outs right now.
I don't think he has a lot of rush. Don't think he has. He's got is that the Hades?
There's a Hades, yeah, but
What you gonna? I mean, Hades the
Rhino, I guess.
Rhino at some point in the future, right?
But it's still 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so there are outs, but
I think there's a Maui Rush I just saw land as well.
Yep.
That into Rhino.
Rhino, yep.
He is long gone. He's then going to come down with
And
another
Manga,
Madonna.
yep, trying to stabilize the
Playboard best he
situation
can.
and playboard. Yep.
At this point, I would be tempted, and it'd be a mad play, but I would be tempted to quest, if you have another whole new world in your hand, quest out and possibly try and wheel a little bit, just as a case of keep Yannick unable to respond, if that makes sense.
In place of Jacob. Okay, yeah, that's also good. Preparing. What I would do is first count how many cards Yannick has left in his deck.
Yeah.
The idea is that I would definitely calculate the possibility of drawing the last Beeper.
Yeah.
And also, I think bringing that Zeus and now removing this Magdak Manor is a vital thing to do. Even if you need to sacrifice 2 law, I think you need to do it, because if there is a B-prep coming, you basically have no other option, never, to remove that manor. Okay, no, it's a oh my god.
That could there have been more pieces?
He can just pass now.
I mean,
He can just pass the turn, basically.
Yeah.
If there is a Sisu, only Ariels go down.
Yeah, and you still
3,
get 1,
4,
2,
5,
3,
6.
4, 5,
So
6.
still 6. No, so questing for everything.
Actually, yeah, because unless he brings
And
down 4 Maui somehow for 10 law, the reality being is that Maui's going to take something out, right? But he needs to completely clear that.
He doesn't play, so we know that there is no actions like B-preps and everything.
Hades can put something into the inkwell, but not anything.
Probably Smee
Yeah.
right now. That's the only option. Maui take out whatever, basically.
Yeah.
I think Ariel, I would say. It doesn't matter. Maui is gone, whatever he attacks. So, okay, Popsicle first. Look for the options.
Sail a little bit. Not what you,
I
not what you
would
see right
say I would say I would ink something and just play that Hades on the Smee. Remove that Ariel. No, he's still losing.
now. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
It's with the aerial impede, with the aerial impede in the back. He needs effectively he needs a Sisu that can somehow also reduce the damage attack of all his cards at the same time.
Yeah,
And it's just not. I think that we're going to go to game 2. I think he's really just out calculating his odds, but I think this is likely to then go into. Yep. Good try, but now
very controlled game.
Yeah.
A very controlled game from Jacob.
Yeah.
He was on the play, so he
was on the play
he
and
had
perfect Pete timing.
the advantage.
The Pete's came at perfect tempo, tempo for those Pete's, because he could just every whole new world, new Pete, prevent that B prep threat.
Very unfortunately, Yannick got both B preps in the first
Setup.
first setup.
And the reality being is actually there is a perfect situation here, which is there is every possibility that actually he's going to come back and take game 2. There's every possibility Yannick can come back with game 2 and game 3. This matchup is not a certainty for either side.
Yes, it
does just come down to what play and what cards in what order. And unfortunately, that Gaston is we're not going to use the word spice, a variation that we don't often see. And actually, with the 3/3 stat line, one of the things that Steel Song really struggles with is output, damage output. You often see people use things like the shifted aerial to use the ability to do extra damage, or the shifted Cinderella, and actually suddenly become a beast. But actually, the 3/3 stat line on that Gaston is very powerful. It really is.
Yeah, and it's hard to basically cope with this in any capacity. Yannick is still playing more, I would not say old school, but more traditional way of playing with Sisus and so on. There is not good answer to every matchup, but I feel that the idea that Koster had was a bit more stable
Mm-hmm.
was to play more around. If you play with Sisus, you just play around the coil
Yeah.
to reduce that attack. If you're not playing that, basically move to those Madame Medusas and Lady Tremaines.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that is. Is he playing Medusa and Tremaine? We didn't see
No.
any, so
I'm pretty sure not.
and that's often a better way to deal with Steel Song is ping those singers as quickly
Yep.
as you can. So they
Also, the problem with those cards is that if the opponent goes wide, your Medusas and Tremaine basically have no real impact, because there is usually a character that they can quote unquote sacrifice for better ones.
Yeah. Things like Teeth of Ambitions aren't a bad option. King Undisputed, it's not a bad option. Just effectively force.
Yannick was showing us the hand. I think it's two rushing Mauis. I think there is a Sisu. I think there is a Pirate's Life. It's a very heavy hand.
It's 2 Pirates Life.
There is Sail. That's good. I don't think there is a first round.
Oh no, hang on. I think that's 2 Pirates, 2 Mauis. Is this his mulligan? He's sure, yeah. Mulligan.
No, it's before the mulligan.
Yeah, mulligan that out, my friend. Wow. I mean, turn 8, you're on a fire, but turn 1,
Yeah.
if you see what you've got, anything.
Okay, mulligan 4. Let's see.
Jacob is also 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep.
Hopefully a healthier draw from this play. Hopefully a bit more style, a bit more substance. We need what Yannick needs here, since my law, is to come out of nowhere with an incredible ramp line. That's what he needs.
Yes.
He needs to do his Porsicle into Azurite or Tipo. I don't think he's playing Tipo. I'm assuming we didn't see it, but
I'm pretty sure there is.
yeah, Azurite or in Tipo. Tipo lesser, because you don't want to really put a player you don't want to give them targets early on for things
Or
like
the
storms and
storms,
stuff like that. So, but you want to just ramp, get to that 6-7 ink by turn 3, turn 4, and get there. So your opponent is having to respond to you.
What did he draw? Another Maui? Did he draw second Maui again? There is a Tipo. 2 sharks.
2 sharks. So that Tipo is going to be Tipo and Azurite.
Oh,
It doesn't. It's not a turn 1. The thing is, in this deck, turn 1, the perfect solution is I play Porsicle.
Yeah.
It's not needed in this setup.
I'm not sure if that's a good idea. So he opted to drop. I don't know what is else in his hand. Maybe he wants to get rid of something with Tipo. But what I feel
Azurite for the draw.
Better idea would be to play Azurite. See.
Draw.
Because you are on a play, so it's one turn later.
Yeah.
Draw and find some.
And draw
better
and
options.
load your hand.
Yep. All right, small Rhino at the beginning, so no singers. That's a good for Yannick, because now Tipo is basically unhittable.
Yes.
So in general, that was a good outcome, but I would think statistically that was not the best idea.
Yeah.
From my personal
But
approach.
we also don't see the rest of his cards, and actually, for him, he might see value in that Tipo, even if it is just to get a couple of early door cheeky quests. Just a couple of his opponent knew to quest early, because then he wouldn't be able to catch up.
Yes.
So he may be thinking, even just I don't want to get to the end game and be down by 1 or 2 lore that I could have won. Because
exactly.
I didn't have a Tipo. I did Azurite, not Tipo. Also, he may not want to ink anything else out of his hand. He actually has that card I want to get rid of.
Mm-hmm.
He may wants to keep both Maui Sharks. There it is, the turn 2 shift onto
Shift Rhino.
Shift Rhino.
So now Rhino can sing. There is bare necessities to
Okay,
check.
pick a song.
Yeah.
Oh, it's okay.
No, sorry, it's a non-character.
Oof.
Yep, 2 sharks and 1 big Maui. That's not the best.
Well, he really wanted that Mukdak mana because he wanted his next turn to be Mukdak mana. I'm not angry about this lineup.
Pass. Okay.
Because next turn he knows that there's a Maui coming down next turn, so that Rhino is not getting quested. He's not going to expose that Rhino unnecessarily.
I think the only idea might be that maybe I just strength the Tipo
Yeah.
just to draw another card because I might be blocked.
Storm the Range on.
Storm Radiant,
yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a weird opening line for a Steel Song deck.
Yeah.
It feels like I had no other options opposed to this is what I want
Where
to
are
do.
those singers? Rapunzel and Ariel, actually. Looking for those songs that we talked about. Yeah, that was. Okay. Yannick?
I don't know if it is because he's got nothing to Zeus.
Well, is
don't know
he
what the other cards
going
were.
to? Yeah,
Huh?
he's not going to. He's just not gonna tap the Rhino.
No, but
And, yeah, he's gonna leave it up.
he's gonna leave it up.
basically.
Yeah, absolutely. But this is the point. Is well, actually, it's a no loss turn. He could quest with Rhino.
Yep.
Just to get the 2 lore because he opts not to. How far I'll go? Great turn from great turn for Yannick. Right now, he's aware that his opponent is in a bit of a nothing situation.
Mm-hmm.
So it's what I can do to capitalize on that.
Yeah, and if my opponent is blocked, he probably wants to hold New World next turn.
Yeah.
And I'm just basically in front.
Yeah.
Whatever you do.
Exactly. And England
Go.
Maui, quest for
One shot,
Tipo,
go.
pass.
Quest.
Because go on, sing along came Zeus on my Tipo.
Yep.
That poor man does not deserve that. But if that's your only option, that's your only option, right?
And throwing Maui right now without a target is basically just opening, hey, sing that Zeus into that Maui.
Yeah, exactly.
Just do it. It might be a viable strat, but you don't want to do it.
Right now, in a situation of I'm going to delay my opponent, or we're gonna delay out these turns because clearly Jacob hasn't got.
He is struggling.
He's struggling, and he needs an answer. Yannick can afford to stagger. Like actually, every turn we neither of us achieve anything is a turn that.
Yeah.
Every turn we don't achieve anything is a turn I get to ramp more, and then I get to bring down Hades
Yeah.
and Sisu and this and that and this and that, and there's nothing you can do about
Yep.
that. Troubadour into the Inkwell. He's got some really good singing characters. The Steel Song is going to be hit hard post rotation, but there is still some cards in there that are going to be viable if we see some reprints.
Yeah.
I
I think questing right now with Rhino
I
because
think you might want to sing.
know that but what?
Bad necessities.
Oh, if he has another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. Okay, Pete right now. It's okay, but it's not like very pivotal.
I guess he is technically one off from. Is he one off?
But you don't really want to be prep that table.
Not right
You're
now.
not in any like immediate
Danger.
danger. So I would say if you don't have any other options, yeah, Pete is fine. But
So I think something tells me that Maui may come down and take out that aerial just to be one less threat on the board.
it probably will. The idea is, do you keep Rhino now up? I would think that questing with Rhino is not a problem because if the Maui comes out, you are
I would
pointing-
target the aerial anyway.
yeah,
Because-
but you are like posing the problem to your opponent. Do you
Yeah.
take out Ariel that can sing 5 or Rhino that can basically Zeus your
And I think the answer is aerial either way because it's clear that he's bricked, so he's going to
Yeah.
have to sing Whole New World. So
Yep.
don't give him that option. Take out the aerial either
That's
way.
also why I'm a bit surprised, I would say, why he didn't sing Let the Sun Rage On with Rhino to leave that Ariel basically ready. Because now he blocked him on himself from
I
Whole
guess
New
he,
Worlding.
I guess he wanted to consider the potential of questing capabilities.
Yep.
And he knew draw first, see what he can do. That Pete's in play, so he needs to make sure no accidental actions happen. That's probably why Pirate's Life has casually gone into the Inkwell here.
Yep. And also, when Yannick is now in front, he knows that Pirate's Life is not really the card that you're gonna play in the
No.
immediate future. And
Not when your opponent's
you
on
play,
0 lore, you can't go
yeah,
negative.
you play so many copies, so you're absolutely fine. And there is a Maui coming into Ariel, and using
Or deciding on the
yeah,
popsicle.
thinking on the popsicle.
Because
Yeah,
it's effectively is he going to play the Zeus on Maui?
Yep. yeah, and I think that's a good idea. So it's just opening it up to So it's saying you cannot just easily exchange into me.
You are having
Because now exchange Pete into that Maui would be great because you still have a Quester 2 on the board. But in this situation, it's like, okay, do you want to use your Zeus on my Maui when you know that I have a Maui Shark in my hand? I think
with the
Jacob right
evasive-
now is
with the-
really hoping to see that Maui Shark.
with the evasive threat as well.
Basically snipe it. There is a one drop Daisy, and there's Zeus into the big Maui. Quest 1 with Pete, and pass the turn. Okay.
Now I wouldn't hate a B prep because your opponent is down to 2 cards.
Shark, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say Shark. It should be if Jacob is playing around with 2 Zeuses, that's first very lucky. Second, a very big brain time.
Yeah.
Double bluffing, but it's not. It's hard to calculate for that, basically.
Yeah, and I've been saying I wouldn't be. I said, but what's Jacob on now? 3 cards.
Yeah.
Steel Song at this point is going to have to either hard cast. He's like, no, there's no B preps in there.
Yep.
He's either going to have to hard cast.
Oh, he's also looking what actions can be.
Yeah, dragged as well. And to be honest,
I think it's only how far?
which is still a great card to pull back.
Yeah,
That's a great card to bring back into the room. So, particularly for this matchup. Also, he might have some things in hand. I don't know if he's playing Brawl. But actually, I would love to see what's Rhino's stat line 4-3, right? There is a world where he could Brawl, challenge with Maui, and then bring the Brawl back and use it again if he wanted to, and actually just sort of we have B prep at home.
Yep.
Right, trigger.
Oh, that's
Not the worst.
Well, that's develop.
Yeah, like
He's not
I don't know.
drawing it, but okay. So Naveen into Whole New World. Grammatala goes out. I think that's a really good idea. That really good situation that the shark is still in play, and Jacob doesn't really have a possibility. Their only possibility is that he just drew Zeus, and then he can sink.
And he's just put it at the front of his pile.
Yeah. There is Rhino, and there is Strength. Force Blade. Wait, wait. How much ink that take? Oh no. Okay, he's got exactly 6.
I think now is being.
Wait, how did he play the Strength?
Sang it with Pete.
Okay, yep. The B prep.
Yeah.
Maybe some popsicles to draw or like sail, but
I think is this the turn I want to be prep? Yes.
For me, I would say it's a no-brainer right now.
Oh, because the only other option is let your opponent load the board, then B prep.
Yep.
Nah, it's coming down. Boom.
Yep. He's in a really good situation right now.
It's also important to know, I think B prep might have been the 6th or 7th card that he drew. So actually, Daisy pushing the visions to the bottom possibly really helped him out.
Yeah. But there were still visions to basically look through. I think Yannick is checking if there is how many B-preps is left in the deck.
Mana is late to the party, but still good to have it. I'm trying to see if that's is that Tamatoa?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
He's got a couple of ball scores in the match.
2 already discarded to healing. So
it's a fairly easy.
No, sorry, 1.
So you could just play.
Proof was in this previous game.
Yeah, could just play Tamatoa just to.
Yeah, just to bring them back.
Yeah, and then you've got those draw mechanics again, and you just sort of loop and cycle. It's down to how Jacob wants to respond. We have been going for 38 minutes, and this is a 60-minute termination. So this is going to be a spicy game 3 if Jacob doesn't come back with a hard response. Yep.
But it's also a very unfortunate situation for Yannick since he's going on a draw if he wins now. So he's starting game 3 with about 15-20 minutes and going second. Oh, okay, just was playing Hollywood. Sisu, Maui, Magdic Manor, Tamatoa. Okay. So Jacob is so...
Bit of a Hail Mary.
Yeah, but I think that was the only normal thing to do right now.
Odd. I didn't see what
you know what? Just Sisu?
If you have it.
Yeah, I think with that or Tamatoa.
So he's banishing the Porsicle to draw the Porsicle.
Yeah, if there is an option of Sisu, I think I would prefer Sisu, because now there is a possibility of shift sync, and you can mill again.
Shift is still only 4.
Sorry, what?
The shifted Rhino's only a 4.
Oh no, sorry. So it's not a whole new word, but
Yeah.
like Zeus or something.
Yeah, which is obviously still a risk, but then I don't think it's going to be. Grammatala get himself on some board presence. He's in a healthy, stronger position right now. He passes over. He's in a strong position. That was a Zeus off the top deck.
Oh. Yeah. So if there's a shift line, which is really possible.
Which is possible, and he did just top deck Zeus.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's necessarily the end of the world, because then he can then still he's still got some good damage dealing options out there as well.
And this Grammatala is also posing the threat of sinking further. So
this is where red blue eats. This is where red blue gets its job done. It's just a case of how he responds.
There's an aerial.
Now Sisu.
Yep. Oh, a whole new word. Okay, so like prepping for that maybe next turn, or basically baiting. Hey, please remove my aerial because I will whole new word you. You know.
Yeah, but then you'll still have Tamatoa and Sisu on the board. So for 5,
for 4,
for 4, hardcast.
or hardcast just. Yep.
Okay. Right, Yannick's now going to choose what.
There are those 2 popsicles that he drew, so
Yeah.
there is option to like go through the deck
know
a
what,
little bit more.
Ink. Oh no.
How much ink? Yannick have?
Yeah, but he knows that whole new world's in play. So if he's got an Hades, he could send Ariel into the Inkwell just to prevent any whole
Like
new world.
3 singing.
Yeah. But
3 real estate.
Yeah.
for season player.
Yes.
Okay, Sisu
Sisu,
comes down. Yeah,
I mean, that
removes
also
everything.
deals with the situation much cleaner. I don't think I've ever seen so many Tamatoas on top of a discard pile.
Oh, I think that's the last Sisu. I think I saw 3 Sisu in discard, and also, I think Yannick is in a fairly healthy position right now.
He just needs to get some.
He just needs to get some.
Gets stuff out.
Gets going. Yep. Develop. No, sorry. Visions of the future. You know what?
You know your opponent's got hole. And
He might just put the good cards in.
There.
So the idea of develop in this situation is that you can take the 1 card that you need, or expecting that mill, you can put the good cards on the bottom.
My biggest worry for you, Sense My Law right now, is that I think the people are just getting a bit louder. My biggest worry about Sense My Law right now is that time, and he currently doesn't have the OTP set up.
Yep. And just force playing Colony Order. Okay, this is Scar Tamatoa. Oh, that's some
Is
good
he trying
cards.
to force his opponent to deck out?
Might be. Yep. I think Yannick needs to stop drawing.
Yeah, just
checking how many Holy Hordes went. I think Yannick is in about 15 cards left.
getting there, so he needs to start.
So he's still safe from like a wild Holy Horde, but it's starting to.
It's getting a bit spicy. So anything you can do
spicy, yep.
to draw from the discard.
Yeah, those manors now.
Are really important.
Great.
Yeah. If he's just saw 4 Zeuses in the deck, right? Like, this is now coming down to, well, how does he want to do this? How does he want to play?
Yep.
It's going to be...
develop, go through. Maybe looking for the last manor.
Visions of the Future.
Oh, sorry. Visions, yeah.
Is that a B prep?
Are there two B preps? Oh, shit. Might have taken one just to be sure that one is left.
How far you'll go in your hand is not necessarily what you want right now.
I don't really think you want to sing it now, since you're further going down through your deck.
Actually, you may want to try and load the B prep, the manors onto the board to B prep and then just win passive.
Yeah.
That might be the dream. But he needs to really just get questing.
Yep.
He's played a good control. He's played a good balance. I make it 44 minutes. 12-minute fast-paced game 2. Oh, you might not have any more Hades actually. People play typically 2, right? And I
Yeah.
think we just saw 2.
Oh, that's
It's a lot of ramp.
it's tricky. It's really tricky. I think the idea of Jacob right now is just to mill the opponent and survive.
Yeah.
He's not really in the position to quest himself, so it's
It's a big turn. I don't think that how far your go is helping you right now. Something big-ish? Pirate's Life.
okay. Yep, first life and quest with everything. Yeah, just
And-
putting down the
and
pressure.
just start. I'm now going to start running. So we
Yep.
can see
Yeah, and Jacob's now doing the calculation.
Maui.
I think it's closer to 20. I
Which
think
actually
Yannick
is-
is pretty safe in this situation. We already saw 3 whole new words.
Yep.
So it's 21 cards just from the whole new word drawn,
And his ink
and
is
about 10 rounds. Some develops. Yeah, I think it's about 20, like 17-ish, 15 card.
And I think there was an angle that and he's got what and there's so much in the ink.
Yeah, first play Zeus to remove that Sisu to slow down Yannick.
It's then now what am I doing? Because to get rid of that Sisu, but actually the Mudok mana needed that as well.
Oh.
That Sisu was a problem in theory, but actually you can deal with it a lot more in a lot easier ways. That he needs unless he's got another one in hand, but
Okay, Pete. It's
I
okay.
think that was P and Yannick's response was, "Hang on, do I have an action?"
yeah, exactly. Yeah, just removing the board, so trying to stabilize
What you can.
whatever he can. Probably prepping that Troubadour to sing the another Zeus, and leaving the Cinderella. 2 from the Magdak Manor, and if you have a Magdak Manor, just slam it now. Oh yeah, there is Shark. Okay, cool.
I think we might start seeing
Super Goof?
I think we might start seeing a shark.
Shark Fiesta
A Shark Fiesta Pirate Life special combo.
and pass. Okay. So Yannick is prepped for basically anything.
Yeah.
If there's a whole new word coming in right now, it's really hard for Jacob to stabilize the board further because there is.
I mean, he has a ton of ink. Steel Song
yeah,
with
but there is
9
that
ink.
shark. There is that shark that will just.
We're gonna
basically-
start seeing Pirate Life. Now.
Yeah, draw Pirate's Life, play Pirate's Life, and so on. So it's let the storm
On himself.
on his
To
own
play Rapunzel.
feet. Yeah, to Rapunzel it. Draw, looking for those options. Looking probably for that Zeus for Troubadour right now. Because Jacob is just hanging by a thread to slow down Yannick. But I think
Another P
Yep.
to prevent that. So I maybe not be able to Zeus you.
oh
But,
my god, he's just flooding the board right now.
to prevent that Pirate's Life.
But
E2 to
but
Pirate's Life prevention.
yeah, but you know what? You can just
Load it into your hand. Or then you may be banking on.
wait.
Holy War.
1, 2. I need to calculate. So 2 for the mana.
2 for the.
Goof is definitely gonna get
2.
2. So we go to 15 now. There's no actions allowed. So okay, Maui. Yeah. So Cinderella out. I would say Troubadour. Oh yeah, also Shark there is. So Shark takes Troubadour, and then Maui takes Pete. Probably Pirate's Life. Yep, it's a Pirate's Life. Pete goes down.
Great counterplay here from Yannick.
Yeah, and just
Huge
pass.
go.
Just letting his opponent. Jacob knows that there is Pirate's Life, so there is 2, 3 from Shark. Yeah, that's a scoop.
Great. Right, this is going to be I'm going to just go quickly check on the clock on the wall. Just
Yeah.
to make sure
Yeah,
we're on the right
yeah,
timer.
please do. But
Because we think it's 10 minutes, it might be longer.
that might be a really quick last game.
9 minutes 40.
Sorry?
9 minutes 40.
Oh my goodness.
9 minutes 40, and the head judge is already at the table waiting, so we know it's going to go that way. I'm going to ask the room, because I'm not an expert here. What happens in a termination situation in a top cut single elimination?
So they need to get the winner.
Yep.
So the first, when there's a termination, we play the standard, play 5 turns.
Mm-hmm.
And then higher lore wins. If the law is exactly the same. I need to double check what we count then. Then it's like a golden law. Whoever first gets any law wins.
Okay.
The law is the same. I will double check to be absolutely
This is going
sure.
to be a very bizarre 9-minute game.
Yeah.
And we are probably not going to get interviews.
That is how it works for Top Cut.
Sorry?
That is correct.
What you said, yeah.
Okay.
We're not going to get interviews this game.
Unfortunately not.
No, there is
I have some questions, but yeah.
Realistically speaking, we have 10 minutes, 5 turns, and then we are going to have to go into the next games.
Yeah.
So we might have to do winner stays on just because it'd be easier to find players. It'd just be easier. We might not even stop this recording. We might just have to go straight into top 16.
Top 16.
We love it.
You know what? In this situation of the tiebreaker, Yannick is in a very unfortunate position because he cannot really quest quickly.
Can you check the other pairings? How many
other games?
The other games, yeah. How are we doing? Turn 2, Troubadour. These guys are going to move quick, so we're going to have to move quick. Cinderella turn 1, Quest, Troubadour turn 2. Law is going to be key here.
I need to fix my
Questing is going to be king in this game because actually they need to ensure that they're getting as much law as possible if it comes down to termination logic. Steel Song can be played tempo. It has got tempo versions. It also can just be a really nasty strategy. But you might see some slightly odder plays, like for example, questing with Troubadour, keeping Cindy alive. Why has he done that? Because I need the law. I just simply need to have as much law as possible, as quickly as possible. Bring down Mucked Up Mana, exactly the same logic. I need this law quicker than you. That's all it's going to come down to. Because if it comes down to termination, who has the more law? So, Troubadour has just quested turn 2. Of course he has. That's how we operate. Turn 3, sorry. Pete, there, blocking any actions. No actions were really coming. Super Goof in hand next turn is huge in this situation.
Yeah, Super would be great.
Just to give you that extra drive. I mean, if he can throw everything at Mucked Up Mana if he really wanted to right now. Wouldn't necessarily recommend it myself, but he would need to have at least...
So, not every game finished.
Oh, we were wrong then. So
or
everyone was just moving
reported.
quickly yesterday. Thanks. Appreciate it. Followed up with...
So, you know what? We are keeping with the tradition of Quester, and the leader after Swiss loses round 1 of the top.
Every single time. So who's that? Sorry, who was it? It was
Nikon this time. And you know who won?
Who?
Bayo was playing my favorite Emerald Amethyst.
Sunk as much as he could into the Mucked Up Mana. Passes turn. Second Mucked Up Mana.
Okay. That just. Oh,
and he opted to ink the Super Goof. Actually, again, in a format of we need law, this is not a bad.
The only problem is that if he chokes himself, playing so aggressively.
But with the time limit like he's got, he has to play that risk. That's the reality, I think. He can't afford to play delayed.
There is still 5 rounds to be played after.
Yeah, in a.
So, Zeus. Just first playing Zeus.
So he's taking out both locations.
Manners. Okay. That's the problem right now for Yannick. He
No, but he's forced his opponent to not draw, and I appreciate you saying Yannick cannot really afford to stagger. He is still ramping. He has quietly been ramping. To
be honest, I think inking Goof was a mistake right now.
We don't know what else is in his hand. He could
Maybe the second one. Yeah, okay.
He's just forced his opponent, or even beat Maui coming down to take out some of these singers. Or, for example, the biggest quester on his side of the board right now is that Rhino.
I think Rhino is the only option right now too.
And a whole new world. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I don't think that was necessarily. I mean, actually, be prepping any point to preventing your opponent.
6 ink right now for Yannick. 6? No,
Yep.
5.
There's some healthy cards in there now.
I think Quest Tipo and Maui.
Pirate slapping into the Inkwell. I think that's a fair. I don't think you.
I'm not sure.
Oh.
I'm really not sure. Sail just to run. Okay, yeah. If you want to sail, yeah, that's a really good idea. Yeah, Maui into Rhino and quest with Tipo.
That Tipo has earned its place.
Great.
That Tipo is
Great.
making some great money, and it's being ignored. And there is going to just be a 1-for-1 trade sacrifice here. The fact that he's ahead on lore, he just needs to keep that momentum. He does have a lot of draw capabilities. There is another Pirate's Life in hand, so
Okay, understandable right now.
and like even next turn, if his opponent chooses to ignore him, chooses to ramp, chooses to just expand his board, actually Pirate's Life with Tipo and Maui would be a great card next turn. Just to keep again that mechanic up. Their necessities. Oh, not a great hand. What is that on the far right? Scar.
Scar. That's a great one.
Tiefling Visions one, right?
Sorry.
Is that the one that?
No, that's a Scar that untaps himself when he banishes a character and has rush.
Sorry, I thought it was the one that. Yeah,
So
I'm thinking
Scar
of
is
passing.
great here. Taking out the Pirate's Life, very understandable.
Cinderella fighting Maui in a fist fight in the streets. We love to see it.
Strength into your own Pete to play Rapunzel and just basically try to draw as much answers
Not
as
a
you
bad
want.
compo.
Yannick, really quickly. Oh my god, that's really quick. I think he needs to think quickly, but I think just Scar, untap Scar, and go. Yep, Scar into Troubadour. Scar is untapped. Quest of Tipo and go.
Still got he's got a spare ink. There's not an argument. There's an argument to actually how far I'll go.
What is develop into ink and go. Yeah. No, there is not ink.
Oh,
Because
sorry.
Scar is 7.
Oh, Scar is 7. Sorry, I thought he was 5. That's a dangerous card now. Pete possibly singing some or Pete into Tipo.
No, just into
How
Tipo.
how has that Tipo done as much as he's done? It's genuinely quite
He
impressive.
quested for
3. 4.
4. 1 Magnet Manor and 4 Tipo.
Yeah, Tipo has earned his place. Going wide with the Smees, completely reasonable at this stage. What's the stat line?
To Smee.
What's the stat line on that Scar?
7-5, I think. So yeah, now Yannick, be prep.
Yeah, now would be an insane B prep. He just drew the
No, it's not.
a porticle.
It's how far? Oh, that Sisu is really unfortunate because those Smees are gonna really be a problem for you. Another how far?
Yeah, great.
You need that B prep. He basically needs that B prep right now.
Yep. But it's going to come down to the speed time, and that was a
both
church song.
Smees are not now. So now Jacob is questing for 7.
Yes. And
Those Pirates Live missing.
I think Yannick has played an absolute blinder here so far, in the sense of just absolutely controlling the board best he can, and actually playing in a tempo environment with the deck list he's done.
Now he's in a position when he needs those like 4 rounds
Yeah.
to stabilize completely, even after the B prep. So there is. Oh my god.
No, but I currently can't fault Yannick for what he's played. And
No,
the way he's played
he
this very well so far.
I would say goof.
I disagree still on the goof, because the 2 lore from that, it would have made a huge difference. I don't think, because it would have been another character on board that could have been targeted. He had to roll the dice. Yes, his opponent had another Zeus in hand.
Yeah, but Cinderella would be out, so the second Magnet Manor would not be so easily removed.
Yeah, the Cinderella did nothing to them at Diana.
Did 1 damage.
Oh.
It was 1 damage missing to remove both of them.
Yeah, but he still had other characters to take out. Sisu comes down, no issue with that. Damage around the board. Is that Hades?
I don't know.
Hades is not bad, because you can use Sisu to take out one of those threats, and use the
We
Hades
are in
to
the
take out
position where Sisu basically needs to quest also.
Yeah, but another Cinderella.
That's Ariel, my friend.
Sorry, another Ariel. Yeah, I don't think we can say if he says I lost because of the super goof. Not at all. You lost because you had to play an aggro game with red blue in a 10-minute timer with a 5-minute termination.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games still going.
People are holding it out to the end.
Yep.
How's Terry doing? Last question.
He lost.
Terry's out.
Terry was the leader for most of the day,
Yeah.
and he just lost.
It's always the way. Always the way. How far I'll go again?
Oh.
Lads.
Okay. No. Wait.
What have they just done? Yeah.
They changed the view.
We'll worry about it later. He's just scooped anyway. No response on the be able to quest out. So scoops anyway. Good effort. Can't fault the effort. How many more games do we have to confirm?
Still 6, but it's probably that they finished and they just didn't report it.
No, I will say talk to. I think based on what we have, we'll talk to Sense My Law.
Yeah,
You wanna
because he's
interview him?
going out.
He's going out. There's a good chance we'll catch Jacob later today.
Yep.
So
Can you go and quickly grab him?
Yeah, sure.
For me. Aniu, możesz na tym telefonie nacisnąć, tam jest teraz taka ikonka takiego mieczyka w miejscu, gdzie były opcje. Kliknij w to po prostu, to się wróci do normalnego widoku, dobra? Jakie?
All sorted. The only issue is two things. One is that Yannick's just done that game, desperate to use the bathroom.
Okay.
So he has pegged it to the bathroom.
Okay.
He'll be joining us later, and we will try and catch Jacob in a future game
Yes.
or a future discussion, just because it looks like they've turned off the clock. I think we are actually in termination now.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah, we are
we
really
might
close
have
to
enough
going.
time to talk to.
So we will probably record this interview a bit later and just attach it.
Yeah.
Because I really want to talk with Yannick about this.
I know Yannick we can talk to now. We can definitely
Yeah.
the game's still wrapping up, but we'll try and catch Jacob in a little bit. Here it is. Oh, sorry, I thought it was him. And then we'll go into the next games. Good game. It's just unfortunate. This is where those 60-minute timers are a problem. Not necessarily a problem. I mean, in the sense of like damaging to the game.
Yeah.
But the first games were played. The games got faster, and I think that's not a criticism of any players. Time management in these games is key. Like
Yes.
you do need to try and work on the premise of you can't assume you're going to win 2-0 in 30-minute games. You have to assume 20-minute victories to make sure you have enough time to get through
Yep.
that. And unfortunately, the first game was like, what, 35 minutes, 36 minutes? They were then just on the...
No, the second game was so long. The
Second
first
game.
one was about 15.
Oh yeah,
maybe
17,
20.
18 minutes. But yeah, unfortunately, you have to take... The
Yep.
clock moves for no man and does what it wants, so you do need to keep up.
I'm really sorry. I'm really in like the deep thinking about the last game.
I honestly, based, I think, unfortunately, it came down to draw. If he had pulled a B prep earlier, he might have been able to stabilise the board. But the issue with red-blue is it's playing long game.
Yep.
What we saw in game 2, forcing your opponent, come on in, man. Forcing your opponent to effectively lose momentum and then dominate the game, right?
Yeah.
That's what we're doing there. Unfortunately, doesn't work in a 10-minute timer with a 5-minute round
Yeah.
termination. So honestly, bad luck, mate. You played that last game incredibly. Like the actual way you handled that, I loved it. So good work.
Okay.
English, Polish.
Whatever you prefer, whatever you're comfortable with.
I'm
comfortable with
Polish.
Możemy po polsku.
Dobra.
Cześć.
Cześć.
Ojeju.
Co za gra?
Boli.
Starałem się pokazywać, co się
Tak,
dzieje
tak,
na
nie,
ręce.
jakby to było super. No więc tak, pierwsza gra, a może inaczej, jeszcze szybciutko zacznijmy sobie od wczoraj. Jak poszło wczoraj, jak się czujesz po wczorajszej fazie Swissu? Jak to z twojej perspektywy wyglądało?
No ja się czuję dobrze, bardzo dobrze. 4 z 7 gier uważam, że były trudne, natomiast 3 uważam, że były proste, nie
Okej,
umniejszając
to jakby
oponentom oczywiście.
To się zdarza, jak najbardziej, szczególnie w pierwszych rundach.
Tak, pierwszą grę grałem ewidentnie na osobę, której bardzo, bardzo nie podeszła karta, bardzo nie podeszła karta.
No tak, to się zgadza.
Drugą osobę grałem na początkującego, więc też starałem się tam wytłumaczyć, jakoś tam pomóc z optymalizacją decku i tak dalej. No i następne 4 gry były naprawdę trudne. Pierwszy raz grałem na tego Blur Plus, tego nowego setu.
Tak.
Uważam, że to jaki tam jest card draw i to, co on jest w stanie zrobić z inkiem, jest niesamowite.
No tak.
Także tam było bardzo ciężko. Później grałem bardzo dobrego gracza od nas, znaczy nie, chyba nie od nas, ten gość z Ameryki, nie pamiętam jak on miał na imię.
No tak.
Stały bywalec, bardzo dobry gracz.
Tak.
No Potem Mirror był jeszcze taki dosyć wykańczający, bo tam też trzeba było się mocno skupić. No i potem też trafiłem na mecz, gdzie po prostu komuś nie siadła karta i potem ID, więc,
No to tak,
więc
okej.
takie podsumowanie dnia pierwszego.
Okej, przechodząc do tego dnia dzisiejszego. Pierwsza gra, szczerze mówiąc, chyba trochę bez historii, takiej konkretnej. Bardzo szkoda tych 2 B-prepów na starcie, które poleciały.
No ja uważam, że pierwsza gra to jest znaczna, znaczy inaczej, no nie mogę powiedzieć, że to jest znaczna wina tego, co mi wyszło, no bo tak jest zawsze, wiadomo, że wyjdzie losowo, nie?
Tak.
Ale no jak zobaczyłem moją pierwszą rękę, no to wiedziałem, że będzie ciężko, szczególnie, że faktycznie jeszcze byłem drugi, to bardzo mocno przeszkadzało. Jakbym jeszcze był pierwszy, może udałoby się to wyciągnąć.
Tak.
Ale jako druga osoba z taką ręką, jeszcze po oponentowi siadły faktycznie 4 Whole New Worldy, także Whole New World po Whole New Worldzie, no to było ciężko.
Ja myślę, że w pierwszej grze, jak widzieliśmy, że te pierwsze 2 B-prepy poleciały, później wyleciał z Whole New Worlda 3, to już ja przynajmniej tak oglądając tę grę miałem takie, okej, to musimy natychmiast wyciągnąć, bo będzie po prostu już za mało czasu, żeby ustabilizować.
No tak.
Niestety tego Whole New Worlda nie była ta Sisu, która czyściła Cinderelki, super, ale
Właśnie problem ze
ale-
Steelsongiem jest
ale-
duży, że oni tam mimo wszystko mają te wysoko...
tam jest ataków więcej niż 2.
No właśnie, no
No
właśnie.
i szczególnie w pierwszej grze, z mojej perspektywy, idealnie grane pity. Jeden po drugim po prostu
prawda.
grany w idealnych momentach, kiedy to była ta jedna runda, gdzie jeszcze mogłeś tego biprepa wyciągać albo coś robić, wletywał ten pit. Jedno małe zamieszanie z
developem,
ale
Każdemu się
udało się to na szczęście rozwiązać.
Znaczy ja właśnie przede wszystkim chciałem powiedzieć, że uważam, że pierwsza gra została przez mojego przeciwnika w ogóle zagrana perfekcyjnie.
Tak.
Pity,
Tak,
Whole New
to-
Worldy były dokładnie w punkt.
Tak.
Dokładnie w punkt. Jakby widział, co mam na ręce.
Tam było wszystko w tempo.
Tak.
Tam było idealnie
jak
wszystko w tempo.
Tak. Także no, huge shoutout. Jakub, mega nice.
Tak, Jakub pierwszą grę, no rzeczywiście on ją po prostu wygrał,
Tak.
przyszedł i ją wygrał. To nie tak, że ty ją przegrałeś, to bardziej jakby on po
Tak.
prostu cię ograł
On
w tym
zagrał
momencie.
niesamowicie
Tak,
dobrze,
i przyblokował co się dało.
Zgadzam się.
Druga gra. O kurde, jaki to był grind. Mam pytanie do drugiej tury, bo tutaj troszeczkę się z Benem nie zgadzamy. Ogólnie wyszło na lepsze, ale czemu Tipo, a nie Sale?
Druga tura ja zaczynałem, tam poszedł Rhino w pierwszej, nie? Chyba tak.
A tak, tylko że ty tego nie wiedziałeś, bo ty zaczynałeś i było pierwsza runda, było pytanie, co inkujesz, bo miałeś 2 opcje rampy, miałeś Tipo i miałeś Sale'a na ręce i było pytanie, którą z nich zainkujesz, żeby następną zagrać. I teraz może, nie wiem, to przeprowadź mnie jakby, jakie było twoje myślenie, bo jestem ciekaw, dlaczego zostawiłeś Tipo, zinkowałeś Sale'a.
Decyzja jest prosta. Sale'a zagrywam w momencie, jak wiem, że gra będzie wymagała ode mnie bardzo dobrego manageowania resursów i wiem, że muszę ich mieć sporo. Discard czy long game'y na jakiś agro, nie na agro, tylko właśnie na kontrolę, gdzie wiem, że ten early game mogę troszeczkę sobie odpuścić. Natomiast Tipo w momencie, jak gram tym deckiem, to przede wszystkim jest bardzo dobrym distractem dla oponenta.
Tak?
Że on się nim zajmie na pewno i
No.
zużyje, jakby to jest ten lore do tyłu, a nawet jestem 2 lora różnicy, bo sobie z nim squestuję.
Tak.
I wtedy on nie ma, ja zyskuję. Plus jest też dużo sytuacji, w których mogę zagrać Tipo, uderzyć się raz i potem dokończyć Goofim, chociażby
Dobić, tak.
jakiegoś pita, cokolwiek. Więc są sytuacje, gdzie po prostu, szczególnie właśnie na Steelsongach, gdzie mimo wszystko, jak Cinderella jest zagrana w pierwszej, to jest to ryzyko właśnie, że potem poleci
Będzie strzelanie,
Storm,
tak.
wiadomo. To też trzeba dobrze właśnie wycyrklować, ale jak widziałem, że jest Rhino, to... Znaczy właśnie nie widziałem, że jest Rhino.
No właśnie, tak, bo to o to mi
Mimo
chodzi.
Tak, nie widziałem, że jest Rhino, ale mimo wszystko stwierdziłem, że zaryzykuję, bo to, że on sobie strzeli tą Cinderellą, no to okej, jestem w stanie przyjąć to bardziej niż to, że on będzie tego jednego lora do przodu, on będzie zajęty tą Cinderellą, wiem, że nic więcej nie zrobi, ja sobie mogę potem dalej coś kombinować. Dlatego zawsze staram się raczej właśnie na agro i midrange decki grać Tipo, a na całą resztę Sale'a.
Okej, bo ja jeszcze mogę ci szybko wytłumaczyć, dlaczego skąd moje pytanie. Bo z mojej perspektywy, szczególnie grając na Steelsonga, dla mnie osobiście bezpieczniejszą sytuacją jest zostawienie Sale'a, szczególnie, że idzie się pierwszym, więc wiemy, że ten Whole New World będzie mimo wszystko w tempo, będzie turę później niż w normalnej grze, no bo w trzeciej RL-ka, w czwartej Whole New World, ale to będzie czwarta jego w momencie, kiedy zaczynasz, czyli praktycznie twoja piąta. Co jest o tyle plusem, że ja po prostu jestem w stanie szybciej dojechać, a zawsze mi przeszkadza to, że zostawiam sobie target pod to dobieranie kart z Let Storma, po prostu dobieranie kart dla Steelsonga, ale no ewidentnie, tak jak też powiedziałeś, podjąłeś ryzyko i ono się jak najbardziej opłaciło w
Ja
tym
na to
momencie.
patrzę też pod tym względem, że jak zagrywam Seirę, to ja jestem kartę do przodu, ale w momencie jak wiem, że zostanie zagrany Holy Ward, bo na pewno zostanie zagrany
To
Holy
wypadnie
Ward,
ci dodatkowa karta.
to wypadnie mi dodatkowa karta,
Tak.
a jak on dobierze, to okej, może zagrać, ale może mu też wypadnie, bo będzie chciał mnie wytrącić, więc no wiadomo, to jest... Nie jest to perfekcyjne zagranie.
Znaczy, bo zawsze jest po prostu kwestia tego, co pójdzie po drugiej stronie.
No ale uważam, że to
Dalsza część gry, Boże, grind niesamowity po prostu, próba tam dojechania i kontrolowania tego boardu. Myślę, że bardzo fajnie i bardzo dobrze to poszło, tylko czas. Czy ty już w trakcie drugiej gry myślałeś o czasie przed trzecią, czy raczej byłeś w mindsetie, najpierw muszę to ugrać, a będę się martwić trzecią, jak do tego dojdzie?
Na sam koniec. Przeciwnik powiedział mi, że mamy mało czasu, ale ja już byłem w takiej sytuacji, że wiedziałem, że to wygram. Bo miałem na ręce tego Pirates Life'a, miałem w porządku board, wiedziałem, że on ze swoim boardem jest...
A, czy to była chyba ostatnia tura, bo tu...
No tam akurat trochę wcześniej, bo tam jeszcze musiałem, bo to była jeszcze chyba druga gra, to chyba wtedy, kiedy wystawiłem 2 manory naraz, tak mi się wydaje. Że
To była trzecia. To była ta, którą graliście przed
bez
chwilą.
kitu. W każdym razie on mi powiedział to na pewno troszeczkę wcześniej, ale potem zobaczyłem, że mam właśnie, że Half Sharka, coś tam, tego dużego małego i widziałem, że mam 2 jeszcze Pirates Life'y na ręce, to już jakby...
Jest okej. No. No i okej, wchodzimy do trzeciej gry. Mamy, bo sprawdziliśmy, mieliście 9,5 minuty od momentu rozpoczęcia.
Tak.
No i tutaj jeszcze szybciutko, tak jak żeśmy mówili w trakcie jakby nagrania, tej breki działają w ten sposób, że mamy terminację, po terminacji ten, kto ma więcej lora, wygrywa.
Tak.
Więc ewidentnie obaj się ścigacie i ewidentnie ty masz bardzo nieprzyjemną sytuację, bo Steelsong może sobie po prostu pruć tym lorem, a ty musisz jednak dojechać do tego.
No,
Otwarcie niesamowite, ten tipo po prostu zrobił 4 lora, jakby
Tak.
chora sprawa. Moje pytanie jest na temat w zasadzie, wydaje mi się, bardzo interesującego momentu i bardzo ważnego. To była decyzja z Goofim. Goofy poszedł wing, żeby poszedł Manor. Generalnie zgodzę się, że Manor był w tej sytuacji lepszy, ale nie wiem, czy osobiście bym wrzucał Goofiego do inku, bo jednak usunięcie chociaż tej Cinderelli, która później była potrzebna, żeby dobić te Manory mimo wszystko.
Znaczy
Ja wiem, że się dużo działo, wiadomo, no jakby tutaj zdarzają się różne decyzje, no bo gramy na czas i trochę na tym to polega, ale jestem ciekaw jakby, jakie było tam twoje myślenie w tej ostatniej grze na tym początku.
Próbuję sobie przypomnieć, jak to dokładnie wyglądało, natomiast jeżeli chodzi o taką decyzję właśnie, że wrzuciłem, czyli to musiałem być po rampie, Goofy w
Tak,
ink
tak.
i w trzeciej zagrałem Manora.
Bo miałeś i Goofiego i Manora.
Tak, i potem był Manor w Manor i miałem, pamiętam o co chodziło. Tam chodziło mi o to, żeby nie byłem do końca pewny, co zagra przeciwnik. Liczyłem na to, że nie będzie miał za dużo charakterów na ręce, a raczej będzie miał jakieś przemieszanie. Niestety okazało się potem, że on mógł sobie tam wyrzucić te postacie na sam koniec. Okej, dobra, fajnie mu siadło. Natomiast jeżeli by tak nie było, to ja wyrzucam Goofiego bym nie zagrał po prostu w niedalekiej przyszłości, bo mój plan na następne 3 rundy było zagrać Manor, w kolejny Manor, bo wiedziałem, że się nimi będzie długo zajmował.
Tak.
Co prawda ten Rhino trochę mi to wybił, ale okej. Dalej by mu to zajęło trochę czasu. I w 5 zagrywam Mauiego, który już jest w stanie zbić Rhino i on ma wtedy tylko chyba Smith, Cinderellę i Pita w stole.
Zakładając, że nic nie dogra.
Zakładając, że nic
No
nie
właśnie,
dogra,
tak.
że będzie śpiewał
Tak.
i w ten sposób. No i potem miałem Half Sharka, z tego co pamiętam, i właśnie chodziło o to, żeby trochę mu poczyścić i wystawić tego Half Sharka, bo jak on się wypruje z rzeczy na Manory, no to Half Shark jest safe i ja mogę wtedy sobie tam cyrklować. Jeszcze jak się uda wyciągnąć tego Pirates Life'a, to w ogóle super. Więc takie było moje myślenie, po prostu wiedziałem, że nie zagram go w niedalekiej przyszłości, bo miałem plan na kolejne rundy, nie?
Okej. No dobra, bo to jest, dlatego też o to pytam, bo to jest miejsce, w którym z Benem się nie zgadzamy. Ben uważa, że wrzucenie tego Goofiego było lepszą decyzją i zagranie drugiego Manora. I ja chyba mimo wszystko jestem zdania, gdzie wolałbym wyrzucić coś innego i zostawić sobie i Manora i Goofa, żeby zagrać najpierw Goofa w 5, czy w zasadzie w czwartej na 5 inka, wywalić chociaż tą Cinderellę, spowodować mu, że on musi zadawać pytania na temat tego Goofiego, który będzie po prostu robił jakiegoś tam lora przy challenge'ach i dopiero jak on się wyrzuci z tego Zeusa i tak dalej, w następnej wjeżdża znowu Manor. No ale tu było blisko, tu było bardzo dużo jakby...
Problem był też taki, że ja właśnie też chciałem gonić tego lora, bo było mało
Tak,
czasu.
bo
więc
było mało
trochę-
czasu i ty musisz.
No,
tak, jak
to
najbardziej.
Nie miałem jak myśleć za bardzo o long game'ie, więc też ja myśląc o Goofim pomyślałem, że on nie zrobi aż takiego damage'a. On zdejmie Cinderella, okej, ale on zaraz dogra kolejne 3 karty
I coś
i
będzie
mały
tak.
jest...
Tak.
no.
No i co, no i niestety te 3 How Far I Will Go, to była fatalna tura, że musiały być 2, więc tego. Dobra.
No jest jak jest.
Aniu, czy mogę poprosić na chwilę? Tak. To poproszę jeszcze na chwilkę. Jak zwykle, karcioszka do wyboru i do podpisania.
Karcioszka do wyboru i do podpisania.
Tak. Jakbyś mógł sobie wybrać jakąkolwiek chcesz, to są wszystkie z 8 dodatku i wszystkie common, znaczy prawie wszystkie, bo już niektóre zeszły. Commony i uncommony. Więc możesz sobie wybrać. No i co, tak jeszcze na boku powiem, tak bardziej podsumowując. Szkoda, bo myślę, że szczególnie ta ostatnia gra była do wyciągnięcia. Myślę, że bardzo szkoda tej tury z Hofarami dwoma, bo gdyby tam wleciał Scar, to byłoby po prostu idealnie, bo Scar by poczyścił i
No tak.
by było. To co? Poproszę o prawkę jakąś ładną. No, tak. Możesz jeszcze napisać tutaj u góry top 32. Dobra, super. Dziękuję Ci bardzo.
Dzięki.
Mimo wszystko gratuluję bardzo dobrego wyniku. No, zrobienie top 32 przy ponad setce graczy to nadal mimo wszystko jest spore osiągnięcie.
Też tak.
No i co? No i powodzenia i do zobaczenia w takim razie.
Dzięki.
Dzięki wielkie.
Dzięki.
Sorry for that.
Right.
Uh,
Top 32.
Yep.
We are done. We are literally going to stop the recording, hit start immediately because the players are already on the table.
all
So,
right. So, see you there.
See you then.
Bye.
Bye.
Sorry.
Hello.
Hello.
We are the Lorekeepers of Poznań. My name's Ben.
And I'm Michael.
We are now in top 16, so I am going to quietly in the background just sort out a couple of things. We have just finished.
We just finished the top 32 game with our good friend of the channel and our friend from our team, Janek, called also Sense My Lore. Unfortunately, he lost in the last game. The last game was an absolute nail-biter when both players were trying to rush down to win on the make themselves put themselves in a really good position in the tiebreaks. And now we are entering the top 16 game.
So the only thing I don't know is I actually don't know what players we have. So
Yeah, and I need to go to the table to move
so
the
can you
playmats.
confirm
So
their
yeah, I
names
will
on
do that.
that's it, perfect. You went for the TPO, but not the TPO we know.
Yeah.
That's fair. Top 16, we are, the last one was a nail biter. Players were going to termination. We actually have a lovely group of players here. Hi guys, you guys all right? And they are just signing up our book. And we are going to be getting ready for the next round. We're just confirming their names, confirming their usernames, and we'll go from there. We are one game in. It went to full termination, so that means the 60 minutes was played. The 60 minutes was played, followed by 5 turns of continued play, and then at that point, if it's a draw-draw situation, it comes down to who, at that point in life, death, and everything in between, would effectively has the highest number of lore, and then from there, if that is a draw, the next person who would gain lore, which typically would be then whoever's on the next turn, obviously will just quest and win that out, but that's how that on top 32 cutout is decided. We have some great players here. These are now the best of the best, but we've had some real upsets in the top 32. Top players going into the day one, going into the top seed for first and second, I think didn't make it. We are losing players left and right from the top seeds. It's a weird little thing that happens in Quest Tour. Other times you see a player make the top 4, they'll just fight it out for a couple more rounds and maybe start knocking each other out. Nope, in this tournament, if you're top seed, it's a little bit cursed.
Yeah,
I don't know how to describe it.
Wait, I need to actually check the Quest Tour 3, but I also think
I think it was exactly the same
game.
thing.
So
What are our players' names? On the left we have. What
on
was
the right? I know. I know what we have on the right is the same player that we had yesterday.
Oh, I did not. I tell you what, did not recognise him. And I mean that not in a nice way. He looks like a different person today.
It's wait, I'm looking for his nick. Pepperson.
Oh, it's Pepperson again. Honestly, that's why I did genuinely just didn't recognise him. He looks
really?
he looks different today, which explains why he's like, "You sure you want me?" I was like, "Yeah, why wouldn't we?"
Lyricu.
Ooh, how'd you spell that for me?
Lyryq.
Just keeping it. Have I got the capitals
Yep.
in the right places?
Yep. All good.
Perfecto. So we know Pepperson. What was he playing yesterday?
Shenandoah.
Sure.
I don't want to say it so loud. Was he? Yeah, I think so.
I think so. Was it? Oh, was it the funky version? Was it the funky version?
Could be.
And do we know that's?
Yeah. But just for now, let's keep it since people are still moving in and out all the time.
So actually, funny enough, I was talking to the.
So his opponent.
Yeah.
Just knocked out Terry, the winner of the previous question.
So this deck knows what it's doing. No, so I was talking to the. So something you and I were talking about, some of the Shenandoah games we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
Just as a final point, we were like, we've not seen this version before. Things like the Yzma and stuff like that. We're like, we've not seen that. That's Shenandoah's in the UK. That's their version.
Oh.
So what they were saying, so I was like, so show me your version. So I showed some of the deck lists that we use. You go, nope, that's not how we know it.
Oh.
And literally just a bit of intercontinental spice.
Yep.
What we think is spice, they think is weird. They think is standard. What we think is standard is their spice.
Okay.
Which is just how these different local sort of metas develop, right?
Yep.
And that's just how these sort of things go.
Anna, if anybody wants to watch the game, they can come here. And also, if I can ask you to close the door so we are not distracting the players.
Can I just say, love the sleeves on the right. They are some of the best Lorcana sleeves on the market.
They look great.
They're stunning, absolutely stunning. Yep, confirmed Steel Song. Let me double check. Was that because I think he's sitting in the same place?
Yeah, he's sitting in the same
He's
place
in the
as
right
Jacob.
place. In the right place. No, that's player 2.
So, also about other matches in this round, when the play they already started, or they are doing a mulligan now?
I think they're mulliganing.
Yeah, they mulligan. So we can go quickly through the other matches. The winner of the previous game, Jacob, is playing against Hafri, so it's Warsaw against Warsaw. We have Bayoyayo playing on the first table against Dash Cable. So your colleague from UK.
Yeah, he's quietly confident at the moment. We'll see how it goes.
Yep. We are looking at the table 4, so Lyricu against Pepperson. What do we have?
Oh, we were both wrong. It's not Shona Dogs.
Oh, it's Steel Song.
We were both wrong.
Oh, that's this weird Steel Song.
Yeah, we were both wrong.
Yeah,
it's a Steel Song mirror.
That's the Steel Song with Penny and Rhino Combo.
Yeah.
And Smee Combo, sorry.
Yeah, and we've seen Rhino. He's been MVP of this tournament. I'm going to call it now. That Rhino card has just been unstoppable for it. Okay. It's now Steel Song matchup. Who has the Peats? Who has the?
Yeah, who can play the Peats? That's also I'm gonna allude to the previous game. What we talked with Yannick. I think Yannick also agreed and said that the first game that they played, Jacob played absolutely perfectly. He just played everything on tempo.
And I actually think that was the issue with Steel Song throughout that entire game was, I need this card. There it is. It was an incredible...
Smee into Ink Rhino, we are moving really quickly, god damn.
Well, in a Steel Song matchup, it is going to just come down to who has the damage output and who gets their songs out first. It is which one of us is going to break the board first and then control it for the rest of the game.
Yeah,
and
that's correct.
That's what's going to happen here. This might be a very quick top 16. Steel Song matchups typically end up going quite quickly unless something really goes wrong and they manage to effectively just continue to fight their way to the bottom. And unfortunately, right now, one side has the singing power that the other side does not.
Yep. I'm just looking through. Who do we lost, actually? So we lost our leader after Swiss, Nikon. We lost... unfortunately...
sorry, quickly, Zeus is coming down. He's deciding where he wants to put that Zeus.
Okay. One of our top 32, our top junior, unfortunately, we lost her against your friend, I think?
Yes. Unfortunately, just was in a deck that's quite controlling.
Yeah,
Hold
okay.
things under control. Going into some feedback I've had from some players, we really love this to get feedback from teams and
Yep.
players and how we can do things. They say that without the headsets, without the fact that we're watching them play, this sort of slightly separated view means that top table is no pressure. You forget you're on stream, which is really interesting. They say other top tables they don't opt for it because they expect that sort of pressure of them on camera or whatever. So players have realised. Some players said to me, "I keep showing my deck by hand to the camera, and I was worried. Like, worried about what? No one can see it." He's like, "Oh yeah." It's like cool. It's just a very sort of relaxed
and
approach.
also we are not asking them to do it. If they want, it's a nice courtesy. But
and there's the board control, and
we
unfortunately,
are sorry that we are not really following play by play. But it's
going to be.
I would say it's a very stock standard. Whoever sings most and control the board better.
It's going to be whoever gets the songs out first. That Pete was Lurk's. Let's go with Lurk's efforts to try and sort of stagger the board while he got himself out into prep. He does have I think he's now considering. Oh, that might be two. Is that 2 whole new worlds in hand?
Ooh.
Which it looks like it's. Hang on, unlinkable. I think there's a 4 unlinkables in his hand. That is a brick and a pass with no ink spent.
Oh my god.
Well, he doesn't want to. He wants his opponent to force the whole new world, I guess.
Yeah, but I think I don't know what is Pepperson's playstyle, but that just me from the top. Even that Lyrico doesn't try to juke his opponent. He's just straight out taking the top card, playing it. I think that's gonna be. That looks
ready. Rough. He needs some heat. He needs something to come down. Like we always say, play your outs. Right now, my man, maybe find some outs.
Yeah. So just force playing, let the Storm to just draw that one additional card. Oh no.
Yeah, this is a weird one.
You need to ink that Rapunzel.
I just realised he's just quested and passed it, hasn't he? I just realised I think he's just done another quest and pass. Because he has one card in hand.
The previous round.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Pepperson just quested and passed, and now
he's got 2 cards in hand.
ink Rapunzel and just questing down
your
the
opponent.
line.
Your opponent's clearly and pass. You're clearly bricked.
Yeah, and I can wait.
I can wait. Yeah. Call a doctor. He's looking at
not
his
for me.
Yeah, he's calling a discard. He's looking at his discard. Mate, check your deck. Where was you do have characters, right?
I think that's the worst hand we saw.
Has to be. I'm just gonna.
Oh my god! 3 whole new words and a grabby sword. And nothing to ink basically.
Because that grab your swords does nothing to Rhino.
And there are 2 troubadours.
Yeah. So
one damage.
Pew pew. Why are they? Pew pew. Why are you not leaving? Why are you still here? Oof.
Ow.
Yeah, you hate to lose out on that.
But you know what? I know I'm not a fan of Steel Song.
Yeah, but Steel Song just beats Steel Song in a. What's it? It's that Simpsons meme where Homer has told he becomes the Krusty the Clown for the Krusty Burger or something. Like he's a mascot or something, and then they're like, "Oh, there's the Hamburglar." Homer tackles him and then just starts beating him mercilessly, and the kid starts crying and goes, "He's already dead." We can victory Steel Song. Steel Song.
Yeah.
But that, at a point, do we call Judge?
Yeah.
Judge, he needs a hug.
3. Oh my god.
I thought he had no uninkables.
No inkables.
No inkables. I mean, yeah, he opted to just go, yeah, we're done. And I respect that, right?
Yeah.
Should he have whole new worlded that earlier a turn? You know, in that turn where he was like, I'm going to pass, didn't use his ink at all. Had 5 ink, didn't pass to his opponent.
I think his only out was trying to bluff to his opponent to whole new world. But I think Pepperson knows that second turn, your opponent's basically doing nothing.
If you're holding 4, I'm going to be honest with you, and I've played a little bit of poker in my life. If you're holding 4 cards, you have 5 ink, you say pass and play nothing, that's not a bluff. Yep. I challenge you to play Whole New World. No.
No.
Well played. You saw my bluff.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think the whole new world. Yes, it would have loaded your opponent's hand.
Where is Krapek when Steelsong is breaking?
Yeah. I mean, yes, it would have loaded your hand. You loaded your opponent's hand, but the reality being is then you might have.
You
seen
basically
something.
pass the turn.
You pass the turn.
Yeah.
Right, and did you really need the other whole new world and grab your swords? No. At that point, I think you already know I am so far back.
Yep.
Hail Mary. 'Cause
Yeah,
actually,
yeah.
The Hail Mary could have bricked your opponent's hand.
Yep.
And that would have been a more. I mean, at that point, we're saying, would you rather be set fire? Would you rather be set fire and we set fire to you, or we throw you out the window? It's your choice. Like, how do you want to go down here? And that's not ideal, right?
Yep.
I think we're going back to the main game. We'll head over to the gameplay now. I think they are currently mulliganing out. Still stand by. I respect on the left. He's chosen sleeves to go with the plane.
Yep.
Respect a bit of drip, absolutely. Just those. I would love to see these Lorcana style sleeves in more colours.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just feel like the one thing that we are missing in this format, or in this sort of in the merch side of things with Lorcana, is actually more. So they do these. Some of the great character artwork are made into sleeves. I would love more just Lorcana sleeves that then go with the playmats.
Yeah,
so like
that's correct.
Like this Rapunzel we see here, I actually would love with a dark border so you can tell what's on the board or whatever. Actually, these lovely like pillars of the towers and stuff in the background, that effect on the card, if that makes sense. Like complementary sleeves opposed to identical.
Not only the
What's the one thing we all love in TCG? A good bit of drip. That's all we're trying to do. All we want is a good drip.
Just to flex a little bit.
Every single TCG player has a deck box they love, a deck box brand they love the colours they can use. So this is the reality, right? I just would love to see some more options like that. Ravensburg, if you are by some way watching this, would love to have some more complementary sleeves.
That's correct.
Because these ones that you're using right now are beautiful. Not to criticise Pepperson, I know you're waiting for your opponent to cut the deck, but you don't need to give them the deck.
Yeah.
I was so confused for a second, like, where's his cards gone? Where's this going to go? Match 1, match 2.
So, who's going first in the second game? Probably Lyrical. I would say, yeah, he needs.
I thought it's best of 2.
Oh,
isn't
that's
it? Best of 2, isn't it? Loser's choice.
But it's best of 3.
So best of 3, sorry, it's loser's choice. I mean, he needs to ramp quick, right? He needs to outpace his opponent as fast as humanly possible.
Can I?
So it's standard first turns all round.
Yeah, Rhino into Cinderella.
Shifted.
It needs to be a shift. Yeah, there is a shift. So Cindy is now doing nothing.
Yes,
basically.
It's fair because he survives. And actually, this is a good counter to Steel Song. But if he's going to go, right, okay, you do you, I'll do me.
Yeah, Troubadour.
And then bad luck. Guess what's
I'm gonna Zeus you.
Yeah. Yeah. I hope you like that, Rhino.
Troubadour is now lock and loaded.
Again, talking about this last day about we talked about the fact that Shona Dogs is this conceptual necromancy deck, right? You're bringing things from the discard back to life, and they've chosen to use puppies as the face. There's something hysterical to me about a barred turtle calling upon the power of lightning to strike down a hamster. There is something just innately quite fun about that concept.
And still, every time I see Zeus, I'm hearing music in the background. And then along came Zeus.
I just saw one of the Termination games was a Muse package, green and blue versus Diggy Diggy Hole.
Perfectly timed.
Perfectly timed. Sorry, one of the Termination games I saw was a green-blue Muse package versus a Diggy Diggy Hole. And went to Termination. I don't know who actually wrapped up on that game. But,
bouncing all the way.
It was just, effectively, I suspect it was a fight to the bottom. Aerial, again, they're now both just hunting, right? They're both looking for what they want next. The beauty of that Rhino is it's a 2 shift cost, which does mean Zeus on turn 2 if you really needed him. And the Pete also allows for huge amounts of output as well. So strength on aerial, and this is probably what we expected to see, is what we said before. It comes down to who breaks the board first. And unfortunately, Lurk gets the advantage of being able to sing first, and that's how that kind of plays out and keeps bouncing. With that in mind, next turn, what's he going to do to counter? And actually,
I think still Zeus is a viable option now, just to remove that Rhino.
In a perfect world, if he has 2 Zeuses, Ink, Zeus, Ink. Sorry, Zeus, hardcast, Zeus, Sing.
Oh yeah.
Because actually you need to take board control. Bianca's not a bad call, actually. Huge
Bianca
stat
would
line,
be great.
4-6.
Yeah. And Zeus now? Yeah.
And on the Rhino.
Rhino.
On the Rhino. That
I think
Rhino is a
there's
problem.
no-
Although, can Bianca, on the aerial, prevent that whole new world? He did on the options for the aerial, prevent the whole new world.
I'm not. Yeah, that's why. I wanted to say I'm not a fan because we know there is a possibility of Naveen's.
But it is nothing turn. Bianca can take out Pete if he opts to quest. Bianca can sing Zeus. He's actually got 2 singers out there now. He has got his hand refreshed. It isn't the worst outcome because Ariel can't sing on top of that. Yes, Rhino and Pete can, but
By the way, sorry, Rhino cannot take out Troubadour. I just realized.
no. So it's actually a. I think that's what he's banked on because he's not going on the offensive. He might be able to sing. Actually, the threats that Ariel can sing, that Rhino can sing, are the same. Like the threat is that he might pull a Zeus and then strike something.
Yeah.
He can't take out Bianca and Zeusing into Troubadour. Oh no, he can take down Troubadour because it's got resist 2 on the Rhino and it's 1-3 on the Troubadour. The Bianca, is she 4-6?
No. Well, let me double check. I'm sorry. I'm just
No,
today.
fine.
I'm
I know she's
just
a 6
consulting.
No worries. So she could just start. So she can't take out
5-5.
5-5. So she can take out Rhino.
Yeah.
Just
she
hard,
can.
hard challenge. Just smash
yeah.
through. The only issue he of course has is that I don't believe Pepperson's playing Naveen, so he's not getting any free actions out with the play immediately trigger a song option. So Naveen playing it like I'd say, I don't think Pepperson's playing Naveen. He can't do Naveen into Zeus or something like that to get some free input. But he does have. I think this is one thing sometimes, and it's that joke, isn't it? That meme, Steel Song players when they have to use their ink to cast songs. Ugh.
No way.
Exactly. So, Bianca into Rhino right now. He did just pull the Rapunzel.
Oh.
Just to get that card, just to get some huge card draw.
Oof, that would be great, since it's also preventing any easy Let the Storm Rage ons.
Yeah.
Oh, please do. Be my guest. There's something else?
Pete's not. Actually.
No.
Oh, then
No.
what's
No, that's I don't know what is in his hand, but okay, now it looks better.
Because I think now he's going to go right. Take out that.
Yep.
Actually, yeah, sink Pete into this. Naveen, what's Naveen's stat line?
3-3.
3-3. So it could be a Pete. So he's actually saying, okay, bring Pete into me. You lose Pete. Bring Naveen into me. You lose Naveen.
Yeah.
And if you quest.
Brits are done.
Bad luck, mate. So we need you to sign some cards, though.
For sure.
Yeah, they are there. Yeah, effectively, he's now forcing the opponent into either into a fist fight or a stagger. And the fist fight, he comes out on top. So I'm going to anticipate that Lurk will play a couple cards just to set himself up, and probably won't quest. He won't expose those cards this turn.
That's also correct.
And it's actually potentially a momentum swing. You can't sing.
Yep.
You're not going to quest because I have more. You have more to lose than me. Don't move.
Okay, yeah.
And
you're correct.
if he opts to not quest, opts to not challenge, cool, Rapunzel. I'm going to reload my hand thanks to Bianca. I think effectively he's saying to his opponent, I'm challenging. Oh, another hard.
Yeah, now take out Bianca. Yep.
And he's gonna
probably
pass. Yeah,
Yep.
because he's not going to risk exposing that. Naveen.
Oh, there is
That's
another
his main
Smee.
thing.
I would just depending on the hand, but I think Smee is a great option right now.
You know your opponent is playing Grab Your Swords. Oh, that's a Zeus. So you might be just hard cast Zeus on the Rhino. Get that out of there.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that might be correct. Let's see. So
gonna play
thinking, going to 6.
Going to 6. Aerial for the 6. Oh, he's going for a 3-3. Another P. Force your opponent to have another.
Yeah.
Another
that's me.
Smee.
Yeah, all good.
Any one drop? Yeah, actually. And again, effectively saying to your opponent, you can't grab your swords this turn. I'm going to quest for a huge amount potentially next turn. Or I'm
basically seizing the control of the...
Yeah, I have a healthy ink pile. You can't sing. So, yeah, we've had again. He's fixed the cards.
Nice. Thank you very much.
We're going to see what comes next.
I would...
For Lurk, this is a really tricky play because he can't. He's just okay. Yeah.
Yeah, just basically. Okay, I'm gonna PTO and now.
If you want to fight, let's fight.
Yeah, let's just basically build a board and
Steel Song's
up.
going to come into a straight scrap. It looks like it might turn into at this point.
I would not quest.
No.
Well, at least right now. Maybe.
That's a safe bet, safe quest. Nothing on his side of the board.
Oh no, I was talking. Sorry,
Yeah.
I thought this was already Pepperson's play.
No.
I was talking about Pepperson not questing, but now.
Whole New World in hand, so nothing can sing that outright.
Empty Rapunzel. Oh.
Because he intends to Whole New World.
Yeah, but okay.
Yeah, he intends to Whole New World. So
both beats into Rhino. Quest with Smees to 4, my friend. Yep.
Yep.
And pass the turn.
The only real threat now is bare necessities.
Yes.
But actually,
there is strength. There's Whole New World. I think
there's a Rapunzel.
there's other ones.
So it's going to be Horus into Smee, take the damage.
Yep.
To follow up with
probably Rapunzel.
Into
Rapunzel on your own, Lawrence.
Could be problematic though.
Oh, Troubadour, 2 strength for Raging Fire and Let the Storm in hand for Lyrico. That's a great control tools.
Yes, so he needs to target that Rapunzel. I mean, actually, he might just hardcast Rapunzel.
You know what? Just Pete singing Let the Storm into Rhino.
Grab your swords.
Oh, hey, he's playing Grab your swords. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah, 2 damage on that Rapunzel, and now he can finish her off with
strength.
Raging Fire.
Cool. And yes, 2 inks, so probably brings down the extra Troubadour.
Yep. Just Troubadour, I would say. And pass. Yep.
And I suspect that we might see a hard cast.
Smee. That's a Zeus, I think. Yep, that's Alonkim Zeus into Navi and pass the turn.
Good control combat. Both players have actually been wrestling for board presence and board
Yep.
control, and both have answered each other in a fairly solid, fairly consistent way.
Strength. Just was playing Strength with Raging Fire into that Smee, just clearing the board as much as you can. Now you're in a position where you basically don't want to Whole New World, you just keep your opponent at bay and wait.
Yeah, and this is where we're going to possibly see the Hail Mary play. Is he going to play anything else? Pass.
If he plays Whole New World, he loses on the spot.
Well, I don't know if he has anything else.
Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's only...
Ink Cinderella to play Whole New World.
Yep.
Yeah, it's his only option at this point. He's already lost, so maybe there's
is there a comeback possibility?
If he's playing something like Grab Your Swords or yeah, it's... Oh, and then Bare Necessities on top, just to sort of maybe try and slower and stagger that play.
He nearly put that Zeus
Yeah.
in his own body.
But it's now quest for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, pushing him to 19.
Yeah, it's 19, so...
the reality was it was either I've lost or
I lost more.
So he pulled something from the top as a god, trying to do a god play. Again.
Bare necessities throughout that Zeus.
Oh, he is playing Naveen.
Yeah. So... No, it's Gaston, Naveen, Rhino. Yeah,
Sorry, Naveen on the right. He's playing
yeah,
Naveen.
Yeah, but I'm just calculating. There is basically, I think, no way.
No, but we said earlier that maybe a Naveen from the top. We haven't seen a Naveen from Pepperson. Maybe he's playing one. Yep. Maybe he has 1 or 2 tucked in there just for that, free play.
Nope.
That's
it's
good. It was going to go either way. Like, that whole new world was, again, I'm either going to jump out the fifth window or the fourth window.
Yeah,
And the reality.
Well, you always play your out.
Play your outs. And,
So
it was a good effort. It was a fight for control. It is now bound into Pepperson's hand to on the play.
Yep.
And actually, then the advantage being, as long as he gets his singers out, he gets his singers first.
It's basically who controls the first wave.
Yeah,
I would
and,
say. Who emerges from the early game
Yep.
in control.
And he did well. He did well to try. Pepperson did well to reclaim that second wave. He really did actually do really well there. Unfortunately, just didn't maintain momentum going into the back end of the game.
I would say I think he opened up a bit too quickly. Opened his board of like questing those minis, exchanging into Rhino and so on. I think.
But he was down by 15 lore. Like he had to do something to try and get momentum at that point. So, and then it was grab your swords anyway. So I am not going to quest this turn. Everything's dead. Great. He didn't get my cards.
That's also, yeah.
And how many he had strength in his hand? We saw he actually had strength in his hand. He had let the storm rage on. There was very little he could do further from there. At that point, he did a great job. Those peats came at really good times. Unfortunately, a couple more peats possibly might have been all he needed just to try and keep building that presence. But we've talked about this before. In Steel Song, grab your sword can be a mirror break. If you are not running it and your opponent is, and they get it, when you're wide, grab your swords can really ruin your day. And even sometimes we see players, the occasional Steel Song player, throw some Tinkerbells in there as well, just because slam the Tinkerbell down, aerial stings, grab your sword. Very little survives that. If your opponent is a deck that goes that wide, 3 damage across all players, very little survives that at that point.
Yep. And also, how many Steel Songs are playing Glabriosaurs now? That's really interesting. That's the answer to all of those aggro
Shona dogs and things like that. Yeah.
I'm really surprised how many Glabriosaurs we saw.
The only thing I have seen Steel Song. I think this is the first tournament in which set 8 has been tournament legal. We've seen some fascinating variations to the meta, some fascinating variations. We have seen a hell of a lot of Shona dogs, and we've seen a hell of a lot of Steel Songs in this tournament. I think we look at the deck lists, and I think the reason why is because when people don't know what's next, it's old reliable, and those have been decks that people can say, right, I know I can run this and I can do something with it. So
when the players are finishing setting up about Steel Song, you know what just popped into my head?
Well,
doing a crazy thing, creating a Steel Song deck with 1-drop and shift lane Queen, 1-drop and shift lane Rhino, opting out of Cinderellas.
And just so then you're
just going with that.
I mean, it takes out the variation of the. But I guess then the issue is if you don't get that shift line is the challenge that you are going to have to mulligan well. Yeah. But it's interesting how the.
We can switch. They are finishing the mulligan, so. What? Oh, okay. So he's first putting the cards there.
Rather than put them all at the bottom, split them up. That's kind of cool. I think it was 4 we saw mulligan. We'll see when he starts drawing.
And 3 from Lyrical?
It looks like he's doing that Rhino. That Rhino was vital. So
he needs that.
He's probably hunting that Rhino best he can off the early game.
I would say if you are starting in this matchup, you can afford Cinderella. If you are not, you probably cannot.
I see Cindy in the 1-drop on the right. It's just if you make sure he needs a storm. He needs a storm turn. That's the reality. Or no, tell a lie. He needs a second character. Or a strength, as long as you have a second playable character.
Yes.
Because the Rhino
place me in strength.
Place me in strength. Just to
place me strength. Even if that strength is not, it's only doing 2 damage.
It'll take out the 1-drop Rhino.
And you have as me.
Or Cinderella.
Burn necessities. Rhino. Whole new world.
Aerial already. The thing is, he's got cards in hand that
Ink, Cindy, and Pass. Very typical opener. There is Let the Storm. But there is no Cinderella. So now is the question, do you want to put your Rhino and actually put your shift line in contention at risk? Or do you want to just risk that your opponent doesn't have any removal and just play into it?
I think the reality here is if he doesn't have a 1-drop, what are you keeping that Rhino in the back for?
That might be right.
it's a tough call, and I think that's why he's looking the way that he's looking. We're only half hour in, so game 2 being, I need to make sure I update that on the board. Game 2 for Lurk here. He just makes the risk. He takes the risk.
Yeah, I'm just quickly looking how many games are already wrapped up.
Yeah,
it's 3. Yeah, and 3 tables went to
And
0.
there's the storm.
Yeah, there was a storm. So he took the
And the Smee.
and also the Smee. So he took the
Storm actually being better, I would say, than
because
strength.
it draws.
Because it
Yeah, of
draws,
course.
and you don't need more damage than
Yes.
2, so you can save that strength if you have it for something further down.
Yep.
Inks the aerial.
To
Troubadour.
to
No,
basically play
I'm gonna
balance.
hunt your songs.
Oh,
No songs, a whiff. Bare necessities whiff.
2 Peats.
2 Peats.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. What do I do now?
Oh, and I think it's 2 whole new words.
Pete into Pete.
Yeah, basically in quest.
Press for 3. And pass.
And pass.
Sir, I want you to have some songs. No.
Yeah. Like basically anything but characters.
Anything but characters. Because now anything he brings down is realistically, unless it's a Pete into Pete. No aerial. And start
aerial.
hunting. So realistically speaking, that aerial is unless he. We know he hasn't got any songs. We know he needs.
There's a strength on Pepperson. Oh no, sorry, there's not, because we know that there's.
Yeah.
So there is one possibility.
That
There-
aerial
there's going to be
supplies.
2 out of 4 cards right now.
Yeah.
That he can draw. No, so 2 out of like 40.
Yeah.
He can draw some. No. Okay, whatever.
He can bring.
I'm
He
thinking.
can hard cast Zeus, which actually, if he gets a Zeus, Ink and Zeus,
Yeah,
get that area
yeah.
out of play, and then you get to quest for more, right?
He. Sorry, I'm messing up the stats.
That is strength.
My brain is going too fast. It's
strength.
that the storm.
Is that the strong? Yeah, sorry. Is that Ink for
Ooh.
Bianca?
To
Play the
play
Naveen.
Naveen and
Whole new world.
a whole new
Oh,
world.
yeah,
Okay,
it-
and leaving those singers in play. So it was 2 whole new words, Let the Storm and Burn Necessities. Oh no, third Ariel.
Yeah.
So Lyrico is already out 3 Ariels, and now just
Sorry, he's down 1 area, isn't he?
3. So 1 was inked, 1
It
was
was I
discarded
think it was a
from
shifted
hand.
aerial that he inked, wasn't
No.
it?
He inked to play Burn Necessities.
Oh, okay, yeah. So he's down. Yeah, that's a
So
lot
he's
then.
only 1 Ariel in the deck left, which is really not a great situation right now. Naveen, whole new world into Let the Storm Rage On, into finish up that Ariel and questing with me and pass a 10. Pepperson is in a great position right now. Those 2 troubadours,
great.
absolutely fine.
Great sight. Effectively, you need to stop bringing down some Zeuses if you want to really cause me trouble.
Yeah,
But he does not have the momentum switch right now. Possibly bringing something down as simple as Ariel.
his own Ariel. Okay.
But even potentially, I was going to say, bringing down some necessities. Great time to bring that card down.
Probably just sing it now.
Because
they're definitely singing Bare Necessities now. With Pete,
depending
I
on
would
what else
say?
he's got in his hand, actually, because he might pay to play bare necessities if he doesn't have another 2-drop.
You think? Oh yeah, maybe.
Oh no, Troubadour.
Troubadour.
To then sing bare necessities.
Bare Necessities.
What have you got?
Oh, 2 Zeus.
I mean,
oh,
one
yes,
Zeus is
out.
one
Yep.
Zeus out. Yep.
Only 1 left.
And then, unfortunately, do I have an answer to deal with those troubadours right now? That's probably the assessment he's currently trying to make. I'm seeing that's Zeus. Is that 3 Zeuses? That's 3 Zeuses
Where?
in his hand. I think Pepperson's got 3 Zeuses in his hand. I think he's just Zeused with Naveen, and I think he's got 2 more in the back.
I think he will wait.
Oh, he can't sing another one.
Sorry. Oh no, he can. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Smee quested and sacrificed himself.
Yeah, but that's me.
He quested for 6.
Yeah. That's
We
me
good.
That's me. Did what he needed to. Would he have liked a Rapunzel? Of course, but he doesn't need it. Not right now.
No.
He knows his opponent's down several aerials. He knows his opponent down. That Troubadour is going to do some real work for him right now.
Force play, hardcast into the Cinderella to just draw anything. Probably 1 drop right now and sing Zeus, I would say.
Yeah,
Just
but who-
try to like.
Into
Who do you Zeus?
Naveen questing part.
Yes, Naveen, because quest 2. Or also you can remove the Troubadour because you will have problems to remove him later down the line.
But
But
you
yeah,
are
Naveen just questing.
you're 8 back. Like it's every little bit helps at this point. 1 ink. Is he going to 1-drop Cinderella?
Okay, yeah.
If that's all he's got, I think, then yeah, absolutely, of course, pass. I think we're about to see Zeus from
Into Troubadour, I would say.
Zeus into Troubadour if he has it. I think it's also strength as well. Inking, didn't see what. He showed his opponent but didn't show the camera,
Yeah.
so he didn't see what it was. To play the shifted Cinderella off the rip. To just play
Let
strength.
the storm. Sorry, strength of rage.
to
Oh,
go
wait,
straight.
wait. It doesn't work. Does it?
There's 4 characters in play. Troubadour's 3-1, 1-3, isn't he? Troubadour's 1-3.
Not 1-4?
No, he's 1-3.
Okay.
So he's then he's not going to use the Zeus right now because there's absolutely zero reason to hit down that Zeus. I think he's 1-3 resist 1.
Yeah, but you might be right. But yeah, 1-3.
Yeah.
Okay.
So full ball control. Cinderella's the only thing he has in play. He can sing anything right now. Like in terms of ball control, quest with Troubadour, quest with Pete, quest with shifted aerial.
Yep.
Sing with little aerial. Take out multiple characters.
Yeah, that's
That
correct.
ability with aerial to pay 3 to deal 3 damage. Pick your poison. He can't. Pete came down. Sorry. So songs are staggered for a turn. So
Quest down the line. Yep. Quest for 4.
still got 6 ink. Naveen.
Yeah, Naveen, Smee. Naveen doesn't have to play.
I don't think Naveen can because of Pete.
No, he cannot, but doesn't
Yeah.
have to. Like, it's
Yeah.
not a mandatory trigger.
There's
I
no
mean.
mandatory trigger, but even if he wanted to trigger
Yeah,
it, he's
yeah,
not allowed
Pete
to.
is in
Right?
play, so. Yeah.
He's effectively doing the maths because there's 5 in the back.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's
low.
game.
Yeah, and that's the game. Oh well, so Pepperson wins. Great. Let's. I'm gonna go
grab
and
them,
grab
yeah.
them for the interview.
Anna, do you mind putting that? That's one of the signed cards for the folder. Perfecto, Patronum. Can you have that silver pen, please, as well? Thank you. We're going to have a quick chat with the team. We are, of course, now going into top 8, so the games will be 75-minute rounds rather than 60-minute rounds, but don't expect much conversation to be, much deliberation to be going on as we check out the top 6, not standings, scroll down, top 16, we're going to have a quick look at the top 16 scoreboard. Three matches reported, still waiting for a few. Some friends of the channel, I am Dear still playing. Bartosz D still playing. Pepperson isn't reported yet, which is, we're going to see that, and there's about 4 more to go. The games have been very quick for some of these matchups. So we'll be going into top 8. At this pace, top 8. I need to contact some people involved. Just checking everything that's in-house is in-house. Let me see. Just sure it goes. Right. This is the issue with the Steel Song matchup, of course. This is the way that it balances. This is the way that it goes. We are now going to be chatting to potentially the 2 players. Which one I'll be getting, I don't know. We'll find out very shortly. And then Matt Esses will be interviewing the other. Top 8 is getting weird. Some Steel Songs are still bleeding through. I don't know what other formats are out there. There was an interesting looking Muse package green-blue that I saw earlier that I'd like to see how they're currently performing. And I know there was a Diggy Hole deck that was also rocking the top 16. So let's see how that is shaping up. And then we'll go from there. Passing over to the main camera. No worries. Have you done a quick scan of the room, see what else is going on out there? Anything interesting, I mean, deck-wise? I'm curious to see what's made into the top 16. Ben is out there, is it? Blue-green Moose package with Ben to my will. Nasty. It's been I saw Diggy Hole as well. Diggy Hole's done well this weekend. And we'll have to keep seeing what's coming, just because we obviously want to see some variations. We want to see some. I don't know if we have any red-blue left. I don't know if we have any. How's it going? How are you doing?
Where am I going?
You're going on this side, my friend. Good to see you. How are you feeling about that game?
What again?
How are you feeling?
Kind of tired. It was like my 5th or 6th Steel Song Mirror. Since
Really?
yesterday, yes. So it's, all of them are usually intensive, but this one wasn't. The game one was like it wasn't even a game. I wanted to concede after I still my starting hand,
Yeah.
3 Hollywoods and grabs. So that was quick. The second game was I was heavily controlling the game
Yeah.
all the time, and the third one was I believe that who started meta was in the game.
and
Because I could, yeah.
And that's the issue with Steel Song matchups, right? Is whoever gets the songs out first can control the board a little bit better. You did wrestle control off each other a lot, but good effort. It was a good game. A good game to watch. We obviously talked to you a little bit yesterday anyway. What's your thoughts on going into effectively going into set 8 and set 9 about Lorcana? How are you feeling the game's sort of developing?
I think Stillsong got a really good boost with Rhino. I think Rhino is great. Very difficult to get rid of when already on board, especially on turn 2. So I think Stillsong will be once again tier 1, heavily favored and heavily played. So I think that's one thing. I can really say a lot about the meta game because I was mainly playing against Stillsong, so that's what I saw.
But then going post rotation, Steel Song is gutted, right? So I think it's going. You're right. I think it's going to have a bit of a celebratory final tour in set 8, and then we'll have to see what happens in set 9.
Exactly. I am looking forward what will be reprinted in the set 9, in set 8, in the set 9, and we'll see how it goes. I do understand that Hollywood is not supposed to be reprinted, but maybe there we will see some other version of this song.
Yeah, or some other version of Whole New World, right? Some similar song, different mechanics, maybe.
We'll see.
Do you mind finding a card for us and signing it for us?
Yeah, sure.
And if you don't mind writing where you are in terms of it's top 16, so if you don't mind writing that somewhere on the screen as well. Anything else you'd like to add? Anything you want to add to the meta game? Pluto has been a really interesting one. I'm guessing you're not playing it.
No, but I like the colors.
Yeah,
so
it's a nice combo.
I like the Pluto.
It does feel like though it was I don't know if it is. It feels like it was one of the cards that was part of a full art set that we haven't got the other half yet.
I think so, yeah.
Which I like the borderless cards that we're getting, but they're just not in the right place in the folders, which is what's annoying me. But thank you so much. It's
Thank
been
you.
a pleasure. Have a good rest of your day, mate. Oh, top 16 as well. Sorry, because we are tracking all that goes, and hopefully see you again soon.
Yeah.
Have a good day, man.
Definitely will be. Thank you.
Thanks. And do we have? And I will jump out. Okay, leave it all with you.
Yeah, sure. Dzień dobry. Zapraszam. Cześć.
Cześć.
Widzimy się ponownie. Udało się, tak jak wczoraj rozmawialiśmy, udało się wejść. Udało się, bo to w języku polskim udało się, trochę sugeruje, że było tam szczęścia, ale... Okej, dobra, to ty powiedziałeś, ja nie chciałem tego sugerować. To jeszcze może takie szybciutko na temat wczoraj. Widzieliśmy się wczoraj, rozmawialiśmy o tym, że może jest szansa wejścia do tej topki, ale nie byłeś bardzo pewien tego, no i mimo wszystko widzimy się dzisiaj.
We wczoraj to jedna wygrana, 3 remisy.
Nie wyglądało to idealnie.
Później się dorzuciłem. Dobiłem do 5 remisów, nie, do 4 remisów i 3 wygranych, więc ostatnie 2 gry udało się wygrać.
O, no i to te najważniejsze tak
Trafiłem
naprawdę.
na wygrywający mecz, bo tam na fioletowo-zielony i jeszcze 20 piosenek, znaczy 12 piosenek do 20 kart na ręce to...
Au.
No.
No dobra, to na temat dzisiejszej gry. Jeszcze wracając, top 32. Top 32 grałeś, już sobie szybciutko patrzę. Zaraz zobaczę, czy może będę pamiętać z pamięci, kto grał tym deckiem. Pepperson, nie mam zielonego pojęcia, czym grał twój przeciwnik w top 32. Co to za matchup?
Grał taką kontrolą czerwono-fioletową,
Okej.
ale taką przerobioną tak bardziej na małych, na Big King Undisputed.
Okej. A długi mecz,
Długi
bo
mecz.
2-1 i chyba żeście grali praktycznie do końca. Z tego, co mi
Tak,
się wydaje.
w drugim meczu dwie karty w deku przeciwnikowi, zostało mi 3.
Okej, no dobra. Dobra, to przechodząc do tej gry, do tego top 16. Powiem Ci szczerze, z mojej perspektywy pierwsza gra trochę bez historii. rozpoczęcie stosunkowo standardowe i totalna cegła u przeciwnika. W sensie, ja nie przepadam za Steelsongami, więc nie było mi aż tak przykro, ale no taka cegła to aż po prostu boli.
Znaczy, ja na przykład graby w ogóle nie chciałem ich grać, właściwie 3 piosenki za 5, jeszcze kolejne 5 linkowalne dokładnie.
Kolejne linkowalne, tak.
Niby się przydaje, ale od czego są chomiki, nie? Żeby czyścić stół?
No właśnie, te chomiki absolutnie pokazują, że bez chomików w tym momencie Steelsong nie jest w stanie po prostu utrzymać sam swojego tempa, w sensie przeciwnika. Druga gra już taka, powiedziałbym, bardziej standardowa, przepychanie, takie Steelsongowe przepychanie. Jedna bardzo ważna tura, w której zdecydowałeś wymienić 2 pitów w Rhino, a następnie skostować SMI. A czy, nie wiem, mógłbyś przeprowadzić mnie trochę mniej więcej, co wtedy się działo? Czy była to taka decyzja raczej dla ciebie prosta, czy może tam więcej było kombinowania?
No to już raczej było ratowanie się, bo to już było widać, że no, ja miałem roszpunkę i chyba Let the Storm na ręce, to już było takie...
Okej. No, próbujemy.
Próbujemy, że liczymy, że się ten może dobierze jakiś
Tak, bo to
Holy
był taki...
Ward, jakiś Naven i uratujemy to jeszcze, ale no tam zaraz...
To było takie bardzo patrzenie na siebie przez pierwsze 4-5 tur, co też się zdarza w Steelsongach, kiedy nie ma tych removali dużo, to w zasadzie wystawiamy sobie obaj stół i patrzymy sobie głęboko w oczy i patrzymy, dobra, który pierwszy pociągnie za spust.
Miał chomika, ja nie miałem. No.
Tak, Liryku miał chomika, później jeszcze się okazuje, że w zasadzie podobierał wszystkie potrzebne removale.
No, jeszcze pity.
Tak, no i Pit w tej jednej turze bardzo tam zamieszał. No i trzecia gra. Rozpoczynamy raczej standardowo. Liryku podejmuje to ryzyko wystawienia Rhino przeciwko Cinderelli. Myślę, że w miarę standardowa odpowiedź w postaci hej, dogrywam SMI i Letę Stormuję, albo Strength, jeżeli mam oba, no to wiadomo, że Letę Storm. No i to Bare Necessities, które właśnie się zastanawialiśmy, no bo tam była Ink Arielka, poleciało Bare Necessities, co jakby jest dla mnie zrozumiałe, to jakby ma trochę sensu, ale oddaje tak dużo tempa, że zastanawiałem się, mówię, no nie, no jeżeli ono nie trafi, to tego, no i potem się okazuje, że ono nie trafia i ujej, już
że
było...
u przeciwnika.
Tak, że już było bardzo źle. No i ty w zasadzie później zaczynasz kontrolować i co, no jakby...
Trochę się bałem, że ten pit wink musiał pójść i drugi na
Tak.
stół, żeby ten tempa nie tracić, ale się udało, więc...
No i się udało, myślę, że to tu też tak sobie myślę o tej trzeciej grze i chyba bardzo dużo się tam, przynajmniej z mojej perspektywy dużo się tam nie działo, nie wiem jak ty czułeś tą grę, czy czułeś tą presję czasu, że jednak musicie to dograć, czy raczej spokojnie?
Już tak po tej drugiej turze, gdzie to Bare Necessities nic nie trafiło, to już tak raczej z górki.
Okej.
Ale
Czyli
to,
też już wiedziałeś, że jesteś w dobrym miejscu po prostu.
No bo tam jeszcze później, nie pamiętam, tam pit szedł i w czwartej...
Tam później weszła Arielka u przeciwnika, weszła jedna w stół.
A ja chyba zagrałem Storma.
A ty z Holny tak, ona spadła i ty później z Holny Wardowałeś i wywaliłeś trzecią Arielkę z Holny Warda, jego z ręki. I po pierwszym Holny Wardzie jemu została jedyna Arielka i już...
Okay.
Już tam, znaczy już wiedzieliśmy, no bo widzieliśmy wszystkie 3 u niego, wiedzieliśmy, że tam może być mimo wszystko ciężko. No i co, doprowadzenie tej gry do końca. Top 8 przed tobą, trochę więcej czasu będzie, 75 minut. Jak się czujesz przed tą topką?
Raczej dobrze, byle nie trafić na szaro-niebieski będzie dobrze.
Na Sapphire Steela, okej.
No, tam
jeden tam biega gdzieś, jeszcze chłopaki grali, także nie wiemy, czy ten Sapphire Steel się uchował. Czy obawiasz się poza tym Sapphire Steelem jakieś matchupy, które chciałbyś, których bardzo byś nie chciał?
Nie, to raczej później po prostu jak ręka zawrze i tyle.
Okej, czyli po prostu gramy swoje i patrzymy, co robi przeciwnik. Super, no to co, tak jak poprzednio, poprosiłbym cię o podpisanie karty.
Okay.
Wybranie sobie i podpisanie, co tam ciekawego sobie znajdziesz. I co, idziemy do top 8. Zostało już tylko 8 graczy z 108, którzy oficjalnie rozpoczęli granie wczoraj. Także nieźle. Będzie to Dewey. Hyzio, Dyzio, Dewey, to jest Hyzio chyba.
Hyzio.
To jest Hyzio, Zyzio, Dyzio, a po angielsku było... nie pamiętam. Nie, już nie chcę tutaj robić z siebie. I jakbyś mógł tylko jeszcze podpisać top 16. U góry. Super, dziękuję ci bardzo.
Też dzięki.
Życzę powodzenia w top 8. Dzięki,
Dzięki.
powodzenia i oby tak dalej po prostu, oby tak
Dzięki.
dalej. Dzięki. Where is my co-host? Jest tam gdzieś Ben? O, poprosiłbym, dziękuję. All right then. We're going to top 8. Only 8 players out of 108 left, my friend.
So what?
8 players out of 108.
Yeah, we've smashed out. These have gone a lot. It's a weird one. These games have lasted longer than yesterday, but it is still going at quite a fast pace.
Yes.
So people are disappearing. Prizes are being collected. The one, I think the Super Sealed has just started.
Okay.
We're doing the world format Super Sealed.
Oh, nice.
So
yeah.
you get all those extra
16 boosters, yeah.
and then of course some prizes off the back as well. So there's a group of players now. I love sealed tournaments because what it is now players dispersing across this whole room.
Yeah,
So
and
they can just in their own world, ripping packs and like, no, I'm protect my cards sort of
Yeah,
thing.
yeah,
So it's
yeah,
quite
yeah.
fun energy. Well, top 8, we back very shortly. It does like Amber Steel might be not Steel Song necessarily, but I'm seeing a lot of Amber Steel out there. Diggy Diggy Hole.
which I'm not a fan of.
I'm glad that Amber Steel is getting a second
Live.
life in the
Be-
sense of
before
a second format,
Yep.
a second archetype because
Yep. But I would say I'm happy that Steel Song has a little bit more time to shine,
yeah.
since we know that we still don't know what's going to be reprinted in its set 9, but it's very possible
We're expecting it's going to take some hits.
yes.
It-
Definitely.
It's currently S tier in most formats. It's going to drop to an A tier, which sounds like, oh, that's not a lot. No, that's huge.
That's huge for
For
especially
a,
for Steel
for a
Song.
healthy TCG,
Yep.
you want 8 tier A's.
Oh, that would be perfect.
Yeah, it's mean like that's what you want. You want 8 tier A's that people can cycle between. You don't want 4 tier A's and 1 tier S because everyone will play tier S.
Yep.
And, we'll see when it gets hit. But I'm liking it's getting a second archetype.
Yes. Yeah.
'Cause,
Third one.
Third one.
Diggy Diggy Hole.
Diggy Diggy Hole as well. Yeah, sorry.
Steel
Yeah.
Song, like very
And,
traditional one, and now those variations with like something in the middle.
It's in the middle with the Rhino as well. So it's nice to see it because at the moment I'm a Steel, so I'll be playing Ariel, I'll be playing Rapunzel,
yeah.
and
That's why it popped into my brain that maybe dropping the Cindy and playing those
yeah,
Rhino
shift
and
lines
Quinn.
instead. We've seen things like Yellow Red now. I think, and actually with this new Rhino, some of these Rhino. I know we can't play the shift one, but the one that allows you to just take an opponent's, reduce their lore and stuff like that.
Yep.
I think there's more options for like Yellow Red. Actually, Rhino to effectively be the
Oh,
equivalent
like
of Ice
some-
Block.
Some kind of burn decks.
Yeah, but then like things like Ice Block, effectively Ice Block Yellow Red. I play Rhino.
Yeah.
That's reduced.
Yep.
Wall, and actually some really cool stuff there as well. So I'm excited to see how this plays out. It's still the game's been out. This set has been out 9 days.
Yep.
And we've seen
A lot of
and set 8 cards have been vital this weekend.
Yeah.
They have been
Yep.
key to people's mechanics. So very excited to see. We'll wrap it up here. My name is Ben,
Michael.
and I am going to go probably get a cup of coffee.
Oh yes.
See you in a bit. 3, 2, 1. Hello, Michael.
Hello Ben.
We are now in, and I need to do this because I realised I should have done this earlier, and
Yeah.
we never do this earlier. I need to quickly go change some things in the back end. We are now going into the top 8 of Quest Tour 4, hosted 108 players down to now the last 8. We are
Yep.
now very excitingly seeing these players wrap up. We have been trying to get some variation. Players are getting into it now. I think
Oh,
it's
yeah.
fun things we're seeing. So we are going to be showing the semi-final, and then we're going to be going into we're going into the quarter-final now officially, aren't we?
Yes.
And then we'll be going into the semi-final. I am still going to write top 8 because semi-final
Oh,
is too complicated. We'll do semi-final for
Yep.
this one, sorry. We have some friends on the channel here. Do you have their usernames, actually?
I can check.
we can at this point, we're down to the quarterfinals. We can probably start to
I
identify
know
who they are.
everyone else, so it's this.
We don't know which is which.
I see the Polish nick, so the one of them is German, one's Polish. So I guess
I might, because your text is very small on that screen, do you mind typing it for me because I can't see it
Yep,
from
sure.
here?
This is the player on
On the left, yeah, using the Mirabelle play mat, and the one on the right is playing the Tinkerbell. We would love some more variation. I don't know what we're seeing. We haven't actually seen what we're going to be facing out this game. Amber Steel has been king. That's what we can say for certain.
Oh, yeah.
That is definitely a blue I'm seeing on the right. Blue purple, and we are starting up, so we'll cover this in a second. It is a very standard blue start. It is a porcicle into a sail into a porcicle to draw a porcicle. As for the, so we'll update the colours in a second. Fantastic. On top of that, so actually I'm going to just hide the player names for a second while we get things on the screen. So it's blue, purple, and the red. A deck we haven't seen a lot of, but has been extremely popular in the set champs, the meta recently.
It's a blue-red.
Blue-red.
On the right.
On the right? I thought it was blue-purple. I saw a fox. I definitely saw a fox. I saw. Oh, we'll confirm in a second.
Okay,
So player 1 on the right has not got any wins yet, and he is definitely playing. We can confirm that
It's purple, yeah.
It's purple. What we can't confirm is what the second colour is just yet. We'll do that very shortly. And we know on the right is, God, the amount of blue on the right-hand side right now, actually. I played a guy in set champs, and he was giddy because he's like, he goes, I have no idea what you're playing. I was like, well, I have no idea what you're playing. He's like, cool. And then 3 rounds in, we both realised we'd only played 1 colour each.
Yeah.
And he's like, what's your other colour? What's your other colour? It's like pointing at each other. I refuse to tell you if you don't tell me. And right now, we're in the same situation. It's just blue, 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 purple, purple.
Oh,
purple.
it's purple on the
Yeah,
right.
it's purple on the right. I was right.
Yeah,
Cool.
you're right.
Which I'm going to change this to purple. So it's purple on the right. We will confirm on the left. So I can now, I believe, show player 2.
Yep.
There we go. And we will. Oh, no, it's updated the wrong thing. Hang on. So we know it's blurple.
Yep.
On the right, and it's purple on the left.
Yeah, it's still purple. Maybe the first cut was showing the second color, but
Maybe it's like 80%
steel.
Okay.
Okay.
No, we definitely didn't see anything steel while we were setting up there. So purple steel versus a good old-fashioned blurple. But yeah, blurple is a deck color that we've seen extremely popular over the last sort of 2 sets, maybe 3 sets, and haven't seen it that much today. Last 2 days.
I think set 6 was a little bit at the end of the set 6. The blurple actually took off.
Yeah.
Then set 7, especially after Hiram and Fortisphere situation,
Yeah.
the blurple went on the rise really, and now in the set 8, I would say it's a healthy-ish state. It basically can play, but it's not a tier 1.
Oh, hang on! If Clement was here, that would have been a sharp moment. He's used Fox to bounce Diablo, and then triggered the broom, which that is allowed. It all goes into the bag. You resolve what you can, and then you continue onwards. The Diablos. This is the challenge with those Diablos. Players sometimes let them just live.
Yep.
And actually, that's very dangerous because they can effectively you just ignore and go, it's only going to quest a 1, and then it's turn 4, and that Diablo's got you 4 lore.
And also the idea of blurple is that, well, the caveat of blurple is that
sorry, just quickly there. Sorry, he used the portals to heal a character that didn't need healing to banish them. So that he could then use the Tamatoa, hollow Tamatoa, bit of bling, to then be able to pull them back out of discard.
Yeah, coming back to the blurple is really struggling to deal with the very wide boards.
Yeah.
So the idea of purple steel player is basically, okay, control him and build as wide as I can.
I mean, using that Fox to trade into Bell.
I
don't hate it, don't love it.
I don't think you need to.
No, I think it's a net zero. Obviously, it means your opponent has 1 less active card, I guess,
Yeah.
to play. But you don't need it. You don't need it.
Probably Broom back to play. No, sorry, he already played it. Yep. So Diablo on the Genie to draw the card from top of Genie, and that's all. Let's see, Hades into Genie. Yeah, so we are starting to get into the stage where blurple is actually controlling
Blurple
the
now has Blurple has what it
board.
needs,
Yeah.
and I think we'll see if we're going to game 2. Bonanza's response is going to be, I'm going to have to just move quicker.
Yep.
Because he had a very good ramp, very healthy ramp.
Yep.
Did what he needed to. Now he's got 2 particularly nasty characters on the board that I might be playing Zeus, but Zeus is not really going to help me.
Well, you take out Tamatoa.
Yeah. There's a bit of a nothing turn if you're going to play Shenamon followers. Ink in the strength. We don't know what's in his hand. I feel like that strength would have been more valuable in the back.
Yep.
he's going to use a Tamatoa to play the Portugal for free, gain that 2 lore, play that.
Probably I will tap followers just to take them out and just get any value. Goes to Hades, I think, if you don't have anything to sing. Like
Yeah, I think
now singing Friends, for example, could be great with Hades.
Yeah, absolutely. I think
Because
it's
you're
just
building the tempo and
there's
exactly.
Friends.
Because also those purple steel decks are not really playing Whole New Worlds.
No,
Or they are not controlling your hand.
well, they can't afford to really, because for purple, the whole purpose is that you have lots of great cards that you can kind of combo off back to back. Throwing your entire hand in the bin to get a new one doesn't mean you're guaranteed the combos, right? Like you need
that's
that.
correct.
You do need to think 4-5 turns ahead, and Whole New World prevents you from doing that sometimes. It's a wide board, and this again, purple steel. Unless they don't really play Grab Swords, they don't really play mass removal.
Yep.
It's mad that the guy on the right is playing with a Tinkerbell mat, and the guy on the left isn't, because there's a chance there is Tinkerbell.
Yeah, they could
in
be.
purple steel. It's not a bad. It's a bit of spice, but it's not a bad card because actually it's I come out of nowhere. This.
I would say this Elsa right now is a bit of a nothing burger. I think it's a crab. If there is a crab, there is a crab. So probably Tamatoa. Yep. Elsa lives because she's got 4 damage.
Yep.
5 willpower. Questing down the line, and I think the idea is to play Bell next turn to take out the opposing Elsa. So I would say, well, it's not even you're forced. It's the perfect trade to just go into the opponent's Elsa.
Yeah, absolutely, and also at this opportunity, actually, you may if you have for example
If you have your own crab,
or he's going to play Finest Keepers just to get some more options. If you have, for example, I've completely blanked, never mind, I'll come back to me in a second. He could come down with something like, what you said with Crab. Even his own Bell actually would not be a terrible play. Play the Bell, just move some damage to move the damage off your Bell to Genie, for example, and then slam into the Bell anyway. Oh, there's the Crab.
I think Genie now.
Think Genie
I
now.
definitely think Genie and Quest of Hades. Yep, because so
It's because
you get value, and you still ask a question. Hey, do you want to trade into me? Oh, and both popsicles are out just to basically
bring that Bell back to health. So it's not a trade anymore. Yeah, it's not even a trade.
It's not tradable right now.
And actually, he knows he's got Tamatoa options, so he has another Tamatoa coming to play. Those portacles come back as powerful as ever. Goat.
One and another crab. No, Pete. Okay, yeah, Pete. Okay. And now the crab can sink into Hades, give +3 to Elsa, and Elsa can exchange. That might be because right now you need to limit the options of the Blackpool player because you are in front.
Quest with Crab.
That's also and Quest with Elsa now.
Oh, Zeus.
Oh no, Zeus. Oh, okay, you have Zeus. Okay, I didn't know that. That's I'm happy with that. I would say that's a really good one.
I think your option was better the first time round. Crab into Hades, then Elsa into
But now you're you're threatening at least 2 low next turn.
Yeah.
3 if the goat is somehow bound or gone.
But there's a lot of rush options on the blue purple side.
And also blue purple has a lot of cards.
Yeah.
Hades. So so the question is, do you want to make a trade or do you want to force your opponent to make that trade for you? It's usually the better option to force your opponent to make that trade for you. But there is some.
Yeah, the thing is, there was options for him there that weren't. Oh, another Hades to get rid of that goat.
Okay. Yep. +1.
I was about to say it's an interesting decision to put damage into the. I thought it was interesting to put damage onto that Hades. He must have an intention of what the follow-up was going to be from there.
Yep.
The second Hades. That's a fairly good response from that.
And the opponent is top decking, so.
Yes. So, Friends, actually an incredible top deck.
Oh, that's a perfect top deck right now, I would say. For 4, Rabbit.
Great top deck. And.
Oh my God, he's on the roll.
2 in hand. Don't go too wide.
Smee here would be. He needs to go wide.
No, so not too wide. Sorry, he's got 2 cards in hand. You may want to.
Yeah, but the problem with Blurple is that he cannot really deal with a very wide board.
No.
So the situation is that if you can, I will just drop everything you can.
I was going to say, but then I would suggest maybe because you are ahead,
Yep.
making sure you. I'm not saying don't put one more card down if you can afford to,
Yep.
but effectively keep a second wave because I've seen Blurple. You're right, can't deal with a wide board that well.
Yep.
But if he's got two Smee in hand and he has a Hades back in hand,
Yep.
that Smee means nothing to you. Like you don't want to. Going
But
wide means he has more targets. Right now, you can get Quest for 3.
Yep.
And if you,
Quest for 2.
it's Quest for 2.
Oh yeah, sync friends. Great.
My point was is a case of you may just want to ensure if you go too wide, if you get back to top decking situation.
Oh, Calhoun.
Perfect. So if you're trying to go to a top deck situation, if your opponent does manage to break the board or regain control, you do not want. He was just in a top decking situation. He got out of it. Don't get back into it. Not until you absolutely have to. If you've got options, keep options. Because at the moment, Blue Purple has a very healthy hand. And we know there's Let It Goes. We know there's.
Yes, yeah. I would agree. You're correct.
I have played against you with that deck, gone wide, and somehow you've wiped me. Like it is possible, and that's the point, right? We're in top 8. Don't expose yourself for the sake of it.
But also, my reasoning here is that Blurple, in this kind of a situation, when there is healthy amount of cards, healthy ink, it's always gonna have answers. It's just the question of if he is having enough.
And right now he can trade into. I mean, I think.
For example, Big Elsa right now.
Yeah.
Great.
Crab into
Pete. Yep.
Who I don't know who he's giving the challenge to.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, to the healthy Hades. No. Quest. And I would say.
Still a lot of options on the board, my friend.
Yeah. To be honest, if there is any draw from the Blurple, I don't fully. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Bounce back to Hades, play the Hades.
Calhoun.
Yeah, I think Calhoun. Yep.
And I said suddenly he's lost a lot, if that makes sense. And I mean, he's still got the draw mechanic off the rabbit. That Elsa's probably not going anywhere unless he produces.
Oh, another rabbit. Great.
Unless he produces a second Elsa.
So now the question is, would you grab rabbit to sink into Hades or Elsa? No, sorry, Elsa doesn't. No,
Elsa
both of them doesn't matter. Both of them
another
cannot do
Calhoun. That's a great defense play because your opponent can't afford to expose yourself more than you need to.
You know what? I would just quest. I think.
Yeah, I think it's you only quested for 2. But
From rabbit, I think I would definitely quest rabbit.
Yep. 100%, and I'd quest Elsa because if the only evasive rush info you've got is another Elsa.
Maybe there is a song that's force playing what?
Storm.
Little Storm. Yep.
Sorry.
Now is the question of crab.
Yeah.
Back.
But sorry, the Elsa you need to either you attack or quest because if he has an answer for it, it's going to be an evasive Elsa, which is going to exert it anyway. So don't leave it defenseless.
Yeah, I think the idea also behind it is looking for Belle and moving that 3 damage into the Fox, but she looks pretty safe. Maybe Singer.
Zeus.
Yeah, Zeus. Finish off the Hades, quest for 1, and pass.
That's not a bad play. It's a case of that Elsa should not have just sat there. That's the important piece there.
It would have been
wasted resources. Unfortunately, he still has a healthy hand and a lot of ink. I'll be stunned if there's not something he can do here. And he's not threatening. He's currently not threatening.
There's
lethal. I mean, Peter Pan here would go hard.
Oh.
Because then it gives you evasive options and rush options, so you could actually start taking some stuff down.
Yeah.
You need to make sure you take out something.
Well, you need
at least something. That's it is.
Elsa probably tapping Calhoun, I would say. And Fox. No, sorry. Hades into Calhoun, Fox into Rabbit, and Elsa into Elsa.
Yep.
Because you leave everything in play.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
And
then into Calhoun.
And
you need to clear everything and keep the control. You can come back, and you just need to slow your opponent down.
Yeah.
Enough.
So he's now, but his questing power now is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which means next turn he can catch up.
Yep.
We haven't seen any passive lore from either player, be it location or
There was goat.
there was goat, sorry.
Yep.
But we haven't seen, for example,
Elsa,
gathering.
tap the genie.
We haven't seen gathering knowledge. We haven't.
Oh
seen,
yeah, no. And a goat. Ooh. And yes, that's correct. So we are limiting the options of exchanges.
Yep.
Um,
But his opponent still has a lot in hand, so that
so it as a
there is
as
a timer now. The goat has created a timer. There is
Yep.
absolutely no change in that play. That goat has created a timer. Elsa
To be
into
honest,
Elsa.
I'm not sure about attacking with that Elsa because now it's open to a straight trade-off, and you are missing one law. Because if you keep the Elsa untapped, sorry,
Yeah.
there is exactly 3 law
Yeah.
for the next turn, and now you are banking on.
I see what you mean.
so-
Sorry, I thought you meant Blurple attacking with Elsa.
No. That's
That's
no-brainer. I would
no-brainer,
say.
yeah.
Yep.
You probably take out that rabbit. It's not a great. You're obviously giving your opponent more cards, and you
Yep.
don't necessarily want to do that, but you of course will go for that attack. The Hades into rabbit. I think,
Yeah. You need to go Hades into Rabbit and just quest with Genie
but
right now.
I think he may be looking to see what other alternative removal he has.
If there is option to remove one more character, like Let the Storm or another Hades or something, definitely go to the goat.
You don't mean at the storm. I think you mean
No, sorry.
let it go.
Let it go.
Something like that too.
I'm really sorry.
No worries.
Another Genie, great. You are just basically putting you closer to lethal. It's 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 next turn if nothing changes. So you need to quest with your Genie now.
My gut is telling me that we're about to see a top deck either second goat, or is it going to be some form of bounce so that goat can quest?
Yep.
And because that goat is unfortunately a threat for 2.
Yep.
In a perfect world, you take out the.
That-
Yeah,
So
has to.
you need to take out the rabbit, draw. Genie need to quest. Or maybe
No player wants to
3.
do this, but they are going to have to rely on.
Okay, Fox just to you know what? I think I would quest with the looking for those bounces or goats. I would quest with Hades and then go with Fox.
For the and then trade with the fox.
Yeah, trade Fox into the rabbit because your opponent don't want to trade.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Okay,
5,
Genie
6, 7,
drawing
8,
more. There is still bounce options.
8 lore in play.
That's lethal. That's definitely lethal. It's
yeah.
It's 6, 7. Oh no!
It's not
He
lethal.
just prevented his own lethal because he bounced Hades.
Yep.
He prevented his own lethal next turn.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm sorry. I mean to say.
That
Did
was.
he just lost his own game?
I think there's a good chance. Yeah.
Am I like doing miscalculations?
If
Or
it, no, would
no, because now he would be at 13,
Quest with Hades.
and it's exactly 9.
Quest. Yeah, you're right. Quest with Hades is hammering it down. Quest with Hades. Bounce with the fox. Use the fox to take out.
I need to put the cardboard.
The universe has just unleashed English weather, and that's a scoop. Scoop, handing over to Bonanza. We will be going into game 2, and we'll see what the answers will be from there. That was a 20-minute game. Good timing, because these guys do get 75 minutes, so roughly 25 minutes a game.
Yep.
Plus, of course, terminations.
I need to make some notes. But.
Oh, what have I just done? Nothing. We're gonna go.
I think just Hades needed to stay, or you quest with him.
Yeah, quest with him. Oh no, quest with him and bounce with the fox. Use the fox to trade into the rabbit.
Well, you would not. Well,
Yeah, because the issue was he used the Hades to trade into the rabbit.
Yep.
And if he'd quested with that, 2 lore up, bounce the Hades with fox. Fox goes into rabbit. So you still
but
prevent
then
that quest
your
now.
opponent just sinks goat into your Madame Mim Fox, and you are still 1 short.
Well, no, because he
Because
doesn't.
6 in the...
No, I think you're right. I think you're right the first time, because even if he had sunk into him, he wouldn't have quested, and he quested
Yep,
with him.
yeah,
So
yeah.
if he sinks into him, you're right, he would have bounced him. But Rabbit was gone. He would have been left with Diablo on the field
And Goat.
and Goat. I
Yeah.
mean, we're saying that Hades would have possibly won the game, but actually, if he'd kept the Hades in play, Fox had traded, so he had the extra questing power next turn.
Yep.
He's still relying on Purple Steel not getting a bounce or
Yep.
another Goat. So
Yep.
yes, that Hades probably cost him the game.
Yeah.
But actually, percentage-wise, there was a lot of other things that could have happened.
Yeah, but
before
I
it
think
got
that
there.
was not the... like in my head, I might be wrong, I don't know exactly what was in his hand, but I just... It feels really unoptimal in this stage of the game. You need to threaten in this moment. You need
Yeah,
to
yeah.
threaten
We're both
lethal yourself.
we're both on the same
Yeah,
page.
exactly.
It was a misplay.
And just because you are either way, if your opponent draws a goat or a bounce, you are just a passenger.
yeah.
So
And
you
it-
need to threaten as much as you can, and
Yeah.
just hope he doesn't get the exact.
Thanks. The university should have won it for us. No, I think you're right. No, and the point is, say, he was a passenger either way, because what was his opponent going to draw? What was his opponent going to
Yeah,
do? And
yeah,
there's
yeah, right.
effectively, Hades would have threatened lethal.
Yep.
If your opponent didn't meet the requirements,
Yes.
you were going to win.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
If they met the requirements, you were going to lose either way.
Yep.
But that's how that played out. They are currently mulliganing out. It's best of two tops. It's a 75-minute game. So
Match.
75-minute match. So they get roughly 25 minutes a game.
Nobody finished in 20 minutes.
And I think
Top 8.
I think it's now some of the feedback we've had from players is and I think
So-
the LGS Championship has created a very competitive environment
Yes.
in the sense of the teams have been huddling together, strategizing, which means that these teams now,
Yeah, that's good.
it's the first time I think we've seen when people win, we've actually had open cheers in the room. Like it has got to
Yeah,
a point
yeah,
that
yeah,
we
yeah.
want to win this type thing.
So on just waiting for. Oh no, sorry, they already started.
They went from mulliganing to playing very quick.
Yep.
Ink into Shenabog, and then
Chanabok, Ink, and Thinking on the side of the Blurple player. No, sorry. Blurple actually did Ink and nothing.
Yep. So
And
find
now
his
Ink
keepers.
find his keepers and play
That's
Sail,
right.
draw, and oh, that's Elsa. You want to keep her.
We know you
use-
need her. There's
know
a
you
lot
need her,
of this duel
And yeah, Ink,
and
with the bell.
that one-shot bell. We've seen those Elsas were part of the Duke this match, right? So we
Yep.
know that was a key part of the mechanic.
Quest with Chanabok, place me.
That's completely reasonable.
Chanabok stays because he can still.
He's
uh,
threatening. He's
yeah,
not
he's just
threatening
questing,
anything. He's just
basically.
questing.
He's
He's not
not
threatening, which means you can get another lore out of him realistically, and then trigger the ability. I think that's something a lot of. Should we say less experienced players sometimes? Oh, never
Oh,
mind.
yep.
But no,
Good
but
point.
it was a good bet. It was a
Yeah,
good bet.
yeah, of course.
Immediately showing us why we're wrong, but a lot of game one he did not see any sign of that Peter Pan.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
odds are he may not have had it. Unfortunately.
Oh yeah,
he
yeah,
did.
yeah. That's correct. And also now all of those genies and Iago especially right now
Iago
is a
is-
great threat. So that's me is basically kind of checkmated
Yes.
in the sense that he cannot do anything and probably he's not gonna do anything. Yep, exactly. So
I'm not going to put it down because you're going to just bring down things that are going to rush into that character.
Yep.
The issue we're seeing now,
and
seeing friends.
that's I just wanted to say that Peter Pan, beside rushing, if he survives, he's a great singer of Friends.
Yeah.
I'm saying it from the perspective of more red purple deck, which I played, but awesome.
Yeah,
Now
great.
to just move damage
and
into Calhoun.
importantly, the terminology in that is move 2 damage to a character, not deal 2 damage.
Yep.
Deal triggers resist, which he has. Moving the damage ignores resist. So
exactly.
that Calhoun just showed up and went, hi, and then suddenly went, I'm not feeling too well, and fell over. Like, it's a great way to punish that character as well,
Yep.
which now...
Now Iago that we talked about
Yeah.
probably was in that hand waiting.
and it's evasive as well, which
Yep.
is very... So Steel Song has a ton of songs, a ton of actions. Like Steel Song, Steel Purple has a ton of actions
Yep.
that can target. So actually, I mean, he's like, yeah, hit it with Let the Storm Rage On or Strength. it's gonna get banished either way,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like
yeah.
it's not a threat to me. I'm gonna quest because I now have questing capabilities.
And 2 popsicles in play. Also for like players that might be asking why not heal that Iago. That's because
As we just saw,
whatever is played, he's got a vanish. So whatever is
And
targeting
straight away use
Yeah,
strength
exactly,
for
and
1
there's
damage.
strength.
And his health is only 4 anyway, right?
No, 6.
6, right, sorry.
4-6 stat line.
Yeah, so
And now Pete to block any
counter actions. At the moment, this is a very fast-paced game. Very, very much faster tempo coming from Blue Purple right now. Friends again from Peter Pan. This Peter Pan is feeling very musical today, and
Yeah, it's, I would say it. I still think it's a great card to sing Friends.
Yeah,
It's
and-
evasive. It's
and-
having a passive that you want.
and his ability stays in play. And actually, because of the 2/3 stat line, it requires Elsa and Crab, Peter and Crab,
Yes.
to rush it and take the card out, which is a big ink cost to take down a single Peter Pan at 2/3.
Yeah, exactly.
There's the Elsa. Probably exert the Pete.
And just Bell into Pete. Yeah, just limiting the board basically,
Um,
and immediately using both popsicles to just heal that Bell
so
back.
that if he then tries to counterattack with the
Snake, it's not
with
an
the snake,
exchange.
It's not going to be an exchange, and also importantly, prevents Pete from being bounced back and being a problem for
Next
actions
turn.
of the futures.
Yep.
Yeah.
Genie, a really slow card right now, and also with a Peter Pan on the other side, very, very,
My
very.
stomach just hit the floor.
Oh
Did he just sing Friends after Pete was played?
no, wait. Did he? I'm sorry, I'm not sure now.
Yep. That's why my stomach just hit the floor. It's a misplay on both players. Mistrigger. Because he's just then exerted it with the Elsa to challenge, right? It's too late. It's way too
Yeah,
late.
it's way too late.
Way too late. We're not allowed to intervene.
Oh, here's just putting everything inside location.
Which location is it?
Magdeck Manor?
He's got the ink, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess he's got the ink. There's no reason to do that.
No? Absolutely no reason.
They're just having a nice little party, isn't it? A little
Yeah, in the
Airbnb for them.
castle.
They're just having a, oh yeah, we're just going to enjoy it in the sometime by the pool. Strength into Pan. Elsa, yeah. Elsa into the Fox trigger. He is just trying to get a bit more damage output. That Muck Duck mana is problematic. Let's just call it
Yeah.
what it is. Would possibly try and do something about that Madam Mim and Snake combo right now. He can easily get rid of one using the Bell into the Snake just to limit the board presence. That Snake is a bit of a harder problem to deal with. In the sense, I mean, you could in theory trade into it, but with the but
Yeah, you
now,
trade
but as
into
you
it.
said in the last
If
game,
there is a second bell, perfect.
or as you said, force your opponent to make the decision to
Yeah,
have
exactly.
to trade into you.
Yep.
And I'm going to guess they're probably going to more likely target Muck Duck mana anyway. Oh, never mind. There's the Bell.
Yeah,
You
and
called it
Snake.
spot on, and Snake's gone. Oh no, ops to
No, because of you have Elsa that you can exchange
Yeah.
into, and now that's better.
and the trade is still the same, right? Like if you opt, oh, never mind, and 100%. Yep, board clear. Thank you, ma'am. Perfect. Counter.
Why? What was?
So use the Elsa to trade into the Genie.
Yeah.
Use the Fox.
Oh, and
to
there is the
bounce-
Fox. Okay,
Fox to
yeah,
bounce
yeah.
the Elsa. Fox
Yep,
into
okay,
Fox,
yep,
and
yep.
suddenly I have 2 more lore coming from Muck Duck mana, and possibly another 2 more lore coming from Bell. Wham bam, 6 lore, and he's now doing some. He's reloading his hand for a counter attack. You know, that's 2 draw mechanics and an evasive. Oh, it's a scoop.
Yep. Well, yeah. So the purple steel is basically out of breath completely,
Yeah.
and blurple is just controlling everything.
Yeah, it was just a case of he's just loaded his hand for a counter attack. Oh, and he's surrendered.
Yeah.
I guess that counter attack did not have the legs he was hoping it would. So we go into game 3 of the top 8 match. Bonanza does get to go first.
Yes.
We will see what comes next.
In this matchup, there is not. It doesn't give him so much advantage. It's still an advantage in this matchup, but I would say it's not so pivotal as in
Not
the
at all.
other games.
Not at all. It's going to be an interesting round 2. Do you mind? Can you just check the games that are currently running?
Our band 1-0. Our colleague playing band to my will. I'm saying our since it's
We
the
know
deck
him.
that we
We
are
know
really
him.
really interested in. And he actually started playing this deck in set 6 during set champs.
Yeah.
I met on
And did all right.
all 3 occasions, I think, with him.
And he did all right.
I was happy to. I happily beat him then, but I was playing a very
was-
counter to him. So
It was definitely like an unevolved version, if that makes
Yes.
sense. Like it was
Yeah,
on
yeah.
its way.
But
You could see
he
the
sticks-
potential.
He stick with it, and he still plays it.
I
until
would love to
today.
see it on the top deck, so top table. So we'll see if he'll be able to doing it in our next game.
I would love to have him next game.
We have Jacob versus Pepperson.
So Steel Songs against each
Steels,
other.
yeah.
Bayo Yayo, which is Emerald Amethyst, very close to my heart, playing against Mullenkamp, who's playing, I think, the Giddy Hall, if I'm correct.
Yep.
And then the last game that we are just watching.
So what this does mean is actually we will only have, in theory, one true
Definitely have Steel Song.
in the top 4.
Yeah, we have Band.
It's 4 unique decks.
Yeah, and whatever pass. Yeah, it's gonna be 4 unique decks.
Now we might have Amber Steel, and when people look at the stats, they'll go, "Oh, 2 Amber Steels." Nope, not at all. It's going to be. It's not going to be 2 Amber Steels at all. It's going to be Amber. It'll be Steel Song and Diggy Diggy Hole, which
Yes.
we need
Yeah,
to then
that's
make sure
correct.
we specify the differences.
And also the Band player 1-0. So he definitely won on the draw.
there.
I don't believe that Masagratus actually gave him.
Is that
an
a 7
option
card
to-
mulligan? I think it was
Oh,
7 card mulligan from the
or 4? Yeah.
No, from Blurple. He was a full everything on the pile, and he drew 7 cards. He was
Damn.
not wherever he was there. I went, no, I don't want that in my
Damn.
life.
That's
He is-
not the
he-
best for him.
He is on the play.
Yes.
He is on the play. So we will need to address that and go from there. We will see what's coming next. And the next thing will be, of course, top 4. I'd love to get Bend on the table if we can.
Yep.
Because I don't want to miss that deck. Before,
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever happens in top 4, I don't want to miss that deck. And the players are now setting up. Bonanza opening play, ink into Shenabog. Didn't see what he inked. Unfortunately, he was way too quick on the draw there for me. What we then have, of course, is Porsicle Bell combo, which is a really nasty outplay you can slam out of nowhere. Quest with the Shenabog, Quest with the Shenabog to discard, to banish, to then draw, to then play the Smee. Uses the Bell to hard sing friends. Great choice, I think, because again, effectively saying to Smee, yeah, if you want to come after me, come after me. That's no problem.
Yeah, that's correct.
And the friends actually then gives him a huge amount of cards, so that when he plays Sail turn 2, he has lots of options to ink. So
Yep,
now
yeah,
he's
that's correct.
great combo there, 3-2. So it means he's a little bit ahead on the curve. So even though he was on the draw, he actually has the same number of cards and is now one ink ahead.
Oh, Peterpan. Peterpan from the Amethyst Steel player. So it's basically the war of Peterpans in the Isles.
Yeah,
right now.
absolutely. That Bell, I mean, the Bell into Bell isn't a huge. The Bell into Smee isn't necessarily the best trade right now.
Yep.
But I don't see it as necessarily a bad trade.
Yeah, you're correct.
There maybe we obviously can't see his hand. He might have more options, and he has a genie. So actually now more inclined, just prevent that law.
Yeah,
power,
take out that Smee.
and effectively get a bit more card mechanics. He is now ahead on ink, which considering he was on the draw,
Singing friends.
and which
That's
is,
what I love to see with Peterpan.
for 4, what's he going to bring down?
Genie.
That genie now does have
Okay.
rush, but nothing to rush into.
So many options in hand. And that's basically what you have to do with Blurple. You need to flood the board against him.
Yeah.
Or create, like, kind of
And
outvalue him.
That's a great, great Elsa. And this is
I would say that's a really old school trade.
yeah, really, really good trade. And now Peter Pan is going to sing Friends again. Not
And now Iago would be great.
not convinced. He needs to gain a bit more momentum.
Yeah, he does. He does.
Anthony-
Because the longer the game goes, Blurple has
more options
more
to
options.
respond to. That Pete's probably not a bad card to ink. Your opponent hasn't shown that they're playing.
Yeah.
They've already gotten a couple friends off, so you're not exactly struggling.
Oh, it's Elsa. Okay. Elsa that also makes sense. Into Genie,
the board where you
prevent the
can.
ball. So the opposing Elsa cannot trade
No,
because the Elsa has 5 willpower, so nothing changes. But the crab now
It
would
does.
swing that in the favor.
I would probably suggest. So it's a weird one. The Peter Pan has more potential combo capability in other cards that you haven't seen yet. The Elsa does have more capabilities. Oh, another Elsa. Both Elsas into the Peter Pan.
Into Peter Pan, yeah,
just to prevent
that
that.
Iago or like any
Yeah.
shenanigans of with evasives.
And then still one ink passes turn. Effectively, this is, as you said, it's now just a fight of which evasive characters win this scrap. And do I have more evasives than you? Do you have more evasives than me? And going from there. Peter Pan into... an actually great example of actually why that Peter Pan was a better choice.
Yep.
Next card was a
Genie, evasive.
which would have had that rush capabilities. That Calhoun, bit of a nothing burger because there's nothing but evasive on the board, but don't hate it if that makes sense.
Yeah, it just you are threatening.
You're preparing the land game. If it ends
right.
up being a land game, a land fight, you've already got something in play that can sort of deal with that options. Trade into the Elsa most likely. Yes, you'll then be traded into by the Genie.
Yes.
But that's not a way you're preventing him from questing, so not a bad use of that turn. I can't see what he's got in hand there. Another Elsa.
Oh my god.
And actually both
And
of
both
those
into
into
Genie?
Genie.
Yeah, exactly. What is that game?
What is this? That Calhoun is here for a fight, but everyone's too tall. She's
Yes,
just punching him in the
yeah.
shins. Passes the turn because chill. Why not? How many Elsas have we seen from the left? How many Elsas have we seen from the right? We've lost a lot of evasive. Is the actual point? The evasive battle, bouncing the playing the
Just
rabbit, bounce
drawing
the
more.
rabbit, draw more. Elsa into Elsa.
Into Elsa? Maybe you have a rabbit to sink into the Elsa with higher health pool?
Nope.
No, yep.
Straight. There's just.
How
It's-
many Elsas on board? Already 6, I would say?
This is just a fight in the sky that no one can see. Like it's just it's
Yeah.
And then
Calhoun,
Calhoun
casually
quests.
questing for one.
because
Right.
she's not going anywhere. She's not doing anything.
Yeah.
She's not hurting anyone.
Game is funny, I would say. It's
Singing
really
Friends. Those
Yeah,
evasives
let's
have
go.
been really getting the music going. There is a crab in hand actually. that
But
you
now Elsa cannot do anything.
No, but for future play, right?
Oh,
you
yeah,
just
yeah,
have
yeah,
that
yeah.
crab. Porsicle for one.
Draw more.
Would it be about no rush is going to really come his way, so wouldn't
Yep.
necessarily need to heal that right now. It's a very strange turn. Like at the moment, couldn't tell you who's got momentum right now. Okay, maybe
Keepers.
Blurple.
just loading your hand.
Yeah.
completely.
Like because you're not going to worry about discard. You're not going to worry about things like that.
Yeah. Grab into ink to play sail, I guess. Yep.
I mean,
Ramping more.
load your ink, right? Just make this ink untannable to deal with.
And one more popsicle, please. And it's gonna be a perfect turn.
I saw another Friends.
There's only one ink left, and okay, healing Elsa.
Just, I guess, to prevent
Okay,
potential crab shenanigans.
So this turn, Blurple player drew 2 from Friends, 3 from Popsicle, 4, 5, 6 cards in total.
So Azurite, Porsicle, Friends, and Finders Keepers.
Yes.
So 3, 4, 7.
Yeah, it's 6.
2 from Friends,
Yeah,
1 from Porsicle,
and 3 Finders Keepers.
and an Azurite C.
Oh, that's right. Yes, sorry, 7. Yeah, you're right.
It's like cool. I'm
Just
gonna
reload your hand. Like whole new word without a whole new word. So, goat and rabbit. We see Genie from the Blurple player, not having enough cards, I would say.
We need Blurple just to be a little bit more on the aggressive now.
He needs to start being active. Yep.
Yeah, because we know he has a crab in hand, so that snake
No,
can be dealt with.
one crab was inked
Ah.
last time. So,
Not.
who's that?
We'll keep playing. He's a lot of options, but hasn't necessarily responded to any of it. Checking his discard to see what's going on. At this point, we both know it's been a nightmare, that discard. It's just been a fight of the evasives.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
Sell to keep drawing and keep ramping. I mean, getting to a point where you can maybe drop 2 Hades a turn is going to be quite a powerful position to be in.
Damn.
And he can't be far off at this point, right? He must be pushing.
4, 4, 6, 7. No, it's still a bit off, I would say.
He's on 6. That's
8.
10. He's not
It's
far off.
10. Yeah, so
And, I think he can.
there's ramp. Yeah.
And he can ink another one.
He's-
Thank you.
All right. Let's see.
Still has 4 ink, and he surely can do something with it.
Yeah.
He's got 17 cards in his hand. I'm sure. So there's his 5th.
That's Depot, and that's a fox on Elsa. Yep.
Calhoun.
It probably.
Yeah. Just take that shenanigans out of the play.
I'm thinking about goat,
Goat wasn't exerted.
but Elsa in hand. Oh no, sorry, not enough ink. Okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking about line with replaying Elsa
Yeah, I
and
see
then
what you
go.
mean.
Yeah, you're
but,
right. Oh damn. Okay, another goat. Let's go. And singing strength into
good
Genie.
counter
Yeah.
attack from Bonanza. Very good counter attack from Bonanza. That's quite a healthy counter attack, to be honest with you. I would.
Oh, hello.
This is the Madam Mim.
That's a
elephant.
Madam Mim
Shift-
elephant.
Shift 2 damage at the start of your turn to your opponent's character.
No, that's not a shift.
No, so move 2 damage from your character to your opponent's.
But from her, I think. It's only from her. Let me double check. At the start of your turn, you may move up to 2 damage counters from this character.
This character.
Chosen opposing.
So you can start attacking yourself.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, how much is it? It's 4 ink. It's actually an.
3/7.
It has the bounce mechanic. 3/7 is a great stat line, actually. It's interesting that often she's mocked as a not viable player, but actually, for a bounce deck, it's a 4 ink bounce. It's just more bounce options.
Yeah, the usual struggle in the decks is that there's so many right now. There's so many good 4 ink options in those amethyst decks that she's basically there's no place for her.
But it's a bit of spice.
Yeah.
It's a bit of spice we don't see.
And Bell moving 3 damage onto the second goat, I would say.
Yep, that's exactly what's happened. Gains a law. Blurple really needs to get going now. Really needs to start bringing some ruckus to the party because 1, 2. I mean, you can only quest for 3, I guess. Actually, in the grand scheme of things, only can quest
Another
for 3.
rabbit to draw.
Another rabbit to draw. He's just blitzing away, really running this down
Do
the track.
we know how much time is left?
Well, it was 75-minute round, and we've
Oh
been
yeah,
recording.
so we are
We're recording for 43 minutes.
Yeah,
These
so
guys are not
in a,
at
not in a
tempo.
time scramble. Singing Zeus. Oh yeah, it's 4, so you can sing Zeus.
Oh yeah, steel purple's a nice little combo that on that card.
Yeah.
Because 7 health, you're gonna have to put some real time. Survives most crab attacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it's actually being a very viable card in the steel purple combo. If that
Yep.
makes sense. Because actually stinging Let the Storm Rage on yourself is not the worst thing you could do after you've played it.
Yep.
And then next turn cleaning it anyway.
Yeah, you're right.
Porsicle is the only thing currently from the Blurple side, but he has more ink than he could ever possibly need.
Finest keepers for 5.
What is
Probably
he
no-
hunting for?
I don't know. Hades?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I think Hades right now to remove the goat. And yeah, I'm trying to think of any other options. There is still 7. It's gonna be 8 ink for the Blurple player left.
Yeah, left.
8 plus 5 right now, so 13. Yeah, Belle, you basically are not able to play her. And whale. Okay.
Where did that come from?
Nice. So this card actually can swing the game back.
Because it readies
In
it every time
favour.
you discard a card, and he's just
Yeah, you
loaded his
just
hand.
yeah, exactly.
So, and it's
And
got
he's
rush.
rush. So
By
take
go.
out goat. Discard something. Reload.
What do you hit next? What's his health line?
8.
So, Fox maybe? So Snake, you should reload. Oh, reload, Snake. Porsicle.
6/8.
So so he's now on 7. He could Porsicle and ready up.
No, he needs to discard more.
Yeah, so he
Oh
discard,
yeah,
yeah.
okay,
But,
yeah.
he
I
could-
thought you meant that by
But,
Popsicle.
he could heal Porsicle, ready up and go on another attack if he wanted to, because he's going to banish it either. He's going to get banished. Oh, he'll get banished either way, I think.
He don't want to attack the elephant because elephant is gonna move the damage back.
Yeah, he'd be banished anyway if he challenged the elephant, even with healing, I think.
Oh yeah,
So
oh
eight
yeah,
star
yeah,
line,
yeah,
so,
yeah, right.
So, but
Go
he
to 5. Yep. And
effectively
sleeps.
make the opponent make the decision about if he wants to challenge the
yeah,
elephant.
yeah, yeah.
Because
The force playing friends. What? Why not rabbit?
questing power. He's got quest control, and he doesn't necessarily need anything else right now.
Yeah, maybe. But with so many hands and cards in a hand, I would think there is some bounce options beside that genie. You're right.
He can quest for 3. He can quest for 3 and put his opponent into lethal range. He's got an evasive. I think it's more a case of.
That's the exchange into. So you're setting up your board, quest for 2, and pass.
And now threatening lethal.
For 6. Yeah, exactly. Exactly lethal on the board.
But with Blurple, we haven't seen lots of Hades.
Genie. Yeah, just looking. I think still 9 ink should be left. So. Okay, we are really running thin. It's 5 ink left.
The only thing I can think of is maybe looking for Peter Pan. And now everything's rush.
Yep. So now Genie into Elephant to keep the Genie on the board.
Yep.
And probably Peter Pan and the second Genie into Rabbit.
Yep.
To keep them both up. And only Iago, both Iago and Genie is going to be left and they can challenge, but I don't think on the Amethyst Steel player wants to challenge with that Genie.
No.
Take out Elephant.
These two take out.
I think take out Rabbit.
Take out Rabbit. Yes, give your opponent extra card, but you need to
slow down as much as you can.
Yeah, and you're in a 15 card swing.
Oh, also there's still some ink left. So Popsicle. I think I would Popsicle first, just because, just through your outs, basically. It doesn't change anything in the grand scheme of things.
These two into Rabbit.
Into Rabbit, yep.
Taking down 2 more damage, leaving us with the Porsicle. I mean, now you can just Porsicle anything you want. I mean, he's going to Porsicle Peter Pan, that makes sense. But
yeah, just to leave him, but
Iago can hunt what he wants anyway, so...
and also, Jacob won.
Amazing.
So in the semi-finals, at least right now, we have Bend to My Will deck and Jacob playing Steel Song.
Iago into Peter Pan with then Hardcast Strength, Lestrade John to take out the Genie, leaving the Genie to actually trade, and I wouldn't hate that as a play.
Yeah,
because,
I would trade my Genie now. Sorry, yeah.
Rush,
okay.
no, fair enough. And then Quest with the Genie. Just apply that further pressure where you can. Pete to prevent any shenanigans in terms of...
the game.
That's probably the game.
I think that's probably the game. There is a lot of ink and options. Well, 2 Hades will
Two Hades would be...
Samatoa, get those popsicles.
Play those popsicles again.
Play 1 and see. Do not make the mistake of playing both at the same time, since you might be running. And
unfortunately, that board is incredibly evasive, so he needs very specific cards. That's one.
What do you need now?
So you need an evasive rush, but even then.
Even then you need to remove 2 characters. So both popsicles.
That's game. That has to be game. There's no way.
Looking for basically anything. Everything is evasive. So
the only real options.
I think there is option of Bell. Yeah, there is option of Bell. So you play Peter Pan. Oh no, you don't have enough ink.
No.
But there's crap. Okay, yeah. So you go into Genie.
And they quest for 3 anyway.
There was also an option of Bell.
But you needed it in hand.
The popsicle.
If he had one popsicle, if the one popsicle had pulled out a Bell, he might have been able to play the Bell, move damage from one character to another, and then rush with the Peter Pan, or rush with the Peter Pan and then move the damage. But I think unfortunately he just didn't have. It was 17-0. Even if he had cleared the board this turn, he was going to have then a perfect 4-5 round game.
Bell was not an option.
Even if he had cleared the board, it was 17-0 down. He would have to have ran the board. He'd have to have perfectly cleared the board while generating a further 20 lore in 24 minutes. And let's be honest, with your opponent only needing 3, he could have just kept he could have just kept playing 1-shot characters, 1-cost characters even.
Yeah, just to
leave it there and say you need to literally play the perfect card every time, and it wasn't going to happen. So
do you want to go?
I'll go grab him.
Do you want to talk to the German guy?
Yeah, that's probably the best. Yeah. We'll go from there. Keeping things over if I can.
All right. The game on the table 1 is still going on. We have Bio against Mullenkamp. We know Bio is playing Emerald Amethyst, which is really close to my heart. And the Mullenkamp is playing the whole version of the Amber Steel deck. Yeah, let's see. I have some questions to the Blurple player. I think I'm really curious about the game 1 decision with Hades.
Both players are taking a toilet break and cigarette break.
Okay, awesome.
So they may not be a while yet.
And what?
A toilet break and a comfort break. So it might be a bit longer than 3-4 minutes.
Okay.
So we may wrap it and then we'll
wrap and
then
just
splice.
add the interviews later.
Yep. So we'll do the proper wrap and then I could just splice them in somewhere here. But
Okay.
my name is Ben.
I'm Michael.
And we are the Lorekeepers of Poznań. We are going into top 4, which we should be able to then work out what that's going to be.
Yep.
So we'll see you very shortly.
Thank you.
Recording. Excellent. Bring this down into it to get a little bit closer. Congratulations. Good game.
Thank you.
So Purple Steel, right? Interesting game 1. Talk us through a little bit your sort of mindset of what you were how you were taking on that first game.
Yeah, so first game, my opponent was starting. He was playing purple, and my game plan was I need to bring out the rabbits and try to outdraw him. And I knew he would be in favor in the evasive war because he can bring out his genie already in turn 3, and I'm always behind because he can play Elsa in turn 5. And that's why I really was trying to get the card advantage with the rabbit. That was my plan.
No, and I mean, it worked out in the grand scheme of things. You're going into top 4. There was a very interesting card for us that we don't feel, I think people give not a lot of respect to, and that is Madam Mim Elephant.
Yes.
Talk me through why is she there?
So it's a one-off tech card in my deck. I'm playing her because the Steel Song matchup is very tough, and the game plan against Steel Song is playing Pete on turn 3, so you can lock him down and sing on turn 4 with your Pete,
Yep.
and play the elephant the next turn, in the same turn. And Steel Song really has problem with removing the elephant. The elephant also lines very well with the Elsa on turn 5, because you can force a very good trade. And I also get 1 additional bounce in my deck.
Yep.
That's why I like playing one of elephant.
No, I love to see it. I think a lot of people, when they talk about, with the rotation, we're losing a lot of cards, and people go, not Madam Mim Elephant, and then laugh. And I'm like, no, there must be something here, and
Yes.
you saw it there. So, I mean, you only played it once, but it's more of a Steel Song design rather than necessarily anything else. So, other than that, in terms of this matchup, I guess for you, it's move a little bit quicker, try and be a bit faster than let Blurple sort of load its deck.
Yes.
Unfortunately, he had all the ink in the world, but not the cards he wanted, obviously.
That's true, yeah.
So much draw mechanic and didn't seem to find anything to really get rid of you. But do you have issues with this matchup, or has it always been quite easy for yourself? Not easy, it's not the right word, but is it a good matchup for you?
I think it depends on if he has the bell opener or not. If he has the bell opener, he is favored, and if he doesn't have it, it can be a little bit slow. When I start with 1/1 drop, then he has problems with answering that.
Yep.
That's why it depends on the bell opener, I think.
No worries. I'm keeping them short and sweet because you're about to go into top 4. You're going to want to get your mind in the right place. So we have 2 requests. Well, one is that we'll do in a minute. My only questions I have is there a card that you hope that they are printing in set 9? A reprint that we're going to get. And is there a card you really hope they don't?
Okay. So I hope they are reprinting Friends of the Other Side.
Okay.
The purple song to draw cards, because it is a very powerful card and it always feels good to sing this card.
Yeah.
And it's a very powerful draw engine, and I hope purple gets this reprint.
Purple has always been a draw engine type deck color anyway, so it does make sense. If there's one that you are, please don't bring back, what is it?
I think Zeus.
Zeus, okay.
Zeus is a very powerful removal card. It gives answers to almost everything in the game, and I don't want to see it again.
No, I think that's fair, and I don't mind such a powerful removal, but I think it needs to be more expensive. The fact it's uninkable, that may be the argument. make it a 5 cost, make it something just, you need that little bit more to make it, I think, a little bit more reasonable because of the amount of damage it can do. It can pretty much wipe out anything, right? So no, that's very good. We've heard Rapunzels, we've heard Curse Merfolk. People didn't want Curse Merfolk to come back. But no, Zeus is a very apt one. Gio, I don't know who we don't know if we're going to see you on the next table, but we hope we do see you in the final. So good luck. Thank you for coming. And the last thing we're going to ask you to do is we have one of every common and uncommon from set 8. Find one, choose one, and then sign it. We put them all in a book for sort of just showing all the players that we've had throughout this set. The one drop of Vanish. Have you tried it? Have you played it?
Yes, I really like this card, but I had the space in my deck for.
Fair enough. There is a really good Vanish deck build coming, I think, with the Jafars, with the Sultan. All focus on these illusion characters. But I think it will be better set 9 when we've lost some of these easy action removals, if that makes sense. Because right now, for example, we saw Iago getting banished quite easily, and actually for 1 damage, right? So I'm excited to see this deck in action. I just don't think it's just ready yet. But anyway, thank you so much. It's a pleasure. See you hopefully in the final, man.
Jakie zasoby na streama?
Założyć czapkę, bo
Swoją?
nie, fryzjera. Chciałem lorkanową dostać, ale pisałem do nich i powiedzieli, że na jakimś turnieju będzie, a potem pytałem na lokalny sklep w Warszawie, bo z Warszawy jestem. Cześć Maciek. Tam jest kamera.
Dzień dobry w ogóle. Cześć.
Maciek. Witam serdecznie.
Michał. No dobrze, top 8.
Tak.
Niestety, ale ten run się zakończył. Za chwilę przejdziemy do gier, bo mam parę pytań w stosunku do samej gry, ale
Oczywiście.
najpierw jak wczoraj, jak wczorajszy dzień, jak tam sobie poszedł?
miazga. Wczoraj była miazga, miałem tylko 1 remis. Właśnie na bardzo podobny decklistę na Steel Amethyst, tylko że na lokacjach. I tam się trochę namęczyłem.
Ale tak, to był przejazd wczoraj.
Tak, wczoraj był przejazd, tak.
Dzisiaj grałeś 3 gry już, zaraz sobie dokładnie jeszcze pozwolisz, że zobaczę jeszcze raz, żeby sobie przypomnieć.
Na Discard i...
Tak, no Steelsong, Discard i teraz na mety Steela. Discard wydaje mi się, że raczej bezproblemowy jest to matchup dla Ciebie. Tu
matchup jest bardzo fajny, to jest matchup, szczególnie, że mam nastawioną tą decklistę tak właśnie mocno pod Discard, bo denerwuje mnie ta talia, więc nie ma, won mi stop 8.
No dobra, ta gra, którą mieliśmy teraz, mam może generalnie, najpierw powiedz coś o pierwszej grze z tego meczu, a ja później będę miał jedno pytanie szczególne. W sensie, jak się czułeś w tej pierwszej grze?
Pierwsza gra spoko, dobre otwarcie, tylko potem jakoś niepotrzebnie zacząłem się bać i nie szedłem do przodu.
Zabrakło.
Tak, zabrakło jeżeli była ta sytuacja, miałem 11, miał 17, miał Goata, Pita i Rabita. Rabbit był stapowany, jakoś niepotrzebnie coś tam dziwnego robiłem, cofnąłem Hadesa, nie robiąc litara na stole.
I właśnie o to chcę
coś
zapytać.
Coś tam dziwnego zrobiłem, coś się styki przepaliłem.
Właśnie o to chcę zapytać, bo miałeś w tym momencie 3 Ginich.
Tak, 3 Ginich, Hadesa.
Tak, dokładnie. I moje pytanie jest, dlaczego zaatakować Hadesem w Rabbita, zbounce'ować i zostawić jakby przygotowaną Fox, która nie gwarantuje Ci litalu, bo brakuje Ci dokładnie jeden, zamiast questować z Hadesem i jeżeli tak, to chcesz, no to co? No to walnąć Foxem wtedy.
Misplay.
Okej, czyli
ja od razu jak to zagrałem, mówię takie, chłopie,
Właśnie sobie zabrałeś mina w zasadzie.
po co? Tak sobie liczę to wszystko, mówię, dobra, mordo,
niestety.
Next time będzie lepiej, ale no tak, totalny misplay. Wiedziałem o tym, zagrywając to już wiedziałem takie, nie jest źle,
coś tam się na chwilę zawiesiło.
Tak.
Bo tak jak żeśmy właśnie rozmawiali, w zasadzie i tak nie obchodzi Cię, co zagra przeciwnik, bo jak wyciągnie lital, to wyciągnie i Ty jesteś pasażerem.
Jak zagra
Goat albo bounce,
zagra cokolwiek, to jest mi bez różnicy, a ja tam naprawdę nie wiem, co zrobiłem.
To niestety, czasami tak bywa.
Najlepsi skoczkowie też czasami oddają słabe skoczki.
Ale oczywiście, że tak. Druga gra, już myślę tak bardziej spokojniej, raczej po prostu kontrolowałeś całą grę i przejazd do końca. No i trzecia, z mojej perspektywy to było bujanie się cały czas prawo-lewo, były momenty, gdzie naprawdę wyglądało, że już ten board jest ustabilizowany po czym z powrotem przychodził swing. Co jakby było w twojej głowie podczas tej ostatniej gry, wiedząc, że no
Gdzie
czas
Bella?
idzie
Cały czas, gdzie Bella?
A,
Gdzie Bella? Jakby Hades to tam w pierwszej grze miałem po Hadesie, tak że przeciwnik miał 10 albo 9, ale szukałem ciągle Belli, bo Bella i Jago w tym matchupie jest super premium. Też nie spodziewałem się, że kolega będzie grał tyle piosenek. Byłem to troszkę zdziwiony, bo normalnie, jakby ja oryginalnie jestem robił Amethyst, zacząłem grać tam gdzieś pod koniec sety 5. Potem rzuciłem się na Steel Amethyst i tam robiłem jakieś naprawdę, Izma za 4 grałem. Tak.
Wow!
Ale to wynikało tylko z tego, że jak grałem na Lorkanie, to miałem takie, dobra, jestem w stanie zagrać mecz z kimś na jednym ajkosie. Jakby 3 minuty bulety. Jakby polecam każdemu
Dokładnie,
patrasze. Jeżeli ktoś chce, zorganizujcie proszę Mistrzostwa Polski w bullet pakrasze. Minutowa gra. Ja jestem zapisany od razu.
To ja ci powiem, że my żeśmy testowali i mamy pomysł, żeby grać Lorkanę w formacie właśnie bullet albo w formacie rapid. I testowaliśmy to normalnie z zegarem, czyli przychodzisz z deckiem gotowym i przychodzisz normalnie z zegarem czasowym, tak jak w
Też
szachach.
tak uważam, że powinno być. Powiem szczerze, w pierwszej grze grałem na kolegę Dimbara, to miałem takie, jakby musimy troszkę przyspieszyć, no bo okej, ty masz 12 lore, ja mam tam chyba 0,
Tak.
no ale ja wchodzę w ten etap gry, kiedy ty już się wysypałeś wszystkiego, ja mam mega
A ty
mocny
zaczynasz
stół.
grać. No.
Jakby przyspieszmy trochę grę, no bo tak, nie lubię strasznie takiego długiego grania.
No ale tak, udało się, jest top 8. Chyba, znaczy z mojej perspektywy świetny wynik. Top 8 na 108 graczy, którzy podjęli grę wczoraj. Fajnie. Od kiedy jeszcze, że tak podpytam, grasz? Bo z Warszawy mówisz, że jesteś,
tak,
grasz
zacząłem
od...
grać w październiku.
Mhm.
Ale tak na początku to się nie mogłem do końca tego przekonać i tak dalej. Kupiłem
Z zeszłego
sobie-
roku czy na samym początku?
Nie, w zeszłym roku. W zeszłym
A,
roku
okej,
zacząłem grać w październiku,
okej.
a tak naprawdę tak trochę bardziej na serio to zacząłem tam grać w styczniu na LGS-ach u nas lokalnie w Warszawie. Polecam Centrum MTG, wtorki, piątki, Strefa MTG, czwartki.
Byłeś na poprzednim questurze? Wydaje mi się,
Nie,
że
nie
chyba
byłem,
nie.
ja w ogóle
No właśnie,
nie,
tak,
nie byłem,
kojarzę.
bo byłem chyba wtedy we Włoszech czy gdzieś.
Okej.
Pojechałem sobie z rodziną
Okej.
na wyjazd.
Ja nie pamiętam, czy my się widzieliśmy, czy na jakimś większym turnieju. Wydaje mi się, że ja
nie
ciebie
byłem
nigdy
na
nie
większym
widziałem.
turnieju.
A, no to super.
Ja
To się...
przyjechałem z kolegami.
Czyli to
tak,
pierwszy taki większy
tak,
turniej teraz.
nocleg-
No to nie, no to
nocleg
super.
znalazłem, piątkowy
Ekstra.
znalazłem w piątek o 23, bo nie wiedziałem, mówię tak, nie przejdę, wrócę do domu. Naprawdę.
Super, no to się
Nie,
bardzo cieszymy. To co, słuchaj, mamy jeszcze taką małą tradycję, że
podpisywałem już
każda
kartę.
osoba... Tak, ale byłeś na wywiadzie, więc
Tak.
jakby możesz sobie wybrać kolejną
O
kartę
nie,
do
już podpisałem
podpisania.
Monster, nie było go tutaj.
No nie ma, bo...
Monster MVP. Każdy kto
tak,
gra
Monstro był
Dupla,
super.
jakby,
Monster jest
jakbyście
ekstra.
zobaczyli grę pierwszą na Steelsonga, no przeciwnik ma cały stół, robi Whole New World, a ja dobieram stop decka Monstro i mówię,
I przekopa.
jedziemy.
I przekopa przez
dosłownie.
wszystko po prostu.
Dobra, już czegoś szukam ciekawego,
Na spokojnie.
co by tu było. Korzystałem z okazji, pozdrowię swoją narzeczoną i swoją córkę. W ogóle chciałem powiedzieć, że jak zaczynałem grać w Lorcan, to właśnie stanąłem przed dylematem, czy Star Warsy, czy Lorcana.
Dobry wybór.
Wygrałem Lorcana, bo mam po prostu 2-letnią córkę.
Czekaj, to może tym
Dobra.
będzie łatwiej, dobra?
I uznałem, że Lorcana będzie fajniejsza, bo się małe dziecko,
Jakbyś mógł jeszcze tylko dopisać top 8.
potem się...
Tak, bo można grać. Mamy też historię dziewczynki, która wczoraj grała. I jak rozmawiałem z jej ojcem, to piękna karta z Bambiego.
Tak.
Jak rozmawiałem z jej ojcem, to oni w ogóle mają tak, że oni codziennie siadają rodzinnie i 2 godziny grają. I ona później przychodzi na taki turniej i ona uczy ludzi grać. Mając 6 lat.
Jakby
Niesamowite.
trzeba się wdrażać, nie dawajcie dzieciom elektroniki, nie dawajcie dzieciom telefonów, tabletów, postarajcie się, żeby grały w gry planszowe, czytały książki.
I w karty.
Tak, i w karty, dokładnie. To jest
Ale
najlepsza
takie
karta.
karty, a nie pokerowe może.
Na wszystko jest czas i miejsce i pora. Jak dorosną, to niech mają obeznanie i niech ćwiczą na turniejach, stres i tak dalej.
Pewnie. Dziękuję Ci bardzo.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Życzę powodzenia
Tak.
i mam nadzieję do zobaczenia jeszcze.
Również. Dzięki.
Dzięki. Hej.
Nie no, pierwszy turniej.
Aniu, zapisz Bena szybciutko jeszcze. A nie, czekaj, już zrobiliśmy zakończenie. Dobra. Just,
On. What up? We're going to do a pack rush.
Aniu, przymknij drzwi. Sorry.
What, in case they hear us? It's a pack rush.
No, I'm talking about the other players playing.
Well, they can hear me too. We're going to play a pack rush. I'm going to level with you. I don't really know how to play a pack rush, so we're going to make this up as we go along. And I
Yeah.
might just all I really want them to do is
Oh,
open
I
up.
think they're waiting for us.
No, hang on. Let's just wait. This is funnier. Let's just wait. Let's just wait. So first to 15, you automatically get 2 ink, which is the paper cards, right? It's the art card, yeah. And then what is your draw?
You start with 5 cards.
Yeah.
And 5. Every turn you draw 1 lucky.
And everything else goes into the, I guess, deck, right? I don't know. Oh, cool. You can't deck out. Honourable rolling of the deck to see what's next.
All right.
And Pack Rush, come on guys, show us what you. They don't want
Did
to
you
show.
already explain how it works?
Yes, ish. So the 2 art cards become their inkwell.
Yes.
5 card draw, mulligan out as usual, and then draw. And then I was had it explained. If you run out of cards in your deck, the discard is just reshuffled and you replay.
And first to 15.
So this is my only issue with Pack Rush, and I actually think it's a really fun thing to do if you are just opening packs with friends to do something different, right? If you have an enchanted, you don't know right now.
Yeah.
And if you draw 5 and you've just shuffled everything and found out you had enchanted the entire time,
They draw 7.
we'll let it go.
Yeah, whatever.
We'll let it go. It's a Pack Rush rule. Everyone's here for a bit of vibes. Some weird cards. Weird cards in the mulligan.
Do you do the mulligan?
Yeah, I think so. But it's meant to be 5, so you mulligan 5.
Yeah.
So you have, how many cards in a pack? 12?
Because if you take 7, you basically can look through your whole deck with 1 mulligan.
In theory,
Close to.
close to.
No, wait.
It's 12, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
yeah,
24,
so close to.
Close to. 10 surprises.
Yeah, I think they both mulligan whole.
Nah, yeah, just find out as much as I can, right?
Yeah.
Interesting, they both ended up with a Mickey art card. There was a theory amongst our store for a while that Mickey was the worst draw. Elsa
Any
being the
enchanted?
best.
Any
Maleficent normally meaning a legendary. Oh, is that a Tremaine?
That's Tremaine.
Is that a Tremaine?
And
Okay.
Let the Storm.
Oh my God.
Gale into play. Oh, that's Prince John.
No, because you get to start with 3 ink, don't you? That's a
well,
wild start.
2. You start with 2 and then
You can ink.
Yep.
So Basil into the inkwell. So in theory, you might not deck out, but you could end up running out of cards because you ink everything.
Yes. yeah. And you all the time put the discard into deck.
Oh my
draw,
God!
play.
What you want to do is ink everything except for a Cobra, the Cobra illusion and another card. Play it, discard, banish it. Play it, discard, and just keep getting 2 lore.
Oh my God.
That's the Grumpy. I want to say Bodyguard, and that's the. Evasive goes hard here. That's the. Is he evasive? It's the one if he's banished, he goes back to.
Gale is, but the Bruno that is played is 2/2 evasive, and when he's banished, you draw a card.
Yes, so quite a good in this format, I'd say.
Yeah.
Lady Tremaine is going to be a weird one. Storm sang to take out the Gale.
Yeah, I think this is Grumpy.
Yes, 3/1.
When you have a knight, this character gains resist 2.
Because he's got 3/1,
and he's
right?
evasive during your turn. Yeah.
Then we have. That is. I want to say Tobias. This is where we have to really challenge.
On the right,
Yeah.
it's.
He's from Princess and the Frog, I think.
I have too many copies of him.
He's from Princess and the Frog, which I actually watched it recently. Really does hold up as a movie.
Yeah.
Really strong movie.
I have no idea what I'm looking at. Where is he?
Boff. Not Shia LaBeouf. Do it!
Elsa.
Elsa. Oh my God, the evasives on the left.
Damn.
These guys are going to be happy with these pack pulls. These are quite nice little
Yeah,
draws.
quite nice.
That item's not doing you much.
No.
Finders Keepers.
Let's go.
Raid.
That's a raid. That's one of your favorite characters.
I love that card.
From the beginnings of.
Yeah,
Arcana.
just evasive, powerful card, good lore power. Just unfortunately now, just not fast enough. The 5 ink is just not fast enough by today's standards. Still a great card. If you had to choose him, if you choose him or Crikey, it's probably Crikey.
Develop your brain.
Visions
of the Future.
What the hell? So now he's seen all of his cards. Oh, dozen eggs. He needs that. That's a really good card.
That's Scar.
No,
the one that gives you
Is
law by changing.
I thought it was Shere Khan.
Oh, Shere Khan. Sorry, not Scar.
That's the. I mean, dozen eggs. I don't remember what it did. I've got a bunch of hollows. I couldn't remember what dozen eggs did.
Yeah. Ooh.
The item.
gives resist by the number of characters you have gives that much of a resist.
Yep.
Something like this. If I'm correct, your characters gains resist 2 until the start of your next turn. Just resist.
They are now playing.
Okay. Yeah, cool.
Oh, yeah, ready up. Come on. This is a high class game. We're trying to get it right. That's the cards, right? They're the ones that if they're damaged have a higher attack. I think. Oh my god, this is what I'm really proving myself.
Which one?
Which is inked. Was it one of the?
Oh, I didn't saw. Sorry. Knock. This is
Move damage.
Moving damage. Yeah, exactly.
Gets rid of the arena, but still triggers the
It's
card
a
draw.
banish, so it still triggers. And LeBeouf.
LeBeouf.
Quest for 2.
A different Lady Tremaine. The Lady Tremaine shift target that no one uses because they just wait until they get enough money and pay Lady
go
Tremaine
to
outright.
6. He's got 6, so it's probably Tremaine next time.
To target Minnie Mouse.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, Mickey! That's
Isn't that the Minnie?
Yeah.
And the Mickey that works with
The
Minnie.
actual synergy between these two boosters has been quite impressive. To be fair to them.
So this Mickey Mouse have +2 attack if there is a Minnie Mouse.
Yep, and the Lady Tremaine
the
has also.
small Minnie Mouse. Yeah, you can continue.
And then the Lady Tremaine has just come down as well. The red uninkable Lady Tremaine, the other Lady Tremaine.
And the Minnie Mouse is actually whatever she quests, remove 2 damage.
Yep.
And the strange Tremaine.
Strange Tremaine.
Oh my god, so many cards that we actually have absolutely no idea. And when you play this character, each opponent with more lore than you loses 1.
A bit harsh in this format, but I see what he's done.
Yeah.
It's a weird. I'm based on the amount of backs they had on the side of the table. These guys got a wager on.
Yeah, it looks like.
Okay. There's the Ray. Is that King Racer?
To be honest, yeah.
It's not King Racer. It's the other name for him, but I think it says on it as a shift target he classifies as Turbo.
Yeah, Turbo. This character can count as being a name King Candy for sure.
Just counting it 1, 2, 3. How much can that Mickey quest for? 2.
Yes.
Okay, 1, 2, 3,
5.
4, 5, 6.
So 2 missing.
Yeah.
And on the right side, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
8.
So 1 missing.
1 missing. So it's going to come down to a bit of a scrap next turn, most likely. Cheshire Cat to play Shere Khan and
can actually
the
clinch that.
And the Elsa.
Shere Khan can actually clinch that because whatever one of your character challenges another character gain 1 law.
So Elsa, the issue is that all the
It's still
cards
all
quest for
1 law,
more.
yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but you can prevent your opponent from being able to counterattack. So the likes of Elsa, Lady Tremaine, you get the lore out of them either way. So you may as well go on the offensive, followed by then questing out most likely with the Minnie and the Mickey. So you gain lore for Shere Khan.
Yep.
Questing with those two. These guys are taking this very seriously, which
I
makes
don't
me
know
feel,
if you have to.
which makes me feel like they are.
You can take out child. Yeah. Get 1 law instead of 2.
Quest.
Yeah, quest and remove damage.
Oh
because
yeah.
Minnie, whenever she quests, she removes damage.
Quest.
And pass. Yep. And he is pretty safe.
I think he could have won that
12. No. I don't see how, but
Yeah, I mean, it would have been 1 away. Sorry.
yes.
Ooh.
It popsicle, I guess. Ray knock into Minnie. Ray. Hello.
You need to do something about that Shere Khan, and you need to do something about that Elsa. It's all over.
It's still Shere Khan and Elsa left. Tremaine, nothing. Yeah, so we basically. That's game.
Yes, game. And it's Pat Rush is best of 1, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. I'll go talk to these guys in a minute. With that in mind, He's having a look through what they actually had. The actual fact he got the Lady Tremaine play to banish a character is actually a great pull to have pulled out. Oh, they're moving at speed. Good cards, I think, actually. I think there's some solid cards in there.
Not bad.
Bad luck. Oh, he's pulled. Oh, are they going? Oh, are they trading? Oh, I think they're doing a wager.
Oh, on
the boosters.
So
Yeah.
whoever wins gets one booster.
Okay, so they're now going again.
Nice.
Okay, we're with you. Now, if only we understood what they were doing. Now, they've gone for Shivering Skies.
They immediately, when I approached them, they immediately asked, "Is it recording?" And I said, "No, we cannot hear you." "Oh, good, you're gonna be locked up if you do it."
Okay,
Okay.
cool.
Okay.
Nice to know. Right, shuffling out. They're going to go again. I was about to say, how's this going to go? My instinct was to immediately go into regular game formatting. How's it going to go? Like they were going to play the same cards.
Yeah.
How's this going to go? I don't know. Maybe one of them will pull a card. I don't. What the hell was I thinking was going to come out of that there? We are going to see how this goes. I don't know. I don't know how many packs they've got.
I think they had 8 each, so technically 4 games to be played.
It's a lot of items.
Oh my god.
Mrs. Potts.
Is her?
Top right. Last card on the set. I'll be 2 seconds if that's okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Stay hydrated, kids. It's important. Stay hydrated. Donald Duck into that's the reckless 1-drop. Forgot his name.
Bad.
Bird. Burb. They both got Donald Duck.
Yeah, and your opponent loses 1 law.
Yeah, but one of you wins in the exchange.
Yep.
Hyena. That looks like dump truck. That's not me
Yeah,
commenting.
it is.
That's not me
It is
commenting.
dump
That's not me commenting on the players. That's just me acknowledging the card. Crapex was like, "Ah, not me." Is that the Cinderella Knight?
No, that's Snow White.
Snow White. Snow White, the
Yeah.
Knight. Cool concept. Never really went anywhere.
Yeah, I was just checking. What is that?
Yeah. Cinderella here for a fight. Snow White here for a fight. It was a really cool concept because they had this version of all the 7 dwarves if they were mercenaries. I don't really know how to describe it.
Yeah, she gets +1 resist for
Every other knight, which the dwarves then are all knights as well.
Yep. Oh, that's a Dewey, I think.
We also can see that's not hit the discard. Isn't that the purple discard trigger? Which I guess in this format isn't really that valuable because your opponent can just reset the hand if you do discard them out. That is Dewey. That looks like I don't know what it's called. It forced your opponent to be reckless, I think is what that is. He's about to ink it. It's a inkable action give.
Oh, so, I think it's all damage character.
Oh, you get it reckless.
I think
on,
you
yeah.
tried it.
Yeah, I tried to make it work. There is a place for it, just not quite yet.
Oh, no,
Moana.
that Moana is great.
Great Moana.
The uninkable quest for 2 for 4 body,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, very solid card. Very solid card. And then we go into it. There's actually these guys have had some. I would say these were very reasonable.
3
boosters.
4, sorry, for 3.
But very
That's
reasonable
for two.
boosters these guys have had actually.
Yeah.
Really good cards. We
really
then have
sorry.
Dump Truck coming down. Inflict 1 damage on who's he targeting? Baby Duck? No, Moana. Moana takes damage. Then he plays draw. What's he got? I can't quite see. Looks good. They're moving too fast. See what he plays.
Hey, sorry, I'm just sorting out the LGS on site.
Oh, we are coming up to the final now, aren't we? Which at that point we probably can determine it, right?
I think so.
We are then still waiting to see what he wants to play. He's putting some deep thought into it. I guess there is boost on the line. You'd be heartbroken if after a pack rush you handed your opponent a booster that had an enchanted. In it. Yeah. Which is why they probably said, please don't record the audio. We're doing a pack rush on camera, having a great time, doing our best. That's the blue Anna played in as well. Currently, both sides just seem to be building up their sort of military forces to then maybe we're going to have a big scrap in a couple of turns' time. That reckless character has just been sat there and hasn't actually had a chance to challenge. And he passes. Okay, now 4 characters in play. We're going to see that US game where they had like 20 characters on board. That we're going to see.
What? Okay.
You need to run stuff out.
Yeah, I need to
you go do stuff.
LGS.
I'll cover. We will get through this. I'll turn your camera off as well. I'm at it. You're stuck with me now, lads. It's just us now. I am now going to badly name the cards that we see on the screen here. I'm just going to shout names and see what happens. Both characters are moving their cards way too fast. I think they know they're messing with me. Quest down the line. Someone had to make the decision to go for it. It's a big questing turn. He's thinking about what he wants to play next. Oh, remember what that card does? Is that one that it was the Mulan with the rocket? What does it do?
Oh, I think it's the deal damage equal to characters you have, basically.
So it's a sort of strength type thing, but action, right? Yeah. Okay. So it works like Strength of Raging Fire. Then you do damage based on the number of characters you have there. For some reason, I thought there was a readying up mechanic, but I think I'm confusing it with another card. With that, they then played Anna. Still there. At the moment, one side definitely has more control than the other. It's how they want to then sort of respond to that. Dewey, Donald, Anna versus Donald, Bird, Snow White, and Dump Truck. Dump Truck's an easy target. It's an 0-1, so if you need to do something... Oh, Chan decides to challenge the Donald. Oh, heals it with healing. Is that healing touch? Looks like healing touch. I think it is. It's that weird one with the kid lying down, isn't it? Where they're like tapping him on the forehead, ET style. With that, I forgot to turn off Mihal's camera. Yeah, I got it right. No, I didn't. Yeah, I did. There we go. I've got it under control now. Right, if you want to step in and join on the camera, you're more than welcome. We'll take extra voices just while and in which case, let me just turn on everything I just turned off, which is that. We're being joined by Top 16 from the UK. 1 second. And I just turned off the cameras. Let me turn that back on. And we can be seen. Hey, mate. And then microphone is there ready for you. Do you want to introduce yourself quickly?
Hi, I'm Dan. I'm from the UK. It's my 3rd Lorekeepers Quest tour.
Thank you very much for coming.
Top cut as well.
Top cut as well, yeah. One of our. So I think at this point the game's probably going to go to the player on the right, just because I feel like he's got no momentum on the left.
He's definitely run out of steam for sure.
I guess that's the issue with Pack Rush, right? I swear like one in every like 100 boosters, and unfortunately know that sort of ratio I'm cracking them at this point. You get a box or get a booster that is like, why did I get 4 items? And
honestly, the amount of pack rushes I've done, there have been at least 3 that I can think of where I've got just items or just characters that are like 0-4s that do nothing.
Yeah,
like,
and
it can just go that way.
Funny enough, in our in our sealed recently, I did really well, but I got nothing higher than a rare. No super rare,
wow.
No legendaries. Out of 5 boosters, nothing higher than a rare.
That's unlucky.
But all I got was bodies. 2 drops, 3 drops that were 4 3s,
and
it was more than enough, because even though a couple of evasives enough to do damage, if that makes sense, or cards that gain evasive on your turn.
Sure.
So everyone else had gone for an evasive strategy, and unfortunately, as I understand it, in Magic, it's called a Reacher deck, where I'm like effectively chasing those evasives, and it was just purely coincidentally of, I just need cards that can play, and I don't need an item that heals my locations right now, so I'm going to go for something more useful. But
honestly, sometimes the best thing is just like a 4/4 or a 5/5.
Yeah,
Just
exactly.
carry you on its own.
And I think that people underestimate the vanilla cards that just have that power output. Because they're commons or uncommons, they feel, sometimes they feel like every card needs an ability. No, sometimes you just need something that punches, and that's all it's in.
Exactly, that's why we love Steel. Steel's the best. You just need a big boy.
You just need a big boy. Archimedes coming down here, huge fan of Kale's. This is a evasive shift target, really loved card, quite a lot of fun. Is losing a lot of momentum in the rotation, but there is some new cards coming in its place.
Exceptionally strong card, especially for something limited like Pack Rush.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you in this Pack Rush, it's just odds on did your opponent get an evasive, and actually that's
maybe enough.
Might be enough. That's one of the Madrigals. I believe it's. I don't want to even attempt it. I know it's one of the Madrigal family on the top there.
Top right.
Top right.
Top right's Bruno.
Is it Bruno?
But it could be Camillo dressed as Bruno. I don't know.
That's the issue.
It's one of the two, for sure.
But which one of them it is, I'm not 100% sure. Really fun. I do think there's a strong... They've definitely tried to make that a strong tribal deck, and I don't know if it's just not strong enough or people haven't tested it enough, but I feel like there is...
So I think the problem is, like, as a tribal, it's probably not strong enough.
Yeah.
From our experience. But then there are just so many cards that are like almost good enough. Like Dolores that sees some play, that when something's exerted, when she enters, you draw a card.
The Sing Together from this set, I think, is... We haven't seen it today. I'm genuinely surprised by that. The one that Sing Together, every character that sings, you gain lore and draw.
Yeah.
And I just think that is so powerful that I just think people haven't worked out how to use it yet.
I think as soon as rotation hits, that's going to be huge.
Yeah, massive card, and it goes into that sort of power. And there we have... it's now turned into a puppy deck without meaning to. Never mind, Fred showed up. Is it if you shift Fred, don't you have to search for Floodborn? Because if not, that's really funny. Start drawing to get Floodborn. That's how it works.
Yeah, I think it's on shift, so I think it's fine.
Which,
but
actually, have
we got more? Let's see the rest of the deck.
Yeah, unfortunately, you would then deck out, shuffle your discard.
Just keep going.
Keep going.
Infinite loop.
Infinite loop. I've accidentally trapped myself in a Pack Rush loop. I can't. My opponent can't finish the turn until I deal with my bot. Deal with my.
Other card games typically count that as a loss.
Yes.
So maybe not the best move.
Some help, please. I'm stuck on this table. Like we'll go home, mate. You stay here and keep drawing the same 7 cards until we get somewhere. Unexpected. Is that?
I have no idea.
I think that's the Sapphire Chromicon.
I mean, that's not terrible.
It's just
but the Scarab, on the other hand, is not great unless you've got any illusions, and we have not seen any yet.
Well, the issue is if you've got the ink and you've got the card, we haven't seen any yet, neither has the player. So the player might actually find out that is a very good card to have.
Still got 7 cards left, could be 7 illusions.
7 illusions. Accidentally pulls out, Cobra, where you can discard it for...
or Iago, either would be nice.
Iago would be nice.
That might win on the spot, to be fair.
Oh, I think he's just...
a lot of Iagos over the weekend.
A lot of Iagos. It's a very powerful card. My favourite thing about it is people keep saying to me, "Oh, actions are just so powerful." Also, illusions are so powerful. And I'm like, have you seen a mosquito bite? Mosquito bite is the answer. Well, no matter how powerful your illusion is, mosquito bite will deal with the situation.
Just think of that in the theme: in one giant parrot and a small mosquito.
Yeah, exactly. It goes back to my hand. I have more mosquito bites. I can make this work.
Ward's looking a lot clearer.
It's looking a lot clearer, but unfortunately, Archimedes somehow needs to take down 3 characters, and
definitely an uphill battle there.
Yeah, and two cards in hand.
3 bits of removal in hand, and you'll be fine.
It looks like he. Oh,
I can actually see what's in hand. Oh, he's looking for an option.
That is 100% an autopilot. I need to check my discard. You don't know what the rest of your cards are.
That's true.
Ooh, I have learnt nothing.
Lots of random jank in the discard. That means there's more in the deck, I imagine.
He hasn't seen the full set of cards. What could still be in my discard? If he knew, that's a...
That's not exactly terrible, is it?
No, it's not a bad removal, but still got to get rid of that Fred.
Yeah.
I think it might be
That's it.
Oh, that Robin Hood would have been... if you had got it out, that would have probably sealed a Pack Rush for you, actually, to be fair. Unfortunately...
You've got to get it out first.
Got to get it out first, and in this format, 9 cost is not... Oh, I guess with the amount of ink you could do in theory, I don't know if they're going to keep playing. This is the wild thing.
It would be rough trying to get to that 9 ink.
As they're resetting, so it tells you they're about to do it again. Azurite Sea, I would love for an Enchanted. It would be hype on stream.
I mean, yeah. Imagine the players as they're playing and shuffling this unsleeved enchanted.
Yeah, shuffle, and there's an enchanted Elsa that's never going to get a PSA 10. That's on me.
Yeah.
I
have seen people play Pack Rush and just sleeve up immediately without looking, just sleeve the cards blind.
just on the on the.
Actually, the last time I saw that, they did pull an enchanted, and it was the Elsa.
Oh, nice. And yeah, I guess actually just the rule of I'm going to very carefully, I guess, sleeve all these cards on the off chance that something up here is value, right? Like even, and we've talked about this earlier. Some of the holographics do scratch really easily, right? And if you
especially the new foil.
If you are a collector and you want to look after them, then of course that's something you may want to consider. But going
lots
in,
of amber in hand.
I think that was a giant Mickey.
I would love to see that come down.
That's legendary, right? Is it legendary? Giant Mickey? From the latest set?
Yeah.
So, it's a 10 drop though, right?
It is huge. 10 drop. I think it's a 10 cost 10-10, right?
Yeah. So I'm not sure, and there's not much options here to cheat him out, if that makes sense. So we'll have to...
I mean, there might be. They could have got really lucky and found some way.
Really lucky.
When was it? Return of Hercules?
Return of Hercules in this set. That's Penny the Orphan. She's got Ward, if you haven't heard it. That's a reference to Squad to enjoy there. The next set then comes down to what's going on to next. Raffle all done? Okay. Going into... What is he going to play next? He's got Penny. He's played Penny the Orphan. If you haven't heard, she's got Ward. That Moana is phenomenal.
I have loved trying to build decks to make her.
And isn't that a captain off the bat? Isn't that Winnie the Pooh a captain?
I don't actually know. Let's have a look. Let's see if we can find him. See if he's a captain.
He's the yellow Winnie the Pooh.
He definitely should be a captain if he's not.
Because isn't there a Pooh's pirate ship item card?
Yeah.
It's not even a location, which I always didn't quite understand.
He's not a captain.
He's not
just
captain.
A pirate.
He's just legged it, so it doesn't quite work with Moana.
I mean, still on turn 1, I was in the quest for 1 and has 3 power.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah. There are definitely worse things to do.
And Chip, great actual combo. A friend of ours actually does have a more kind of casual, friendly deck where he does the Chip and Dale sort of not tribal's not the right word, but that's the combinations you get from those cards.
Yeah.
And actually, in a sort of meme-y way, it does go. It does actually work in a really nice way, those Chip and Dale cards.
So back home, we've got someone that plays locally that also has a Chip and Dale-ish type deck. Again, not tribal, but running into those themes along with Chernobog. And when it goes, it does go.
And I'm also pretty sure I've just saw on the player on the right hand, I think that might be a legendary Stitch. Which means both players have pulled a legendary that the other one doesn't know about right now.
Oh, is that the Bodyguard? The Bodyguard.
I think it's the new one from Blue. Is that? Oh no, it's not legendary, is it? It's just part of the art card.
Tiana's boyfriend. I forgot his name.
Oh yeah, yes.
Once.
Tiana's boyfriend, Prince Naveen.
Naveen, that.
The shift Naveen that realistically my only issue with this card, I think it's great art, fun idea. You don't want to shift the Naveen. Like the Naveen really. You've got, you don't really want to shift. So unfortunately, there's not a really valid shift target for him yet. That's the Long John Silver on the top right there, red. There's some really great options with Long John Silver. There's some really powerful cards. I think that's one of those cards that has been consistently powerful. Like when they print it, it's always got something that can work.
Red Steel Pirates with John Silver absolutely has legs. We just have yet to find anyone that's done it well.
I think is that Stitch legendary?
Which
the blue
one?
Stitch. I think he's
yes,
got the,
yeah.
So we have a blue legendary on the right and a steel legendary on the left.
Wow.
Which out of 2 packs,
not bad.
Not a bad pull that either of them don't really know.
I wouldn't mind those odds.
No. Prince John. That's Prince John. And then.
What is that?
That is I think it's it's an Alice in Wonderland purple action. Couldn't tell you what it does, but he's kept it in play. I couldn't tell you what that does. He's gone to discard now. I think it's Alice.
Is it any of those?
I can't really tell. Any idea what? Oh, no one's. On the computer. Nah, we'll make it work. They seem to know what's going on.
It was a card.
It was a card.
Some
He's
use.
then brought it down with the other
John Silver.
The other John Silver. Again, Red Steel Pirates, really dangerous card.
3/3 stopping something challenge. Absolutely love it.
which is it's often a lot of cards that prevent them from re-exerting. Actually, not being able to challenge for a lot of cards is really is actually another way to sort of stagger your opponent.
And it being a captain on 3 is great if you've got Smee to go back it up.
Yeah, exactly. And there's that goes wide with everything.
Huge Arthur.
Skip the draw phase. One of the Death Spider was playing this card, which we saw earlier in the weekend.
I saw another player playing it earlier in the day.
Because Blue Steel has got a few sort of not necessarily reliable draw mechanics, but has got some
But they
draw
do have
mechanics
ways of drawing cards.
that actually you can go, like in this format, right? It's like I don't need to draw. The card actually has a great stat line as well.
It's phenomenal, 6/6.
Yeah.
2 or 3 lore on it. I think it went
3 lore, 6/6. Every card can lose to something, right? But
For sure.
I reckon, but then pair that with something like Alice, the one that gives another character ward, or Goofy that gives. I can't play in this set, but these cards that give characters ward, really unpleasant card to try and get rid of.
Very much.
That's
And how many answers are there going to be in Pack Crush?
yeah, exactly.
You got 2 packs to try and find an answer to a 6/6.
And he can't draw, so he's going to just now work on effectively, I'm going to keep questing and see if you can take me out mentality.
Find an answer.
Find an
Deal
answer
with
to
me.
me rather than I'm chasing you. It's a very fair point. I don't need to draw anymore. To be fair, I don't know what I'm drawing for. Like,
yeah.
there's nothing out there I know I need, so may as well
Might as well just give it up.
give it up.
Give it
The
up for a
stat
6/6.
lines on the cards there isn't enough to get rid of.
I don't think so.
Maybe get rid of the Stitch, most likely, but not enough to get rid of the Penny the Orphan now picking a fight with a
The Stitch comes
bioweapon.
back though, doesn't he? He just recurs.
Yeah, I think it's but you have to reoccurs, but you pay.
You discard an inkable card and pay 2 or 3, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe killing it isn't the best thing because it's just going to keep coming back.
If he has a card in hand, that's the.
That's true, and he has turned off his only
draw
card
mechanic.
draw, i.e. the draw for turn.
But the other side of it being is actually there's that Madam Im Rhino.
Yeah, it's the Rhino.
And bounce back. Of course, he's going to quest for 3 and pass because there's nothing. Oh no, he's going to challenge. Sorry, to get rid of the. Is that the pigeon that gains passive lore for when characters are banished?
I couldn't tell which one it was out of the 2.
No, but it was.
Could be that one. Could be the other one. That
I
gets
don't.
lore
I'm not 100% sure what film they're from.
I think we looked it up and it was Bolt.
What?
It's either Bolt or Rescuer.
What's Rhino's mechanic? 'Cause he just got a ton of lore.
I don't think so.
Something in play there. Either the child or the Rhino just gave him a ton of lore. I'm not sure what the reaction, what the triggers were to create that. Because I don't think it's Rhino that's triggered it.
No.
Is that
Rhino's
yellow
just a big
card?
body.
Is that yellow card gain lore for a damaged character or something? Because that would be the only thing that would.
That would make sense.
He's going to quest to 14, be shy 1, and Scarab.
Again, I told you, Scarab.
Everywhere.
Not what you
Scarab.
want to see. Huge Mickey.
And that's the scar that can ready up after challenging. So quite some healthy boosters.
Real heavy hitters in those packs.
I don't know. They're now still trading. They're down to
Azurite and Inklands.
Azurite and Inklands. Fun idea. I'm not sure. I'm just not sure what they're going to play against. This is my first time actually witnessing Pack Rush. I've seen it happen. Like, I know it's
Is it
happening.
really?
Yeah, I know it's been happening around me, but I haven't played one myself. And haven't actually. I've seen it like happening around me, but not sat down enough to actually watch it in.
So when they announced it on paper, I was like, that doesn't seem for me.
It's a bit of heat. I actually do enjoy it. It's a bit of fun.
When you sit down and play it, it is a real good laugh.
Yeah, I guess the reality of it is it's not cheap. In the sense of you have to
buy the packs.
But there's nothing stopping you from actually going into like your bulk, for example. If your bulk is organised, a bit more challenging. But you could, in theory, just grab.
Yeah, that's true.
If you just got a bulk that isn't necessarily like specifically organised in numbers, it's just I know that's my bulk. You could, in theory, recreate a version of this, I guess,
Pretty
out of
easily
that
at home,
bulk.
yeah.
And
And it's really nice to play a game where you almost have you have half the control you normally do.
yeah.
You have no idea what's in the deck. You just got to work with the 5 cards you've got.
But then you also get some insane combos that you can't get because you can't play these colours simultaneously, right? And it's just a bit of fun,
yeah.
which I think the Infinity format is going to be still using the 60 card format 2-ink system, right?
I haven't heard anything otherwise, so I'd assume so.
I assume so, but I would love to see sort of a rainbow mentality type deck. Where you can maybe play one of everything or something like that, just to let you have a bit more. There's so many cards that could have some really fun, really stupid interactions.
Didn't they say Super Sealed was 3 colours?
Yes, so 3 colours is better. Yeah, absolutely. So there could be some really, really
interesting
broken
combinations there.
That's the Tinkerbell 3-drop, I believe, evasive quest for 2.
Yep.
Part of the sort of like fairy.
Goes with a fairy ship.
And it goes with the fairy ship. There's the fairy shift line, which gives other fairies a boost as well.
Yeah.
But there isn't just currently a huge amount of fairy options to really make that a...
Not enough yet.
Not enough yet.
But they're growing by each set.
They are growing by each set. We have the 3 fairies from the Sleeping Beauty set. I think we have a couple of copies of them now.
Yep.
And then we have things like the blue fairy and stuff like that as well. So it is viable. Actually, with something like that, support new blue-purple fairy. The evasive gives support 2-drop. Very broken in a closed format.
Pulling a blind.
Oh, it's from the new set. It's blue fairy, blue purple dual link.
Yep.
Quest for 2. Quest for 1, 2/2, evasive and support.
Oh,
so
wow.
in a closed format mode like this, it's very powerful because unless your opponent definitely has an evasive to chase you,
Yep.
you just quest and give support to something else. So you're gaining lore passively while just bullying your opponent at the same time. So really good 2-drop if you know that your opponent isn't likely playing a lot of evasives.
But of course, these players know
what they're going to get. That's the other character from Wreck-It Ralph.
It's what, 3/2?
3/2. Good fighty character. Also quest for 2. A lot of lore power in this.
I'm going to trade up most likely. Is that a Chip or a Dale? I can't.
Unfortunately, can't tell either. I think it's a Dale. I think Chip's in the hat, Dale's in the Hawaiian shirt.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
King, huge, very popular character that was played in a lot of aggro decks recently. Did have a space in Steel Song for a while, just as a big, heavy. You can't remove this character, loreable character.
The blue steel Kiwi birds.
Yeah, as well.
Top end as well. Very early aggressive purple still had it too.
It's just a very powerful, not very expensive card.
Quests for so much.
Good stat line, and also on top of all of that, it's only a rare.
Yep.
So
literally
not hard to get your hands on compared to some of the other decks that are out there.
Another chipmunk.
A lot of chipmunks in this deck. Pluto. That's Basil with support. I think it's like 2/1 with support.
Yep.
And Wendy Darling captain.
Really hard to tell from the foiling.
I think that's who he is.
Yeah, absolutely is. It's 1/3, 2 lore.
And is that? I have no idea what that is.
A location.
A location, and then that's the Penelope who then goes to a location for free, gain a ton of lore because of that
smashing through it.
Absolutely huge Gantu swing, and plus 2/2 from the other characters he has in play as well.
It'll be very hard to try and stop him winning on the next turn.
Exactly, and go from there.
How many answers do you have?
I don't know. And I think we're going to wrap up Pack Rush in a second. Because I suspect the final is about to start. We're going to talk to the players so they can be joining us for that.
That is the action that we could not identify.
And game set. Right, we're going to stop the recording there. Thank you very much for joining us. Good to see you. Hopefully see you in the future. It's a pleasure as always. I'm going to go see what's going on, so we're going to stop the recording. You're watching the Lorekeepers of Poznań. That was some Pack Rush. Have a good day. Time. What is wrong with me? Morning, Michael. Evening, Michael. How are you?
I'm really good. I'm really happy that we are actually having a final.
We are having a final. We unfortunately weren't able to record the semi-final. Players weren't inclined to do so. Absolutely been there, right? So we are going to be showing the grand final very shortly. I may look annoyed is because there are 2 buttons. One starts the stream, one starts the recording. I have had to hit that button 14 times this weekend, and 14 times I've hit the wrong one.
And you missed
every single time. So we are back. We are now going to see the main gameplay. The guys are currently setting up and mulliganing. People we've had on the stream already. Genuinely by accident. We do have this incredible ability of day one we choose anybody, literally anyone. We find them, we point to go, come and play. We want you to be in the final. On the top table on day one, and we just choose people who look happy, people who look excited, people who just want to come and hang out, right? And once again, we've ended up with top 8 on our tables day one, purely by coincidence.
Yep.
It's just the way that it works
Well,
out.
no, sorry. Bonanza was today for the first time.
Today was the first
but
time.
Jacob was
but,
yesterday
but if
already.
you look at the
Yep.
top, if you look at the top 16, so many of them have been on our table already this weekend.
Yeah.
They are setting up, so we know that it's a amethyst steel versus a amber steel. Best of 3. It is unlimited time, so we could be here till 7 p.m. at night.
Yep.
I'm going to level with you. I will flip a table. Just if we end up going that way. I figured after about 45 minutes, someone would call slow play. But we'll see how it goes.
All right. Ink Diablo.
Play
Standard.
Diablo.
Also, Bonanza won the dice roll with 2
Double
sixes.
Yeah, so luck is currently on your side. The mind games are certainly in his favour. And actually, very importantly, that he gets that first turn realistically. Because if he knows he's against an amber steel, there's a good chance of some singing coming his way. He needs to get moving before that sort of incident happens, right? Jacob, currently perplexing. Jacob, I just told you slow play. I'll come for you, mate. Rapunzel into Cinderella. Expensive ink.
Oh yeah, it is. Still, I think one of the most expensive legendaries that we have to date, at least.
100%. 100%.
And ink and skip turn too. So no SME. That I would say that's a perfect just target to basically take out the Diablo. And if you have your own 2-drop, it's gonna shape Jacob to be in a great position. So to play Troubadour,
great choice.
Yeah, have some
huge
removal.
number of singing options in his hands.
Yep.
Two Cinderellas, a Troubadour.
And pass. Oh,
well, I guess actually, reality being taking out a Diablo does nothing but give my opponent a card, really. Actually.
and you're opening up your own Cinderella
Yeah,
for any like
potentially a rush.
Peter Pan rushes. Yep. Pete to stop any singing and pass to Jacob. There is, I think I see Rhino on the right.
There's a good chance. He's been here all weekend. He's been here all weekend. He's unstoppable. Do you know what we should have done in the first 45 minutes of day 1?
What?
Print on a piece of paper, please.
Yeah, I was thinking. So while we are casting, every game this thing comes into my mind and this slips when we finish.
We need
always
to.
forget.
We are going to have a counter of how many times have Ben or Michal said, "Can you please close the door?" And I think we must be pushing 30. I mean, I am already past it. Bonanza is. It's a tricky game. It's a tricky turn for Jacob. What's he going to do
Rhino.
here?
Oh, okay. Ink Rhino. To play. Wait. So what you would like to play? Oh wait, you have 3 inks. So Rhino is still 1 turn.
1 turn away. Set up an aerial just to find the songs. Maybe not use it right now.
Aerial or just beat
Another
to secure yourself.
Secure yourself, but yeah.
But also because Bonanza is he looks a bit in a tricky situation. So, Lawrence. Lawrence, fine. Putting the pressure down.
I thought you meant Horace. No, it's Lawrence.
No, it's Lawrence. Stop messing with my head.
That's a good card to have just because of the limitation of damage output.
Yeah, that's correct.
And he can quest for 2 damage to prevent that issue being an issue in time. Although you have just teed up him for a cheeky Rapunzel.
Yeah, Rapunzel now would be great.
Never mind.
Yeah.
I will shut my mouth then. That's fair enough. Well played.
Quest of Diablo and pass. Nothing else to do?
A bit of a standoff. Truxican standoff, as they call it in Borderlands. It's a. I just got an eye roll from Kale. Nothing really happening just yet, but it is fast paced. They are moving at speed.
They both understand and they exactly know what they need to do. They understand the decks of their opponent. They had plenty of time to actually watch their opponent play between rounds. So
referees just showing up. Going further on.
Hey, Pete.
Going on.
So we cannot play any actions now.
No, and he uses that Naveen to drop into, of course, the good old classic Naveen into the whole new world, getting the most he can.
Peter Pan is out. Peter Pan is in the discard. What do we have on the right? I think Cinderella and Rhino.
That's a good possibility.
Yeah.
And he's deciding what he wants to do. Does he want to trade into that Diablo? Possibly would have done that before the whole new world.
Why not before whole new world? Yeah. Maybe he was thinking about having something to sing, but it's still additional card. I think I would prefer to do it before.
Yeah, I think so, but maybe just banking on something more interesting coming away. For example, actually being able to sing, say, We know he has it. Bare necessities, actually, and actually maybe he's going for wanted to play the bare necessities.
Yes,
pairs,
yeah, I think that was the.
And actually, you just gave your opponent 7 cards. What's one more?
Yep.
People are slowly filling in. There are tons of chairs further down the front. I feel like a teacher saying, "Come and sit at the front. It's okay." Smee, a 2-drop Smee, still 3 more to play. Follows it with a Madam Mim Rush to take out the Troubadour and put that Smee back into his hand. Not a bad use of that card because it's unlikely they're going to try and trade into it. Like that Madam Mim is going to be sang at most likely. But great, waste
But
your
now
song.
she's open to those letter storms and everything. So
Absolutely. Without further ado, we go into Jacob's 5th turn by my calculations.
yes,
Song.
that's 5.
Cindy will be singing Let the Storm.
Yep.
Of course. There is a chance that Purple Steel might just exhaust Steel Song's singing capabilities.
Yeah.
Actually,
But
just keep
I
hitting
think
them.
this goes both ways.
Yeah.
Steel Song also has a possibility to just basically not tempo. Sorry, I'm losing
Outsing,
my
outdance, outflirt, outpace, outvalue.
Amethyst Steel with just control, basic control.
He's done well to hold things in play so far. We know there's a lot of rush options. Peter Pan, Elsa, Fox again if you can get another combo going. Smee.
Me just to put some pressure in, and Troubadour and Cindy.
I thought you shifted the Troubadour. I was like, what have I missed?
And a whole new word. Oh my god, that's a...
Jacob, if you try to mill your opponent, that's just dirty.
Yeah.
And I'll be here for it.
Yeah.
How many cards you got in your deck? We're coming for you.
All of them. I think so. I don't know if Bonanza is playing Rubber Swords. I don't think it's a great idea this turn. Well, he needs to try to basically get the control of the board. Is that Genie? No, it's okay. So it's Madame M Elephant.
So, I know some players. I was talking to a player about this Madame M Elephant. They see it as a Steel Song counter because it can't be taken out by a lot of the.
You cannot
songs.
poke her.
And then what you do is you follow it with OK and 2 damage too.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's move damage, not deal damage. So Troubadour, your resist means nothing. Smee.
Ariel.
Fine.
Yeah. Ariel, we have a healthy singer 6 with Naveen. So strength for raging. Oh, strength now. Okay. 3, 6. One more character. And the elephant would be gone.
And it would be the strongest strength of Raging Fire we've ever seen in the history of this game. Smee for 7.
Oh no, sorry. I saw once strength for 14.
Well, it's currently coming down for 9. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Wait.
Coming down for 8. Oh, that's a scoop.
Okay. that went fast. I think Bonanza understood. There's no
That was
coming
incredible.
back.
The time it took for me to look there, slow pan to my screen, he scooped.
Yeah. Yeah, Jacob is just showing that he won the first game.
No, I think it's the instinctive Lorcana counter goes to 20, automatically offers you the restart.
Sorry, you're missing an A in Jacob.
That's on me. It's J4A. No, hang on. J.
No, everything else is okay. Just A after J.
Which is he is player 2. Player name. We nailed it.
Wait, is it?
No, that's why I feel like I'm wrong.
Oh, sorry, you're not. I'm just. Okay, sorry for that.
No, sorry. I thought the 4 is the A, right?
Yes, it is.
It's been a long day. We are. So they're going to be mulliganing and so saying up.
Yeah. I'm gonna.
That was a 10-minute first round final.
And I think they both want to get home. And actually, funny thing, they are going the exact opposite ways.
Yeah.
One is from Berlin, one is from Warsaw. And it's a very similar timing to get to both of them.
So that's actually going to decide the finalists. They're going to see who gets home
it's
first.
Like they both said, okay, we're going to play each other. They said, okay, let's meet in the middle. They come to Poznań, they play, and they go back.
Yes. They duel. They leave, we move on.
Yep. All right. So we are seeing a mulligan now. Bonanza mulliganing 3 cards, and Jacob mulliganing... I'm sorry, what? 5.
5.
Yeah.
Leaving us into game 2. It will be Bonanza on the draw. on the play.
On the play again,
because
by
Jacob
the
was on
way.
the draw. Yeah.
If Jacob wins a final with a sweep going on the draw 2 times, I'm gonna be amazed.
We'll see how it goes. I mean, unfortunately, we just saw it very easily happen, so there's no reason why it
Oh,
wouldn't
yeah.
happen again. If this ends up being a 20-minute final, that'd be quite impressive.
Looking at the previous 2 rounds that we had, yeah, that's
Yeah,
gonna be
possibly.
impressive.
Yeah. We're going in, so we're in minute 11, including mulligans. Round 1 to Jacob. Round 2, bonanzas on the draw, on the
Yeah.
play. We're going to see how it goes. Quick deck split. And the players begin.
Yeah. So, what do we see on the right?
I'm going to anticipate Ink to play Diablo. Ink Elsa to
No 1-drops. Wait, so you mulligan only 3 and you... Oh, how many 1-drop do you play that you mulligan so lean to and don't get a 1-drop?
That's all right. He
It
also
doesn't calculate.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Steel Song just inked Aerial, Sonic Warrior, and passed. So the only thing that can save you when you haven't got a 1-drop is your opponent also hasn't got a 1-drop.
They just had a gentleman's agreement.
Yeah.
No 1-drops.
No
Thank
1-drops.
you.
Thank you. Move
Now we
on.
can start playing.
Calhoun, not a terrible card just because the resist capabilities and your opponent hasn't got a card out anyway.
Yep.
But I guess you really would have preferred Smee right now.
Yeah. In most situations, she is pretty unmovable for Steel Song, turn 2.
Ink's
there are basically
Aerial
two
to play Troubadour and pass.
And pass.
I guess it means he could bring down Zeus if he wanted to now onto next turn onto Calhoun, which would be a very, very... That's the only acceptable outcome, that a character struck by lightning is a supermarine from space. That seems like the right thing, opposed to what we've seen.
But we see Pete.
Pete blocks
So
that.
no singing.
Quest for 1. First quest of the Calhoun, not what you always see.
Me into Ink to...
Fine, you don't get to play.
Okay, you don't get to play, basically.
Turn 4. This is incredibly fast-paced. Elsa again into the Inkwell. For
Genie, draw a card. Yep. Keep it healthy. You are not in like any
immediate
threat of a whole new world, so you're absolutely fine to draw something and try to find some answers. The question is now to your quest. I don't think so. Yep. Bonanza just passes to Jacob. And what do you do now? If you want to Zeus, you probably Zeus the Genie.
Unless you've got, because you could in theory drop a 4th and then go for something like I see he had a Let the Storm Rage on. He could chip damage the Genie.
Yeah, or you can drop 1 character and strength the
Calhoun.
Calhoun, yep.
Which may be a better option because while that Genie is of course able to quest for 2, you may want to balance the books a little bit.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
prevent,
exactly.
Any outcome or issues around that. Next turn, he's still trying to decide.
So Rhino into the Ink.
4-drop Rhino.
No, that's 1 drop.
No, he could play 4-drop
You can
Rhino.
play, yeah, of course.
Which would not be a terrible card. Quite unmovable, quite difficult to get rid of, and then could start hunting cards for you.
And exactly it is.
Yep.
4-drop Rhino and singing Along Came Zeus into P.
Yeah, because realistically, you haven't seen Zeus out of your opponent yet, so actually you don't know if they have it. But you know they have things like Strength, and you know they have things like Let the Storm Rage On. So that actually is a singer that can't be dealt with right now.
I guess the idea of Jacob is that you're not letting your opponent bounce the Pete to block you for a couple of next
Immediately was
turns.
proven wrong, by the way. Immediately proven wrong. Use the Genie to sing Along Came
Yeah,
Zeus,
so
and then banish the Rhino. So I was immediately wrong.
The decision of Jacob was: do I let Genie potentially sing the Along Came Zeus, or do I gamble on Pete being actually bounced back into hand and being a menace for the rest of the game?
There is that possible outcome because we obviously know the things like the Fox. We know he has Fox. We know he has Element. I think he has Snake. Calhoun though can hunt.
Peter Pan goes into Troubadour and Calhoun finishes him off. 2 law gain and
Elsa, Ink. That's 3 Elsas into the Ink. Am I wrong?
Okay.
Well, I guess you don't really necessarily need that evasive rush.
Yeah.
Although you may want that exertion power.
Yep. I think I would say it was a gamble, but I think better Better outcome would
rare-
be to Zeus actually the genie.
Rare outcome to see Naveen use to just play Let the Storm Rage On, but it does banish that
Still
Peter
banish
Pan,
Peter
that
Pan,
then
yep.
and then trade to get rid of the Calhoun, and then pass.
And pass. Yep. I'm gonna make some up.
Plays the rabbit to then draw a card, to then play Magic Broom, and then sing Storm and Raging Fire to take out the Naveen. Passes his turn over to Jacob in Steel Song. Jacob now is got a lot of ink, not a lot of power on the board, and that's the challenge with Steel Song. Is if you keep pinging them, of course, it then causes issues for the fact that they just can't get any power out there and actually use that ability to especially to cheat ink in to sing more songs. We saw this card earlier.
We did not.
No, in the pack rush we did.
I
Not sure the full capabilities. Quest with rabbit, possibly with the intention of bounce. That's 2. For the snake, bounce the rabbit, draw another card.
Chosen character gets +2 questing. Oh, okay.
When you play this character, but then there's nothing there.
Yeah, so...
Oh, sing for 5 though. It has got... It's a 5,
it's
right?
5 inks, so sing a 5, basically.
And actually does give what Steel Song suffers with sometimes, which is lore power, right? So actually that's an interesting combo to... And that explains why earlier a character went absolutely ham with some lore, because they got +2.
Force playing Zeus to take out Genie and singing Whole New World to still keep some cards,
momentum, some control.
Momentum, still 1 card to be inked by Jacob, and he can play a 3-drop.
Darling Dear, 5 cost, 4/4 stat line. Not necessarily a decent ability if you play it in the right combo, right? But actually, is a bit of a mountain to move right now, because he'd have to lose 2 characters to shift it.
Yeah,
and then the aerial to start hunting. Is it a whiff? Is it a whiff? Hold the stream.
Oh, come on, it's Jacob. It's not a whiff. Yep,
there it is.
It's a Whole New World.
May not means he knows it's there. Doesn't mean he necessarily will be coming for him next turn.
Yep. I think they were discussing. Yep. I think they were confirming what happened, and it's Bonanza's turn.
He's trying to decide something to do with this rabbit. Is he going to sing? Is he going to quest? It might be like a quest. It might be another quest bounce sort of plan.
But the idea is that you cannot
sing,
really, you cannot really
the
sing right now, because if you sing, you know there is a Whole New World on the other side, so you cannot draw additional cards until you remove every possibility to.
But that Wendy Darling is staying put. She's not going anywhere. Not Wendy Darling.
That's
Darling Dear.
Darling Dear, yeah.
Is going nowhere right now. She is a bit of a mountain. I mean, he could sink Broom and Fox into it. Again, just force my opponent to not have anything on the board, right? And prevent them from being able to do anything that they know they can do. For example, sing another Whole New World. Which wouldn't necessarily be a huge
Fox bows, and then Fox. That's easy exchange.
And opts to not quest with the Broom and do anything there. Ink the Diablo to bring down
Basically,
Genie.
why would you banish the Brom? You can just quest and leave her. Because there's no immediate threat on the board. No singing possibility, easy at least singing possibility from Jacob.
Except as always, Steel Song can just play from hand.
Well, yes, but then they need to play something from hand that into 1-drop Broom.
It looks like Bare Necessities on the top there. I'm not 100% sure on that.
You can try to calculate odds, but I don't think Bare Necessities right now.
No, I don't think you'd play it. But I'm saying that's the only
great
card I can currently say.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't think it's a great.
Your 8 lore back. You need to be doing damage output rather than trying to snipe things from the back.
Yep.
Although having said that, Bare Necessities.
Okay, we are playing Bare Necessities.
See what's going on in there, right? May not necessarily.
Diablo, Fox, Yago, Goat, and Smee and Rabbit. Nothing.
So
but it's a whiff.
But he also knows what he's.
Well,
it's a spy. It's a free spy.
But
it's a free spy. Oh, it's
if
not free
it's
spy.
a singing opportunity, I'm fine. I guess also the idea of Jacob right now is: do I just force play whole new world to discard everything, or can
Exactly.
I start removing things?
It may not have been about necessarily hunting any actions, but actually, if he hit an action, that might have been a win.
Yep.
But I think he might have been deciding there, do I want a whole new world you right now?
Yes.
And actually, because I don't
Just force it
force
to remove.
and give himself as much intel as possible. Would he rather have had a green Diablo spy? Probably. But would you have preferred a green Ursula? Probably. But the reality is, you need to see what your opponent has in play to dictate what you're going to do. Brings down the Cinderella and the Rhino. The Rhino giving -1 to Magic Broom till the start of Jacob's next turn. At least that's what I understood the gesture to be there. And then from there, Genie again. Bonanza, you're playing very passive, I feel like, at the moment. I know he's got the space to do so.
Yeah, exactly.
But your opponent is...
One. Yeah, exactly. So we know that there is a whole new world looming.
Yeah.
We saw Jacob trying to
I honestly thought it was going to be Genie and pass, or Genie and Sing.
Okay.
That's what I mean. Like,
no, you just dump.
Yeah, exactly.
Dump the hand and
he has got a goat in hand. That's actually possibly something I would have... I don't know. I know the Genie's evasive.
I would play the hand exactly the same way. We don't want to, even if we lose the goat now, we have such a wide board, we can immediately make up for the lost from the goat, and the Steel Song needs to really try to
absolutely
do something.
Jacob is playing Grab Your Swords.
Is he?
I thought so. I thought we saw him in a couple of games ago.
I don't think so.
Whole New World played by Hardcast, I think. Anyway.
Yeah. So I think that was the last possible moment to Whole New World, because when Bonanza would drop everything else,
I feel like
basically giving him.
I think I'm seeing Aerial Sonic Warrior as well, which is not a bad card in the situation that he may need to stop pinging more cards. So, he's taking I think he's taking the beat to analyze his hand before he passes over. I don't.
You can still ink one. Yep.
And is that Gaston? They look like Gaston going into
that was Gaston.
Leaving him with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 questing power. Realistically, probably going to quest down the line. I mean, he may want to... quest down the line now. He Whole New Worlded and got a goat back.
Yep. Bounce the goat, probably. Nope.
Pete.
Oh, Pete. Oh.
And then quest down the line, I would say, at this point, right?
4, 5, 6.
I mean, it wouldn't have been a bad idea. It wouldn't have hurt to potentially... I think he's just analysing that for a second. It wouldn't have hurt to take out the Cinderella, just to prevent... You don't know your deck list, right? You don't know what your opponent's against.
I think one less, I think. Should be 17. If I'm correct. 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7 from the goat. So go to 17. Yep, all good. Okay.
So he was already counting law. He hadn't necessarily presented.
And that's basically a scoop.
Yeah,
I sometimes do the same thing when I already, like, in my mind, I'm already 2 things in front. And then I'm like, oh no, wait, I actually didn't play that, so there you go.
14-minute game instead. 14 minutes. Moving a little bit slower, but not a lot. Jacob now on the draw for the first time. On the play for the first time.
On the play, yeah.
Which is...
I think losing the dice roll and winning the first game, that's the best outcome he can get.
Mm-hmm.
There was a possibility of actually sweeping the final, being both times on the draw. But if you lose the second game in the best of 3, that's basically the best, because you can choose whatever you do in the last one.
Just checking to see if any of our favourite cards... No one signed the teapot?
No, our Janek signed the green teapot. Oh, our teapot. Oh,
our teapot.
Yep.
And no one has signed the wardrobe, a card that I compared myself to earlier in the week. It's going to reset. We'll move over to the main camera while we get this wrapped up for a second as they mulligan and sort themselves out. This is the final game of the night. We have 108 players, or 114 to begin with, then went to 108, then to 8, then to 32, then to 16, then to 8, then to 4, 2. Here we are now. Steel Song is once again in the final.
Yeah.
There was a few laughs in the room. Yes, that's where we're at.
I think, at least I'm happy we have a full best of 3 in the final. It's not a sweep.
And we have had a lot of variation this weekend. To be fair, we have had a great amount of variation in decks. It's actually, we're making jokes. We have seen a lot of Amber Steel,
Yes.
but not necessarily
But
Steel Song.
very different versions of it. Who would you actually, if we come back to the beginning of the top 32, who would you put your money on? In terms of a deck, not a player itself.
Oh, in terms of a deck, anything that has had Rhino in it. That's an easy. It's an easy bet. Anyone who had Rhino in it, that card has been unrelenting in this particular tournament. Anything that's had Rhino in it is the honest answer. That Rhino card, I think, was the spice of the season. That mixed, I've said that Rhino has been MVP this weekend. Made some really interesting, made for some really interesting plays. We've seen some great combos as well, with some great characters in terms of. Actually, I know that he made top 32. I really hoped that we'd see more of that pirate green emerald pirate deck we saw. The shifted Captain Hook, the shifted.
Oh yeah, that
that
was
was so fun. And I think it was potentially viable. I think it just needs tightening up a little bit, but love that they try something different. And we've seen a lot of that this weekend. Going into the last game, Mulligan 6 on the left, 2 on the right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can't count.
Leaving 2. So Mulligan 5 for Jacob and 6 for Bonanza.
They really, I mean, big mulligans could be make or break. Could be it. Both players didn't have a 1-drop.
Last game. Do they do the gentleman's agreement again and just say, okay, we are not placing 1-drops?
You know what? No cards till turn 3. Gentleman's agreement. Sorry, you know what? No cards till turn 4. Ariel's 3 turns. No cards till turn 4. Let me ramp quietly in the corner, and I'll start bringing in things like. Actually, both decks would suffer massively from that.
I wanted to ask you who would be better, but I think both of them would suffer.
Naveen could come in with a free spell on turn 4. If you had Naveen in hand, that would be your best play at that point.
And just whole new word both players.
Yeah, exactly. You've achieved nothing. We've now made Pack Rush version 2.
Yeah.
Going into the setting up the play, Jacob to go first. Let's see how this plays out.
I don't think he's happy. I think there are some calculations now running down and thinking what order do you play? It's not like he's thinking what to drop on the first turn, but it's more of like calculating and then thinking about the next 2-3 turns.
And there is a 1-drop.
And there is Cinderella.
Gentleman's agreement out the window. How dare he? How dare he? Bonanza, be a gentleman. No 1-drop.
No, he cannot be now.
Yeah. And Chernobog into Diablo. He had 2 1-drops. He was being polite.
Let's see if it's gonna be like a very standard opener of Let the Storm into Diablo. Do you actually? Yeah, you can, because Peter Pan is 3-drop. There is no like 2-drop rushes. No. You prevent any snakes, for example.
Yep.
From coming in. So yeah,
it's worth it, because you also, particularly if you have it for the draw mechanic.
Yep. Usually in those decks, if you remove anything that is lying on it. Oh, okay. Oh, Daisy. Okay, so we're going quick.
He wants to go for a more aggro approach. I mean,
or maybe no 2-drops.
Maybe no 2-drops. And actually, the 2-drops weren't necessarily helping him that much at this stage. If
Quest for 1 with Cindy.
Okay, I was wrong again. More wrong than last time.
Well, Smee Snake now is a viable option.
If he has it.
Yeah, if he has it. Or maybe just drop 2 more Diablos.
Diablo inked to then play
Calhoun. Yeah, Calhoun great. She's gonna
help
block
deal
that
with
Cinderella from doing absolutely anything.
Or hunt that Daisy over the next couple turns.
Yeah. But now, because Jacob is going first, so now Strength of a Raging Fire is a possibility on the turn 3. So he can just drop anything basically and just strength the Calhoun away.
Not 100% sure why he didn't quest with the Diablo. I don't think there's any cons to questing with Diablo, because either way you lose him. If it's a song, you lose him. If he challenges him, you lose him.
And probably, yeah. Oh no, he didn't quest with Diablo, because if he did, there would be a possibility to exchange run Daisy into Diablo, and if Bonanza is counting on having a Fox on the turn 3, there would be no targets, because he's still also thinking about the Strength of Raging Fire or some additional removal on the Calhoun.
There's possibility. The other alternative is sometimes he might just not have realised.
Pete into Lawrence and singing strength.
Into
Exactly,
Calhoun.
into Calhoun. So now, as I said, now if the Diablo would be tapped, I think it would be better to actually go with Daisy into Diablo to prevent those bounces, prevent that
which
fox.
is exactly what he's just done, prevented that from being an option.
Yep.
So
And also, because we are in the situation where Diablo stays and there is a bounce possibility, you basically keep the Daisy up, so there's no like cheeky fox coming in. There is still Peter Pan.
takes out the Cinderella, prevents that singing capabilities, but now they have a very good singer in the Lawrence, who's now on the board. So
It's basically the same. It's singer free. So
yeah, it's absolutely.
it's not singer free.
Yeah.
He is capable of singing songs that
Yeah.
are 3 or less.
and significantly harder to get rid of. Much more of a problem to get rid of in terms of the outcome.
Yep. And again, the question: do you quest with Diablo? And again, the problem is that if you do, Daisy goes into Diablo. Lawrence.
He's already
probably-
passed.
Oh yeah, it's already. Okay, sorry.
Let the storm
yep.
rage on to Daisy.
Your own Daisy, probably Rapunzel now. Yeah, no, I don't see anything else.
That's the only reason you do it, right?
Yeah, but the cone of this is that you're leaving that Peter Pan open, so all of those Iago, all of those genies. and
Yeah,
everything
absolutely.
can
But
rush into Lawrence.
but you would have to. But they would also be trading with Lawrence.
No, Iago survives.
Exposing him significantly to
Well, yeah.
anything, and I don't think that's necessarily the worst play because also you're controlling it. He's only exposed one character that is not necessarily a threat. Genie with Rush, he's not going to risk it.
He's not gonna go for it.
He's not going to risk the Peter Pan because those will result in
Yep.
him losing care. Again, now you're saying, do I quest with that Diablo?
I think now you.
I think now you do.
Yeah, now you do. Now you can.
Opts to deal with the
Lawrence,
Lawrence, which
Keeping the Peter Pan alive because Lawrence's attack was lowered since he got the damage on it.
not convinced.
I would say no. I think if you are asking a question, do I run into? No, that was the only possibility. If he attacked with Peter Pan first, then Genie loses Rush.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm not disagreeing with that. I meant challenging
do you do
altogether.
it at all? Yeah, okay.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Because the Peter Pan is gooey.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
this
yeah,
person
you're
has
correct.
this person has a lot of options to get rid of him. So I'm not. It was more a case of that Genie was another body on the field
Yeah.
that could quest for 2, could be bounced, played
Sing
again.
Zeus.
Sing Zeus. That's more my point. I
Okay,
don't know
yeah,
if
yeah.
sacrificing that Genie for that trade to keep you kept the right card in play, but I just don't know if it was worth just losing the card altogether.
Yeah.
But then Pete comes down anyway, doesn't matter. You wouldn't be able to sing Zeus either way. But you still could have quested for 2. There's not a lot of evasive capabilities here.
Rhino giving Peter Pan
-1.
-1. Rapunzel questing for 2 and basically passing the turn. You cannot deal with Peter Pan right now if you're not singing anything.
And he's not going to go and just do 1 ping of
Yep.
damage for the sake of it and effectively sacrifice himself or risk sacrificing himself.
Yeah, Daisy still waits, trying not to give some 3 real estate for the Bonanza, not giving him a potential 3 draw.
And nothing that he can do about it. He can't Zeus it right now unless he hardcasts
Yeah.
it, which he's unlikely to do. Not to take out Daisy. There's a thing again, gentleman
There is a
agreement.
Pete, yeah, so we play Pete into Pete from both sides.
But significantly more damaging from one side. And then Smee just
Smee goes down. Yeah, you are free to quest with Peter Pan. If he got sniped out,
Is
you're
Diablo in the naughty corner? There he is.
Now, finally we have a quest with Diablo.
Diablo just seemed to be like, have I done something wrong? Have I offended you?
Can I do something, please?
I mean, it's a fairly easy, unless he wants to shift he may want to shift the Rhino. It's a fairly, I think at this point, trade into that Diablo. He's been there long enough. Now he's quested. He's done his job. Get rid of him.
You know what? Your opponent only have 2 cards. Do you want to give him additional one?
Fair point. Depending on, I guess, what if you may be looking at, because also you're sitting on 2 cards. So actually, if you're thinking about doing a whole new world, for example, now's the time to get rid of him.
Yes, but you are also yeah. So if you want to whole new world, exchange. But if you don't, maybe you just quest down the line.
No, go wide.
No, just nothing else. Smee, I would say
Quest with everything but Daisy.
Wait, 2, 4, 6. He can quest for 7, go to 10. Quest. Everything by Daisy. So
Everything
go
but Daisy,
to-
so no extra
go to
cards.
8. No potential extra cards, and
Look, thinking back, would I potentially? I mean, I guess you would have gone to Zeus if you had pulled that. Would I have quested with Rapunzel, hoping that maybe I top deck a Whole New World next turn, so I'm guaranteed a free, quote unquote, singing
Yeah.
of Whole New World. Maybe not exposed
wait,
to
Rapunzel
Rapunzel.
is 4.
4, you never mind then. You're right. I keep thinking she's a card that feels like she'd be a 5. I think that's the issue. That's like feels like it should be a 5. This then leaves quite. It's now for Bonanza to respond, right? And he hasn't got a huge amount of. He can take out one thing. Yeah, he can take out one thing.
Oh, I think that's the one card that Jacob didn't want to see. That fox from the top,
Yeah.
from Daisy. So now Bonanza having 4 cards. We know that one of them is a fox, so it's definitely going to be some exchanges happening. How do you do it?
So this is the.
I'm thinking of the optimal way.
I stand corrected. Diablo was the answer because I think you Pete into Pete. Quest with Diablo, bring it down, and then you can take out, for example, Daisy. What's Rapunzel's health line?
I would take out Rhino. No, Rhino is resist 2.
Yeah, so it's. I don't think you can take out Rapunzel.
5.
5. So
willpower.
it is if you want to go on the offensive right now, it's Diablo Quest, Pete into Pete, bounce the Diablo with the fox.
Yeah, the goat goes into the. You can also attack with Peter Pan, bounce him with fox, and play him back and attack again.
Yes, you could go with that option, but I don't know. But who would you attack? Rapunzel.
Then you can take out. No, you cannot.
Yeah,
Okay.
and
Yeah. Okay.
he can take out 2. The Rhino's there to stay. Rapunzel's there to stay unless he decides to focus all efforts on them.
No, you can take out Rapunzel then. So Peter Pan into Rapunzel. Smee finishes off.
Yep.
Bounce with Fox. Fox into Daisy. Pete into Pete, and Peter Pan coming back, doing nothing.
Have you got anything?
I would think. Is that the did I just call the turn?
I think so.
I think so. Yeah, goes to Rapunzel because Smee survives.
Yeah.
He gets 1 damage and he still survives. Yeah. So now I basically think is the Fox and replaying, or I thought he just.
I thought he passed, which was mad.
That would be crazy a bit.
Actually, hear me out. Bounce the Pete. I know your opponent keeps to keep some kings, but then bring Pete back. Limit singing capability. It's an option. It's an option.
Okay, that's also an option.
You're leaving some breathing room.
Yeah,
Pete
Pete into Pete. I think right now you.
I actually think he's going to bounce Pete. I think he's going to keep Peter Pan. It looks like he may not bounce Peter Pan because actually, he might have a Bell in hand. He might have.
Quest of Diablo. Oh yeah, like Bell would be great. No, he cannot get Bell if he's bouncing.
Not this turn, but next turn because you know your
Diablo
opponent's
come back. Daisy. Yep.
You know your opponent's top decking.
Yes.
He might have another
exactly.
fox in hand. We don't know what else is in his hand.
You basically want to 3-drop. Is that another fox? Oh, that's not. Okay, another Peter Pan.
But he can't take anything else out now.
Yep. He just passes. But so both Peter Pans are safe, at least not from any immediate threat. You are basically having a control of the board right now. There is Rhino, unfortunately seeing only 4, so no whole new world right now would be great.
Yeah.
But you cannot do it. Mr. Smee is sitting there waiting. Do you want to exchange your Smee into his Smee? No, you don't.
I think you pass. If that card is not a card you want to play.
Do you?
You have enough room to take a break. You could take a beat.
You can take out Fox. Rhino would stay. Or the other idea is you just quest down the line.
If he's got he's top decking currently, right?
Yeah, because Bonanza needs something to. Yeah, exactly. So you quest down the line because Bonanza needs. He cannot just exchange directly into you. Smee would be dead to anything, but Rhino would survive the first hit always. There's no card in play right now that can hit Rhino.
But the issue is he's currently top decking. So now, so that's why I said maybe wait a turn.
There's one card in hand.
Yeah, so wait a turn.
Smee into Smee. Peter Pan into Smee. You are leaving your SME open to quest. Jacob is still top decking, but he's 14-3, and purple can get some lore, but he cannot get immediate
No, absolutely,
lore so quickly.
absolutely. But I think there's a good chance he's about to lose his board.
Okay, crab into. Okay, so crab. So he took the gamble of not having crab. Crab into SME. SME goes into rhino, and then you quest with fox. And
so this is the issue now. Is he's now? You're right. He's still got. He's got 6 lore to get away, but
nothing.
Nothing, and we know he's got Elsas. We know he's got powers to exert you.
Okay.
It's
rhino, big rhino into ink, and just force playing the Ariel. That's good if you top deck any songs. You can start hitting. Basically, you play the song from hand, playing ink, and then hit anything. Chip damage, so 2 damage on the Ariel.
So that's Storm Rage on. He needs to get 2. He needs to find 2 more because effectively, exert.
Elsa to tap.
And that's probably.
That's painful. Okay, so I think what Jacob needs now is it whole new world. He needs to top deck whole new world basically,
and hope that his opponent. He needs to top deck whole. If he top decks whole new world, then he's giving his opponent 7 cards and hope that he's got to hope those 7 cards are some form of brick. The purple steel at this point has enough ink. He definitely won't brick in that sense. So the reality is now it comes down to if he quest or not, and he did. The Elsa came in, and actually, would it have been better to play the Rhino and keep the Elsa in hand for a turn? Because even if that exertion happened, you possibly would have traded more.
That's Ariel.
The Ariel, keep the Ariel in hand, and played the Rhino
but
instead.
That was the big or small?
I think it was the big Rhino with the resist, which means he might have just taken. It would have still taken a lot of damage, but would have taken a couple of characters to get rid of him, opposed to. Ariel was a free trade, let's be honest, and he used Diablo as well and got another card out of it. That Diablo stayed for too long.
Top deck whole new world. I think that was the only possibility to basically stay in this game in any capacity. But Bonanza right now is fairly
in the driving
happy.
seat. He's in the driver's seat. There's very little.
He will have a whole new hand, 8 cards, because 7 from whole new world and 1 for turn, and he's gonna be basically dictating the pace now. What Jacob can do, he can ink 1 more. If he plays SME now, would be great.
And hope that his opponent
basically hopes that Bonanza cannot set up a lethal.
Or can exert the SME and punish, because he needs to. It's not just about setting up a lethal, but also that doesn't damage Jacob's setup enough that Jacob can start setting up a lethal. Because actually, he may not set up a lethal this turn, may not set up a lethal next turn, but as long as he prevents Jacob from getting even conceptually close to 1, he'll definitely get 1 in 3 turns. So. He's got 1 card in play. I think it's a case of it's unfortunately with Steel Song that might be 7 cards that he's already lost. Like it could be that it could be 2 new whole new worlds.
Okay, Ariel and pass. Oh, that's good. That's good, dude. I think so. I would say Bonanza, if he sets up lethal or just basically blocks Jacob with like.
Set up lethal. That does require him to get 14 lore this turn.
If there is a Pete, it's also the game.
Yeah, there's a strong.
If Bonanza have a Pete, and it's very probable that he has. I think we saw only 2 of them.
Yeah.
So Jacob would be completely blocked from singing. He cannot directly attack anything.
But he could load the board.
If
he has any capacity to go huge wide next
3.
turn.
Oh yeah, there is a Pete. There was Genie. Quest down the line. Go to 9. It's still not lethal.
So Jacob can't
Pete,
sing.
Yeah.
So if Jacob can now just if Jacob drops 3 daisies right now, that's the thing, right?
That would be.
It's me. Nice. Jacob. It has to now just bring fire from above. With as many characters as possible, and effectively
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's at least 2 turns out right now.
2 turns.
Even with like crazy bounces and everything, he cannot get to. So Bonanza definitely is not winning next turn. It's not lethal. In any I don't think there's a mathematical way to do it. So Jacob knows that he's got at least 1 more turn. From here.
No, he might. He knows he has 2 turns. He's just whole new worlded. He's got 7 cards. If he can't see a win con now, one more card isn't going to really do it, I don't think, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's right.
So my instinct is, because we know blue, purple, steel can't really handle wide that well.
Does Bonanza playing grab swords? Is he?
I
don't
that's
think so.
the only threat, but you've got to go wide. You have to go wide. You need to get as much lore out as humanly
Or
possible.
remove a lot of things, but basically you don't have.
Because whatever you play this turn, you need to be available next turn to win you the game.
Yeah.
So Daisy.
Yeah. You basically
Daisy,
need to set up
Daisy.
lethal now. So strength into ink because there is a Pete in play. Pete into Smee and I saw whole new word in Jacob's hand. He's not setting up lethal. That's that's maximum of 3 next turn. It's 17. Is there a way he cannot win immediately? So the only idea would be that he removes enough from Bonanza's table to actually.
Lot of ink.
Wait.
Lot of capabilities.
Is that a bounce? If there is no, there is not bounce of Pete. Goat bounce would seal the game.
I mean, I with respect, I think it might be sealed. I
think there's still possibility.
What for Jacob with 2 characters to clear 7
Jacob
cards?
Cannot. I don't think Jacob can remove all of those.
I don't think he could remove 5, let alone 7. I mean that with respect. Jacob's played an absolute blinder, but unless
grab
he can
your swords into grab your swords, and we are home.
Yeah, that's and we have no evidence that card exists in this deck list. So, unfortunately, he can't sing grab your swords.
Yeah, there's no singer possible. Ariel for 3, looking for
grab your swords.
Basically anything, but.
Whiff?
Yeah, that's a whiff for the end. Nice. So, with all of the Polish players, Berlin wins. Basically.
We did well. We did well.
You want to go and grab them?
Yeah, sure.
For interview? Tough one, I would say. I think from the moment when the Jacob's table was completely cleared, it was his game to actually scrap and win from the back, and Bonanza was basically in the driving seat the whole time. Let's see.
Do you want the champ or Jacob?
Sorry?
Do you want the champ or Jacob?
I can talk to Jacob.
Okay, cool.
I have questions to who's first?
Jacob.
Okay, great. Hello. Po polsku czy po angielsku wolisz?
Po gwolice.
Dla mnie jest obojętnie, więc jeżeli ty jesteś okej z angielskim, to
Mogę po polsku, żeby już...
dobrze, to zapraszam. już ciężko po takim czasie.
Tak.
Dzień dobry, cześć. Widzimy się po raz kolejny. Gratuluję po pierwsze, finał. Tym razem się nie udało. Mam tutaj sobie za chwilkę wyciągnę, ale zaraz przejdziemy do gry, którą grałeś. Na razie na temat jeszcze Top 32. Przychodziłeś dzisiaj, czy czułeś, że jest tutaj dojście do finału bardziej niż mniej prawdopodobne, czy to raczej było takie na zasadzie przyjdę, zobaczę co mi przyjdzie na rękę?
No raczej zawsze gram z takim podejściem, że wiadomo, może coś podejść, może nie podejść, więc nie mam dużych oczekiwań, ale zawsze daję z siebie 100% i wykorzystuję wszystkie jakieś auty. Jeśli przeciwnik daje mi gdzieś tam możliwości na wygraną, to zawsze staram się to wyciągać i wygrywać po prostu.
No, widzieliśmy to na pewno w pierwszej grze, gdzie tam była absolutna klinika. Mimo że nie lubię Stilsonga, to się po prostu dobrze się to oglądało w pewnym sensie. Wszystko tam zadziałało. No dobra, przechodząc do tego finału, złamałeś to, że szedłeś drugi w pierwszej grze, bo tam widziałem ten rzutkością 2 szóstki To nie wyglądało dobrze.
No jakoś tak.
Tak, złamałeś to draw i w zasadzie, przynajmniej tak z mojej perspektywy, to chyba była po prostu kontrola od początku do końca.
W tej drugiej grze?
W tej pierwszej. W tej pierwszej szczególnie.
No to bez podejścia było, tak, bo zrobiłem wszystko to, co mogłem. Przeciwnikowi zabrakło tego pita, gdzie zagrywałem Holy Warda, więc już po prostu zalałem board jednostkami, czyli to, co ten deck robi, i no wygrałem.
I był bardzo szybki, był tak szybki skup, że Ben oglądał tutaj fragment, po czym spojrzał na ten ekran i już zaczęliście zbierać. Pierwsza gra była bardzo szybka. Druga gra, znowu idziesz drugi, jest szansa na dwukrotne złamanie i stwierdziliśmy, że postanowiliście zgodzić się po dżentelmeńsku, nie gramy one-dropów.
Tak, no niestety, no właśnie teraz się gra też tego Rhino z Shiftem, no nie siadło tym razem ani Cindy, ani ten Rhino, no ale zdarzają się takie gry, tak.
No tak, zdarzają się. Ja jeszcze sobie pozwolę, że sobie wyciągnę jeszcze notatkę, bo coś się chciałem zapytać. O właśnie, druga gra, jedna rzecz, nad którą się zastanawiałem, Zeus w Pita. Tam była taka pewna, może nie wiem, jeżeli kojarzysz, to przeprowadź mnie przez twój tok myślenia, jak to działało?
Wydaje mi się, że na bordzie był chyba Genie,
Pit, Calhoun,
i Pit, tak. Po prostu stwierdziłem, że na tym etapie gry i z moją ręką, to najbardziej bolałoby mnie cofnięcie Pita i ponowne jego zagranie. Właśnie tak jak wygrywa ten fioletowo-szary deck na Steelsonga, to jest często w ten sposób, że ten Pit zagrywany jest po prostu tura po turze, tak? I więc chciałem tego uniknąć.
No tak, ale niestety zostało to pokarane natychmiastowym Zeusem od strony Giniego po drugiej stronie. Okej. Co jeszcze? Nie wiem. Aha, dobra, no to przechodząc do trzeciej gry. Idziesz pierwszy, grasz one dropa, więc generalnie wygląda wszystko dobrze, po czym robimy Mexican standoff przez 4 tury, bo no tak, no żaden z was nie chce się tutaj otwierać. Podejrzewam, że liczyłeś, że ten Diablo tapnie, żeby móc go w razie czego usunąć chyba przed bounce'em. Tak mi się wydawało, że Bananza nie questował Diablo, bo wiedział, że potrzebuje targetu do skakania po prostu w razie czego. Jak z twojej perspektywy wyglądała ta trzecia gra?
To znaczy, tak jak szła ta gra, no to od początku wiedziałem, że muszę po prostu zranić swoją jednostkę i dobrać trochę kart Rapunzelką. Dobrałem też drugą Rapunzel, którą zinkowałem, ale doszedłem do wniosku, że po prostu nie starczy mi kart do inkowania, żeby dojść do tej 4. tury i no, z czegoś musiałem zrezygnować. Być może dało się to jakoś zagrać w ten sposób, żebym tą drugą Rapunzel zostawił i wtedy bym z niej dobierał karty, bo faktycznie na późniejszym etapie gry zabrakło tych mocniejszych top decków, no, zszedłem z całej ręki i musiałem po prostu iść z aggro. No tą Daisy od początku też nie kostowałem, bo no, było to zgubne, jeśli się gra ten matchup i chciałem poczekać właśnie przynajmniej do tury, gdzie zagram Holy Warda lub nie wiem, cokolwiek dobrego. No byłem później zmuszony właśnie zagrać, questować wszystkim, nawet tą Daisy. No później już było widać jak gra.
Tak, już później było top deckowanie i po prostu próbowanie doklepania tego. Trochę liczyliśmy, że po tym jak sforsujesz Holy Warda zagrasz 3 Daisy i będziemy mogli powiedzieć do widzenia. Niestety tego nie było. Jedna jeszcze tura, nad którą się trochę zastanawiałem, bo zinkowałeś dużego Rhino, jeśli się nie mylę, i zagrałeś dużą Marielkę. I z Benem tak rozmawialiśmy o tym i myśleliśmy, czy nie lepiej było podtrzymać tą Marielkę, zagrać po prostu Rhino i poczekać ewentualnie na kolejny drop, żeby weszła Arielka?
Tak, no też się nad tym oczywiście zastanawiałem, stwierdziłem, że wiadomo, na ten fioletowo-szary im wcześniej się coś zagra, tym mniejsza szansa, że dobierze właściwe karty, które potrzebuje. Od razu wiedziałem, że właśnie no, przegrywam niestety na tą Elsę prawdopodobnie, ale liczyłem na to, że dobiorę jakąś piosenkę, zacznie strzelać Starielka. No, w sumie było zresztą widać, że dobrałem to Rhino, które zinkowałem, a które później dobrałem Holy Ward, więc tak naprawdę nie miałbym inka, żeby gdybym zagrał Rhino i trzymał Arielkę,
to Arielka
nie
by nie
miałbym,
wpadła.
więc,
byś musiał ją zinkować, z Holy Wardować w puste.
Stwierdziłem, że też po prostu chcę zinkować kartę, póki mam inkowalną, zagrać tu Ariel, liczyć na to, że przeżyje i jakoś może się doczołgać.
No, a po Whole New Worldzie, bo tam no, wleciał ten pit i podejrzewam, że tam dużo akcji chyba miałeś.
Miałem, tak, chyba 2 jednostki na ręce.
Ojej!
Miałem 2 Whole New Worldy, 2 Zeusy, Storma i chyba te 2 jednostki, jeszcze jakaś karta może. No tak, liczyłem na to, że...
Chyba SMI tam jeszcze się pojawił.
Tak, miałem SMI i Pita i po prostu liczyłem na to, że dobiorę jeszcze jedną jednostkę.
Zinkowałeś Arielkę po Whole New Worldzie i spasowałeś chyba, więc SMI dopiero dobrałeś w następnej, tak mi się wydaje, bo tam była Arielka Wing po Whole New Worldzie i pas, jeśli się nie mylę. Nie, coś dograłeś. Nie, dobra, to było coś innego. Nieważne, przepraszam.
Tak, ale liczyłem na tym 14 Winka, że po prostu dobiorę jakąś jednostkę i jakimś cudem może ustawię Lital z Pitem, ze SMI i z czymkolwiek. I turę później, jeśli on nie miał Elsy, żeby mi zegzertować jednostkę, to w jaki sposób mógłbym zrobić Lital, bo już nie miałem żadnych autów.
No tak. No dobra. Dziękuję. Jedna jeszcze rzecz kolejna, tak jak zwykle, jakbyś mógł sobie wybrać jedną kartę i podpisać ją dla nas.
Zobaczę, czy jest mój tech tajny, który grałem.
Była, nawet się pokazała w ostatniej
tak,
grze.
tak.
Proszę cię bardzo.
Grała mi tylko jedną grę ogólnie, ale coś tam.
Tak spojrzałem na to i stwierdziłem, to 4-4 z jednej strony jest fajne, ale jak grasz na ametysta, to wiadomo, że pójdzie Fox.
Tak, zgadza się.
Jakbyś mógł jeszcze finał napisać.
Natomiast doszedłem do wniosku, że teraz dużo osób gra Biankę, która jest 5-5 za 6, tudzież 4. No i jakoś mi się to wpasowywało w podobną koncepcję. Stwierdziłem, że może to do Valora czasem zaskoczy, bo jednak też...
Zawsze coś pomoże.
Tak, jednak też spodziewałem się, że będą jakieś niebiesko-czerwone, czerwone deki, gdzie często masz tam 18-17 lora i przeciwnik się nie spodziewa jakichś dodatkowych
strzału
strzał.
Okej, dziękuję Ci bardzo.
Dzięki wielkie.
Gratuluję jeszcze raz, świetny wynik i co, do zobaczenia mam nadzieję na kolejnych
do zobaczenia.
Dzięki wielkie. Dobra, jeszcze musimy ustawić drugi.
Come on in. Recording's still going, yeah? So,
I think it's still going.
well, yeah, it is. We'll start with one. We'll make it short and sweet. Start going through that and looking for the card, if you don't mind, that we would like you to sign as our champion. Congratulations. Strange question to ask, but always a fun one. Did you think the deck you were bringing this weekend was going to win? Like, what was your goals? What was you aiming for?
I wasn't sure. So my goal was to get to day 2.
Okay.
But it also depends on how many steals I'm going to face, because it's a really tough matchup. Also, my last match was really tough. But I'm happy to make the first place.
No, we're very happy to see it. And you're playing a purple steel, a deck that when people say purple steel now, they think Jafar. Like, so not playing that was really interesting. Huge bounce mechanics, really enjoyed it. Is this, what's your tournament play? How many games have you, is this your first tournament, 5th tournament? How much Lorcana have you played?
Oh, so I'm playing Lorcana since set 2.
Okay.
And I also came to Lorcana Quest 2 3. So
Amazing.
I was set 2, but I didn't make it to top cut.
Ah.
But yeah, I have some experience. I also won some tournaments. So yeah.
Excellent. And what's the plan? More sort of this size, DLC? What's the next?
Yeah, of course. So I want to go to DLCs as many as I can.
Amazing. Well, hopefully we'll cross paths because I know a lot of our players want to do that as well. This deck, or are you going to keep playing this deck? Is this going to be you, or is there something else maybe? You'd have to tell me what, but are you cooking something in the back?
I'm always swapping decks, but this is a deck I really like because I like the card combination, and I think I will stick with it. You are a very you navigated against an incredibly bad matchup very calmly. At least it looked very calm. You may have been panicked, but you looked like you had everything under control. So thank you so much for playing. You are our champion, obviously, which is fantastic. Quest Tour 4 has been a very competitive tournament, we feel, like compared to previous ones, the deck lists, the energy. So you've won a good Quest Tour as well, so well done for that. Hopefully see you again in the future then. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much. I suspect you have a long journey home ahead of you, right? Yeah, it's like 5 hours.
Oh, wow. Are you working tomorrow? Okay, that's better. No worries. Well, have a good rest of your day, man. It's been a pleasure. Wow, that's it. Quest Tour 4 is over.
Yeah.
108 players, 114,
Yeah.
108 players. Over 100 of them being Polish and a German one.
Yeah. I think 2 Germans and one of them. By the way, again, German one in Quest 2. I think Quest QT2 was Germans.
Yeah.
QT3 was Terry, and now it's.
Yeah, we're battling for it.
Bonanza.
He was at Quest Tour 3. He just didn't make day 2, so it's
Okay.
a great step.
Okay.
And I have to say, it's a great Quest Tour 2 win. It was a very competitive Quest Tour.
Yes.
Very competitive. So fantastic. He just told me he's got a 5-hour journey home.
5.
Yeah, I don't. I think he said Berlin. I suspect that might be like I'm in Berlin, but it might
Yeah,
be
somewhere
like,
outside, yeah. Or like these. Yeah, probably. Yep.
So he's about 5 hours for him to get home from here. So.
Damn.
But he's not working tomorrow, so we can enjoy a good rest and some relaxation. It's been a great Quest Tour. I've been Ben.
I'm Michael.
And we are the Lorekeepers of Poznań. Thank you so much for your time, your energy, and hopefully see you at a future tournament.
Yeah, see you there. Bye bye.